Once again, welcome on in, as we will be finishing up with Katawa Shoujo. Forward to seeing how it things out with our girl Lilly. Okay. Heat-chan, go away. Heat-chan, me alone. Come on, Heat-chan. Let me sleep. Sleep at all. The last thing I want to be awoke when I finally manage to. Straight to class with the textbook as my pillow, but I'll take whatever sleep I can get at this point. Even Heat-chan wants you to get up. Shizune wants. Leave me alone. Heat-chan, I guess I'll just have to wake. Wait, Misha's going to you. This is bad. I'm up. You don't have to. Feel my face flaring into a scarlet red blush. So sitting bolt upright and staring at the shouting fool who's been just moments before. Damn it. I let my head on the table with a noticeable thud. Misha's trademark uncontrollable laughter reverberates through the classroom. Metamorphosed the speckled Chizune beside her, she carefully adjusts her glasses, desperately trying to maintain a look of serious disapproval. Eyes, I can see the badly hitting grin spreading across her face. Et tu, Shizune? Shizune looks quickly away as she crosses her arms tightly, barely on the edge of her control. Wahaha! Shi's level doubles in volume as she glances at Shizune. All I can do is drag my hand down my face in resignation. You too. Who was the one who slept in class, Shi-chan? Yeah, it was me. Poor Shi-chan was having a fit trying to wake you up, weren't you? Back to the standoffish Shizune, with a single huff of confirmation, returns to looking away with their arms crossed. Why was Shizune trying to wake me up? Shi-chan wants to give you the handout the substitute teacher gave out while Shi-chan was sleeping. Handouts. I suddenly find 2 sheets of paper thrust down in front of my face. I see the still pouting figure looking down at me with a distinct scowl. I guess I really am in the wrong here. Sorry about that. No dice. Her irritated face still holds. I clasp my hands together and flick my head downwards in an apology. Very, very sorry. Drops the papers on the desk. Damn. Look over my hands and see Shizune and Misha significantly signing frantically to each other, a look of frustration on Shizune's face. Less of a dialogue and more of a tirade, punctuated with sidelong glances at me. To say it's unsettling is an understatement. The 2 suddenly stop signing and look at me in unison, both having exactly the same look of disapproval. In one fluid motion, Misha's hand suddenly extends high above me and comes rocketing down. Before I can even hope to react, my head is bouncing up and down like a jack-in-the-box. I quickly bring my hands to my head, more out of reflex than actual pain. What was that for? Nice to see the 2 girls grinning at each other while exchanging an enthusiastic thumbs up. Hee-chan says she forgives you now, Hee-chan. Could you forgive me with a little less force next time? Wahahaha. I look at the 2 with a blank face. Misha and Shizune, 1. Isao, 0. Hi, Shi-chan. Shi-chan also says you should check your student mail more often. She produces a bright yellow envelope and hands it to me with an exuberant grin. Oh my gosh, exuberant grin. Strange, you could have written me a letter. Now is not the time, and most definitely not the place to find out, though. Naps are really sore for me. I rub my forehead and slowly get up, putting the sheets and envelope in my bag before swinging it over my shoulder. I take a step back and move to depart with a small bow. While Misha clutches her sides laughing and Shizune nods back in a curt farewell. I join the flow of students exiting the open hall and turn the corner in the hallway. Only to end up faced with Hanako. Oh, hey, Hanako. Good afternoon, Hisao. Silence falls between us as busily chatting students pass us by. She's fidgeting constantly, her eyes drawn to her rather unremarkable footwear. I take the bridge of my nose in my fingers while I blink my eyes heavily in an attempt to make things clear. I'm barely staying awake as it is. Hanako, you want to say something? What is it? To give you this. Huh? She holds out a small rectangular piece of paper, clinging to make out the text through barely open eyes, slowly starting to make out what's written. Eggs 2, bread loaf 1, whole grain syrup 1, time 1. A shopping list? Upwards, raising an eyebrow. I should go shopping with Lilly, but I can't come, so... Me to run errands for you? It's okay if you don't want to, I just thought that maybe I get another battle lost, though this time by a weakly fought surrender. Tiredly and rest in on her head to calm her down. It's fine, I was going to go anyway. Just the stuff on this list? She nods, then but deeply twice as if to make her gratitude perfectly clear. Inside the school gates at 6. I was going to get it, but I need to study for the test tomorrow. Test? That's right, science. How are you doing with it? Brightens ever so slightly. I've been spending more time on it than before. I think I can do okay. Work then. Do start smiling, much more earnestly than at that. I have full confidence that I can do fine in it without any extra studying, but the fact that she's putting in an effort instead of just reading it in the library is heartening. Grab your stuff and take it to your dorm in the evening. See ya. A small wave, we part ways. To do my homework before meeting Lilly. I should be able to take care of it in time. Wrangling with a particular complicated math problem has caused me to be a little late for my meeting with Lilly. Only a couple minutes, but enough to make me smartly out onto the courtyard into the school gate. I make a right turn and turn my way. Small town below, leaving a few students turning the other way to the bus station. Right in my pocket as I walk in the orange sunlight of dusk. Lilly, the sweltering summer heat starting to die down, making way for a pleasant, cool breeze. A familiar figure takes form, cane in her right hand. Lilly! Stops and turns around, slipping her head to try and work out exactly where the voice is coming from. It's me. Chipter, coming in beside her and matching her slow pace as we resume walking. Good afternoon, Hisao. Hi there. I glance up at the sky. A distinct tinge of orange discolors the clouds, washing the footpath in its light. Long shadows from the trees fall across the wide road down the hill. Sal, what brings you here? Just going to town to grab some groceries. Hanako sent me. Hanako sent you? She said she needed to study for a test tomorrow. I was going to come down anyway, so I'll just buy her stuff as well. Spoken is that Lilly really could some help to get food, but it's an obvious fact that neither of us needs to state. It's good to hear she's studying for it. I thought the same thing when she asked me to come with you. Walking down the street, the familiar sound of her cane echoing through the air as we go, except for the occasional passing car and the leaves whispering in the branches. There's a blissful silence. Thank God I can finally relax for the first time today. I glance over at Lilly. The porcelain face of her never seems to lack the air of relaxed confidence. I guess the same could be said of her personality, too. As she silently walks, her face remains pointed to the street ahead of her. I look ahead and savor the cool air blowing over my face. This is probably the calmest moment I've had since the about-face my life took so recently. To have it while walking to some groceries, what a weird life. I feel the crumpled up note rubbing against my hand in my pocket, pull it out to check its contents. Let's see, eggs, cereal, thyme, lettuce, shaved ham. Quite a to carry back along with your own. Just how much does this girl eat anyway? My mind suddenly clicks that yes, there actually is a person beside me. Wait, I mean... She laughs wholeheartedly. My, Hisao. Accentuate her words, though she's making little effort to suppress them. Quite direct today, aren't we? Yeah, you got me there. Still, it is quite a bit. Shopping with Hanako, so I knows what she buys. It's the same thing every week. Is she a good cook? She gives a nervous giggle. It's usually me who ends up cooking. I used to do so for Akira, so it's no problem doing it for Hanako as well. Can cook, but... Short hum with an amused light. It's for me. Wonder if the fact that she seems amused by my comments so often is actually genuine, or rather just from a want to make me more comfortable in addressing her blindness. There are ways around it. Some meals are more difficult to cook than others because of being unable to see what I'm doing, but it usually only takes a little more time. Fingers can double as very useful measurement tools, for example. Makes sense, but she'd have to be pretty careful not to hurt herself. I wonder how many times that's happened, given that it sounds like she's cooked alone for possibly years while Akira worked and her parents were gone. That the conversation trails off. Compared to the awkward silences of Hanako, he seems genuinely content to say what she thinks and stay quiet when there's nothing to say. The slick road under my feet is bathed in an orange light, or an orange glow. The occasional falling leaf crunch under as we walk. I let out a deep yawn, my lack of sleep coming back to haunt me. Did you not get much sleep last night? Sleep at all for the last 2 nights, probably insomnia. It's worried. It feels like a personal failure every time she gets worried about my well-being, even if it's genuinely nice to know someone cares. You have insomnia. Aren't you going to see the nurse about it? No real need. It's happened before a few times. My meds screw with my sleeping occasionally. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. At least I shouldn't have any trouble getting to sleep tonight. You do worry me sometimes. Worry you? Reach around and scratch the back of my neck. Kind of want to address this. Lilly. I don't mean to sound weird, but try to forget about my heart condition. Kinda lost, I hardly blame her. I guess what I'm trying to get at is... just don't treat me differently because of it. Her head slightly, white cheeks reddening almost imperceptibly. It's only natural to worry about those around you. Still nice to know there's someone like that out there. Maybe someone embarrassing to say, but it's the truth. Lilly takes a breath to regain her composure and manages a gentle smile, though her cheeks remain flushed. The final downhill walk to the store passes in silence. Welcome. Let's get my stuff first in. Hanako's on the second round. I grabbed 2 well-worn red baskets from the stack beside the entrance and passed one to Lilly. Oh wait, over here, that one. As she did before, she lays it on the ground as retracted crane, but cane between the basket's handles before picking it up, back up with her right hand. Held up my arm in her own. I'm surprised at just how fast this kind of casual contact became so natural, mostly due to necessity, no doubt. Shall we? Sure. When we navigate around the store, the odd person occasionally pays no heed at all. It's nice compared to the stares and whispers around the city. So we reach each aisle. I quickly check with Lilly what she needs and grabs it along with what we want, putting our items on their respective baskets. It's an odd feeling to be dependent on so much for something so basic as shopping. Hanako would be practically a necessity for her to pick out what she wants after all. Right. I'm pretty much done with both my stuff and Hanako's. You need anything else, Lilly? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. Wait, there's a queue a mile long considering the store is only large enough to warrant one counter. Seems like it'll take a while. Damn. Look, unable to see the reason for my complaint. The queue's really long. Looks like we'll have to wait. How strange. Showing the same mood of resignation. Reluctantly take our place at the end of the line. Person finishes, the line moves up. Another person finishes, the line moves up. By the time we finally reach the end of the line, so close to dozing off that Lilly has to gently pat me on the back for me to move up. He's out. Huh? Oh, sorry. Short sigh of consternation as I move up, getting the groceries for Hanako and me put up into separate bags. Thank you, please come again. By the time we emerge from the store, Lily's holding a single bag while I struggle to carry 4, both hands well and truly full. It's a lot of work, but thankfully the items in them are light. Even without looking skyward, it's obvious that a surprising amount of time's passed, the road outside being dark and lit by street lamps. Once Lee reached Sir Kane, we set out back to the dormitories the way we came, leaving the welcome warm glow of the store. Being empty of cars, the filled bags apparently make up for the lack of noise, constantly clunking and squeaking together. Hi, Isao, it's good to find that you're eating well. Growing guy, after all, I need to eat all I can. Must be nice being a man. What? Seemingly not noticing or ignoring my surprise at the completely out of left field comment, she continues on without missing a beat. Weight doesn't really bother you when eating, most of the time. I get what you mean. Women tend to worry about stuff like that more than we do, I guess. It makes me somewhat envious, to be honest. It's not like we can outright ignore it. Nod, we continue on our walk. That's right. What is it? Hanako mentioned your birthday was early this year. Do anything special for it? It's a long pause, lost in thought for a few seconds as she recalls the event. Not really, it was just Hanako and having a little party during the night after school. Birthday's supposed to be a big event, you know? Like a pretty lonely way to spend a birthday, just her and Hanako staying overnight. Birthdays always felt like a family occasion for me. They were a time when, in spite of their full-time jobs, both my parents would make an effort to be there for the day, or at least for a party beforehand. Reminds me of how Lilly mentioned she hadn't seen her family in a long time, and even ended up moving away from Akira's house afterwards. But I guess it's the same in situations as mundane as these, considering her inability to read the packaging. Just getting groceries would be a pain without somebody else around. In the end, she just has Hanako and me and Akira when she's off from work. Be that as it may, she still seems to have many more distant friends among the students, not to mention people like Yuko. It seems to be her own choice that there's such a separation between those who are close to her and those who she only socializes with. It humbles me a little to see how much Lilly seems to have her life set up and going just as she wants. Yet Hanako is there for her to celebrate her birthday, and I'm here helping her with the shopping. It's a weird kind of symbiosis, I guess. Are you alright, Hisao? Sorry? You're all very quiet, that's all. Sorry, I was just thinking. Oh? Wait, the subject told the truth. The truth shall set you, blah, 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 blah. The truth shall set you free, so tell the truth. It was just kind of, I was thinking how you seem to have everything so sorted out. Hanako relying on you. I kind of admit that I relied on you when I first transferred in. I think it's a good quality to have. I returned to Lilly, surveying her reaction. She's forcing herself to look forward and furrowing her brow quite a bit. Her face looks a bit awkward, as if she was trying to find just the right words. Lilly? I would thank you, but assuming that I don't rely on the presence of others is too much. You'd be wrong to think that Hanako simply depends on me with nothing in return. I have a bit of trouble saying it, even though it's largely what I thought already. Even she's tried so hard to maintain her independence, as anyone who have had to in her position, cited or not. Maybe she finds it hard to talk about her own needs. It's only now I realize an omission in what she says, so I decide to follow it up, largely in jest to avoid things getting too personal. Well, what about me? She suddenly runs ahead of me and flicking me off. Smile as she holds her hands behind her and leans forward. You're different. That she turns back and continues to walk ahead of me, a newfound spring in her step. All I can do is raise an eyebrow and give a dazed grin. I don't think I've ever seen this playful and teasing side of her before. Okay, I think we made the right decision. So I'm different. It's hard to work out the exact context, but knowing her, this ambiguity was intended. The relationship has been changing, at the very least simply because I've begun to stand on my own feet more, and started getting more curious about the situation of those around me. As to why, probably a mix of personal curiosity, a want to try and work out how to deal with my situation. I'm less sure of it. I'm less sure of Lilly, though. That's why her own statement, so similar to my own feeling towards her, throws me off so much. Watching her make her way up the street, pain tapping from left to right, I decide to settle the matter later and just smile. This is a nice side to her, and I don't want to forget. Eventually, we get to the girls' dormitories, both my arms aching from the weight of 2 sets of groceries. We're finally here. Back in my hand, and Lily stops in front of our door and sets down her bag, fishing around in her pocket for the key. Thank you, Isao. I really appreciate your help. This is nothing. It might be nothing to you, but it's definitely something for me. She steps through her door, closing it behind her. I blink. Those were nothing but honest thanks, but I can't help feeling something different about them. Anyway, I have something else to do before I can mull on that at my leisure. Back to Hanako's room, and proceed to knock twice in quick succession, the bag still in my hand rustling together. A couple of seconds, the door slowly opens, but right looking closely they could be forgiven for thinking it hadn't moved at all. To the side to try and peer through the tiny sliver of a gap between the door and the door frame. Hey, Hanako, I've got your stuff. That she opens the door completely, making her plain room visible over her shoulder. Sparsely decorated, it's probably even more unremarkable than my room. I hold out my right arm, both bags almost pulling it straight down with their weight. Thank you, Isao. Sorry to make you carry them all the way up. It's fine, don't worry. Just don't make me do it every day, okay? Pass the bags to her as I give her a light-hearted chuckle. Through the initial transfer of weight, she managed to take them easily. I'll be off then. Night, Hanako. Good night. See you in class tomorrow. While her groceries still held in her both hands, she steps back and shuts the door. Making my way back to my own dorm, I put one bag in another hand to balance them out. Even so, I can't get Lily's light-hearted smile out of my mind. When I'd first met her, it would have been nearly impossible to imagine her like that. Indeed, it feels like we've become closer in the past few weeks since I first got to know both her and Hanako. The time that I spent with her each day, the small exchanges of happiness we share, those small moments of joy as I get closer to her. Far from certain, but I don't think these are just the normal feelings of friendship. Turn to my room. I stow away my groceries and begin getting ready for the night. School books in my bag for those I'll need tomorrow, pulling out the yellow envelope Misha gave me early in the process. Sidetracked by one thing after another, I couldn't deal with it earlier. Could have written me, I wonder. A name neatly adorning the back of the envelope freezes me in my tracks. It's been so long I've seen her writing. There's little chance I could have identified it as hers otherwise. Iwanako. Why, you've written me? I can't think of any good reason for her to do this. I almost don't open the letter, but there'd be little point to that. If I just left it alone, its mere existence would not be until I did something about that. She's the girl the protagonist was, like, confessing to at the very beginning, I think, before his heart said, no. I'm gonna take a break. Piece of paper on my desk. It's bright and summery decoration, bringing me happily at me. It's pink, jarring badly with yellow sunflower border on the card. The handwriting is neat. The characters have been written thoughtfully and with an unusual amount of care. I'd barely given the letter a second thought when it was given to me, but now I can't get its contents out of my mind. Well, I'd like to say that I don't know why she used such an old-fashioned method of communication, considering a phone call or an email would have been both much faster and easier. The answer feels obvious enough given the content. A letter leaves a comfortable distance between the sender and the recipient. Unlike a phone, it doesn't require that you engage in conversation, and unlike email, there is less expectation of an immediate reply. Statement such as, third year seems to be very anxious about the final exams. It's weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it? Or just small talk. Small talk that could have been achieved by simply replying to any of the messages I sent her while in hospital. The ending, though, is the true reason she sent this. The last couple of lines added almost as an afterthought. I wonder if we'll meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Damn! Golly! Oh. Oh. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm kind of... It's... Okay, I'm gonna read a little bit, and then maybe that'll, like... And the chance that it makes a little bit sense. It's a statement that should have hurt. I always heard breakups are nasty stuff, but I felt like this is simply a reaffirmation of what we both already knew instead. It's the preceding text, no more than small talk, that makes me feel most uneasy. I can't figure out why no matter how long I sit here and look down at this bright and summery piece of paper. If you would like to correspond with me, by all means write back. It's plainly obvious that this is not the type of letter to be replied to. In the end, this letter is no more than a simple abdication of responsibility. A final statement to reassure herself that our relationship is over. As such, I have a little problem in scrunching the letter and envelope into a ball and tossing it into the waste bin, ridding myself of its existence. Okay. So, I'm guessing trying to be... I guess maybe the charitable way of looking at the letter and kind of her actions is that, bro almost died while confessing his love for her. Or that, you know, he had a crush on her and asking her out. So, which is a hell of a thing to happen and to figure out how to navigate for an adult, much less a teenager. Um, and the once again, assuming the charitable way of looking at it, I guess, would be, she's afraid that, her being around him and stuff like that and them doing a thing would, like, maybe cause more problems for him. Um, um, or just, also, there's probably some elements of just the fact that it's it's a lot to ask for, I guess. It's that aside, um, I don't know. It's definitely wanting to do, like, she wants to do a breakup message or whatever, or like that we don't want to, without doing a breakup message. Um, so she can, I guess, feel like safe and it's not as, as he's like, so she can, like, like, abdicate responsibility and stuff like that to kind of get it sight out of mind. Um, but it's also kind of fucked up. Young, it's a difficult situation. It's one of those, I hope later on in life she realizes, oh crap, that was kind of a shitty way to do that. Um, cause yeah. So yeah. So probably for him at the moment, it's kind of like, It probably doesn't hurt as much as it normally would be because he kind of like, it's probably one of those things he's kind of probably figured after a while, after the fact that he's never heard back after like trying to messenger. So it's kind of more confirmation from him to, yeah, than anything. Which I suppose... Which I guess is somewhat relieving. I guess, in a way. I go to bed with mixed feelings, cheated of a pleasant even by this intruder from the past. Ironically, it takes a while before I can manage to sleep. Previously awaiting the dreaded moment. Each tick of the clock tenses my muscles that much more, every minute making more hair stand on end. It's coming for me, I can feel it. Death. Death in the form of a single sheet of paper. Oh, his grades. I take the small pile of papers from the students in front of me and pass it backwards after plucking the top piece. Looking to the top right of the page, I found my fears realized within that small red circle. 43. I hang my head in sign resignation. Cursing under my breath, I can feel the aura of a similar rising from the entire class. It's strange, but that fact lifts my mood by a minuscule amount. Misery loves company, I suppose. Teacher closes her mouth. The room embraces for the inevitable onslaught, only to be saved at the last minute. To collect our bags and leave for lunch post-haste, but the teacher delivers a parting broadside. We'll be discussing the test scores next lesson. Needless to say, there'll be quite some discussion to be had. A collected groan resounds in the class, now reduced to shuffling out dejectedly. I pushed the sheet into my bag as I walked around the hallway, crumpling it in the process. It's enough that such a troublesome letter ended up on my desk yesterday, and now this. I hate English. He-sao. Oh, no, wait. He-sao. A stern front aggressively calls out from behind me. I freeze on the spot, my face becoming like stone, as if I can feel my brain disconnecting from my body. My eyes slowly shift right, trying to catch a glimpse of the disembodied voice. Nothing? My face begins to slip as time passes, and I decide to risk turning my head. Ever so slowly, I twist to the... Yeah! Jump in the air and drop the bag, yelling out in surprise. Okay, promotion, I turn to see I should have known. Emmy. Gotcha, Hisao. Mischievous grin on our face. Hands forward and fingers pointed inward. She was the one who jabbed my ribs with her fingers. The grimace, rubbing my hair in frustration. That's no way to greet someone, you know. No sense of humor. I left my sense of humor in my English class, complaining to the teacher if you want to give them back to me. She pulls her best puppy dog eyes on me. She pouts. Lilly has managed to build up my resistance to the tactic, but Emmy's short stature adds enough to the effect to make me relent. So, how are things? I haven't seen you around in a while. Same old. Run so fast nobody wants to join me on my morning runs. It's real pain. Modesty never fails to amuse me. Although... You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, don't you, Hisao? Leave is one of my worst habits. She's seeing right through me. Fortunately, I see somebody else approaching that will give me an out. Oh, hi, Hanako. Wait, try my best. Like I haven't noticed Emmy's pouting face. She gives me a small wave back. Hello, Hisao. Emmy. Hey, Hanako. I'll join you and Lilly in a sec. Lunchtime company. It's odd to see you without Rin, Emmy. Rin. Without a second look, she forgets all about us and bolts off the hallway. She must have forgotten she was waiting for her. Going on, and I stand speechless, only able to helplessly stand and watch this ball of seemingly boundless energy dash off. Yeah, Hisao. Stops herself just before meeting around the corner to the rooftop staircase, spinning around to meet our bemused faces. I hate English too. with that, she disappears. All I can do is hang my head and give a long sigh, thoroughly left in the dust. As I hear a short giggle coming from behind me, I turn to see Hanako smiling at the corner. My attacker rounded. I picked up my drop bag from the floor and quickly dusted off. Afternoon, been busy? English? Yeah, I had a test on it a while back, and Emmy got me brooding about the results. Ah, sorry. Gaze, guilt written on her face. A casual observer would think she just accidentally reminded me of a dead relative. Well, it's not your fault. How are you doing in it? What's up? Though still avoids me in my eye. All right, I suppose. Silence passes. They seem all too common around Hanako. Lily asked if you'd like to join us for lunch on the roof. I guess I don't have exactly any pressing engagements to attend to. Sure, I'll be right up. I'll go get my lunch in the cafeteria now, then. Come on, you don't need my approval to leave, you know. I'll be going, then. Skittish reply. A small nod and quickly makes off towards the cafeteria. I've forgotten to bring lunch today. As I walk through the hallways, more and more students start to come out of classrooms as me, going in the same direction as Hanako went. At the time I meant to take it to the stairs, I'm having to push my way past the busily chatting throng of students. I finally managed to get past the last of the crowd and around the staircase, slumping slightly in relief and slowing my pace before I opened the door to the roof. Damn. It hurt my eyes, all but blinded by the harsh summer sun. Gain a vision, the surroundings finally take form. Lilly, Emmy, and Rin sitting together on the rooftop, atop of the hilltop forest around Yamaku, visibly past the fence around them, as if to frame the view. Hisao. Rin gave a quick nod of acknowledgement and a deep nod of greeting respectively, walking towards the rather mismatched trio, and can't help marveling at the speed with which Emmy devours the rest of her half-eaten bananas. Hey, strange to see you three together like this. Seems to have been quite the day of coincidences. Emmy and Rin decided to eat on the roof just as Hanako and I decided to. You stole it. This spot was ours. Simmer down. You can't steal a place in the school. I plonked myself beside Lilly, the four of us creating a semicircle. I think she's right. You too? The butterfly is her accomplice. The butter... As I glance around, sure enough, a small yellow butterfly floats across my field of vision. So, tell me, how did this butterfly help Lilly steal this spot? It scouted our conversation and told her. I should have known that. Oh, I love her. She's great. Hardly. She's. She's definitely got a little. She's got a very special type of autism. That's what I gotta say. I guess it wouldn't. Should have known better than expect sound reasoning from Rin. Regardless, I guess it wouldn't hurt to play along. You're telling me she can talk to butterflies? There are people who can talk to horses, called horse whisperers. Lilly must be a butterfly whisperer. I bury my head in my hands as Emmy rounds on her strange companion. She doesn't seem to share Rin's sense of humor. Whispers don't work like that. Rin continued their banter as I turned to Lilly, who's busily finishing off her small box of curry and rice. So, what brought you up here anyway? A little fresh air every now again doesn't hurt. Breaks off from her vain attempt to introduce the concept of logic to Rin. That was why we came up here too. Her idea alone, and that Rin only got dragged up here on Emmy's whim. Then again, the same could probably be said of Lilly and Hanako. Now, we can share. Rikuna heard as soon as he says the words. A silence falls over us as everyone's attention focuses on the figure appearing from it. Hanako slowly walks over at us, her eyes pinned to the ground, silently ruining the attention she's attracting. Silently ruining the attention she's attracting. It's just barely when her eyes meet Rin's. I can't help raising an eyebrow as she walks over to us, beside me, doing her utmost to avoid looking at, even as she brings her cafeteria bread to her mouth. So, how do you and Emmy know each other anyway? Emmy's somewhat well known around the school for her athletic ability. She's the fastest member of the track and field club by some margin, even beating Miki Miura at the track meet last week. Miki Miura. Ah, that tan girl from the front of my class. Considering her height and toned body, she'd be able to beat her. Able to beat her is quite an accomplishment. Looking over to Emmy, it's clear she's very well of the fact as she beams proudly. So, Hisao, what was your score in English? No comment. Boo. She puffs her cheeks and pouts, but it doesn't take long for her to bounce back. Alright, if I tell mine, you have to tell me yours, deal? Fine, fine. Okay, on the count of 3, both say our results. 1, 2, 3. 32. I beam a mischievous grin. Evil, 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 evil. You said it, not me. So the fact that you managed an even lower score than me is kind of amazing. Grr. She looks and sounds like a small terrier growling at an intruder. I can't say it's the most threatening sight I've seen. Either way, scoring higher than 32 isn't something to boast about, much less going below it for any subject. Yes, Lilly. Sorry, Lilly. I could help you with your English if you'd like. It would be my pleasure to. Oh no, that's fine, but I appreciate the thought, really. Lilly looks slightly deflated, hopes of imparting her knowledge dashed, judging from the badly hidden laughter of the rest of us. Neither she nor Emmy seemed to have garnered too much pity. Uh-oh. As I said happily laughing, though, I feel my voice suddenly cut off as my chest clenches. Sit silence for seconds, all my concentration forced on my heartbeat. Small pain, but the ache feels like it's growing. Breathe deeply. Try and summon my attention to my surroundings, to see Emily suddenly freezing when she noticed the expression of pain on my face out of her eye. Hey, Isao, are you okay? I'm fine. I know my efforts to try and stay calm. My fist to try and dull the pain. It takes a short time, but the pain thankfully begins to fade. When I look back up, there's only some pensive faces to be seen. I guess I better explain myself. Arrhythmia. I'm fine, it's just a heart flutter. Ah, are you sure? Should we get the nurse? Eric, Hanako quickly picks himself up and begins to dash to the door. Hanako, stop. Lilly, I'm fine. You look like a wet, wrinkled tomato. Huh? As I bring my hand to my forehead, I can feel the beads of sweat gathered on it and my... Thanks. I told you I'm fine. I just kind of fragile, I guess. Expressions changed from one of gaiety to downcast faces. The situation being too awkward for anyone to know exactly how to react. Of course, the whole thing is thanks to me. It just had to happen now around others. Emmy? Except a box of juice halfway to her mouth. I haven't told you of my score yet, have I? You're half foreign, so your score doesn't count anyway. Quizzly turned to Lilly. It's your test result anyway. She gives a cheeky grin. 100% perfect score. I can do is hang my mouth open in wonder. Considering those tests are insane even for some native speakers, I can only imagine she's gone and done something like committing to mind part of the dictionary. A gift for rote memorization, maybe. See, only someone part foreign could get a score that good. See, Lilly and I grin at Emmy's experience. Reaction I jingled in mind when I first tripped on that little landmine. Lily's foreign ancestry does raise a point, though. That's right. You leave tomorrow for Scotland, don't you? Correct. I heard some rumors about it. It seems word spread quickly considering I only my class a couple days ago. I have to go to half around the world on a holiday. Could you buy me something while you're there? Don't be too shy now. I giggle, fully evidently expecting Emmy's bluntness. So lunch continues, much the same as before, the jauntiness from before, my heart flutter, thankfully returning in full. We got to do an ad break. So we're going to do that. And then we'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Okay, we back. As everyone flies off the appropriate farewells, only Lily and I are left. Lily? She packs the last of her things in her bag and before perking her head up slightly. Hmm? Thanks for breaking the silence back there. I kind of wanted to stop it, but didn't really know how to. Sound less morose about it. The letter from yesterday, screwing up a test so badly in class, on my heart, make things very hard indeed. Dulcet smile and nods. She hasn't picked up on it, but knowing her, it's unlikely that he hasn't. Emma's strong, but only human. We do worry about you, Hisao. Why would I worry you? Collapses, becoming uncomfortably serious. Hisao, we are not ignorant of your situation. And that... Self-short, unsure of whether she should say what she intends to. A weak smile and rest my hand on her shoulder. It's enough that I worry about it. I don't want you all to shoulder my burden. But if you all worry about it, I have to worry about you worrying, if that makes sense. Fine, okay? Thought, carefully pondering how to react. Hisao, do you have any paper left from your food's packaging? Think so, I'll check. For the leftovers from lunch, finding a paper square from my sandwich's package. Expression rather quizzical. I gently place the square in Lily's hand. She brings her fingers around it to feel out its edges. Should be large enough. It's a lesson ticking away. She proceeds to lay the item on the ground and begins her work in earnest. I watch her fingers move out on the small square with amazing dexterity. A small fold here, a large fold there. Her fingertips keep a slow but sure pace. Her expression is calm and placid. The fact her face is pointed well above the sheet in front of her makes the sight of her work all the more curious. Shoulders slump a bit after finishing one final fold, her work apparently done. It's only when she holds the item up in her hands that I realize that it is. Aw, she makes just a paper crane. Small origami crane. Brown thinks the packaging used. The result looks quite delicate and precise. You can do origami? I used to do it when I was younger. It improved my dexterity a bit. Huh. A small bird from her pale cupped hands is in the slightest breath. Seems to be folded quite well and holds its shape easily. Hands at the door, sending her crane as she does so. Look up to my face for further inspection will walk down the hand running along the silver handrails for orientation. Self-org improve her dexterity. The use of her hands meaning so much to her given her condition, so that's it. I smile as I realize the bird's meaning. Everyone here has to find their own ways of dealing with their conditions. You aren't alone when you have problems. Thanks, Lily. I appreciate this. Not using words need be used in her typical manner. All I ask is that you take care of yourself, Hisao. Don't worry, I will. Promise? Promise. That we part ways. To be honest, I don't know what annoys me more. I hit too far. To be honest, I don't know what annoys me more. The fact that I could die at any moment, or the fact that everyone knows that. Guess I'll just take each day as it comes. As the unexpected present in my hand reminds me I'm not alone here. Even though I may be like this, I'm not alone. If anyone worries, I'll smile. Small enough for all their worries to go away. Bell rings. A collective sigh of relief comes from everyone. Much of the morning's been taken up by a droning lecture on Sociometry, a topic entirely unbefitting of the insufferable heat permeating the classroom. Knowing that attempting to teach anything more would be an exercise in futility, Muto gives up and begins clearing the teaching materials from his desk for the day. As meaningless banners starts filling the classroom, I notice Hanako getting up and coming to my desk. She's been a lot less withdrawn lately, something that gives me a small amount of satisfaction. Hello, Hasao. Hey, wanna go pick up Lilly then? It's close to time when she'd need to get going if she's going to make the flight. About that, she said she might be held up a bit by her classmates. I suppose that makes sense. Her class usually gets off a little earlier than ours, so Lou would normally just come to our classroom. Her class must be sending her off. We can wait outside her classroom for once, right? Smell giggled before nodding, the two of us taking our things and leaving for 3-2's classroom. I stop in idle amusement at the scene inside. Shorter girl from the class says Lily wrapped in an enthusiastic hug, her head no higher than Lily's chin. Her other friends, of which there are several, are gathered around her as well. Lily simply smiles kindly and hugs her back. I guess Lily must be pretty popular, compared to Shizune's harsh but fair dictatorship of 3-3. Lily seems more like a mother figure for 3-2, to say nothing of her height and looks. Kenji is pointedly cool to meet her as he packs up his things at his seat in the back corner of the classroom as expected. He's no doubt far from a fan of the fuss being made about Lily's leaving. Beside me and seeing Hanako following my gaze, I decide to finally enter the room. Afternoon, Lily. It's just me and Hanako. Hanako withers noticeably when exposed to the din being surrounded around Lily. Try as she might, I doubt she'll ever completely get over her social anxiety. Hello. To work out our position reasonably well. Her classmate detached herself without a second word. A look of slight exasperation is written on Lily's face. Though I can't say I blame her. So, Hanako, do we have much time before the flight leaves? My watch, taking the trip to the airport into account. There's a good 10, maybe 15 minutes left while still allowing for contingencies. Yeah, we still have a few minutes to kill. I wouldn't worry about missing it yet. Is this Hanako? You just inadvertently become entangled in Lily's social web. Part of the legally blind faction of the class like Kenji, given her almost window pane-like spectacles. Her short, roughly cut hair gives her a look that fits her excitable expression. Hello. She pulls it up and down enthusiastically. Really don't get how girls can be so social to someone they only know as the friend of a friend. While Hanako exchanges nervous greetings, I look around the room from my short and overdressed next door neighbor. Try as I might, he seems to have slipped out of the classroom without anyone noticing. For a moment, I try to think of the possible career paths that could reasonably benefit from his single skill, before putting my mind to more pertinent matters. Pleased, if somewhat guarded, about the enthusiasm Hanako suddenly excited from those around her. She might not see it, but Hanako's much less panicked about the affair than I anticipated. The gaggle classmates, I eventually managed to reach her. Don't worry, Hanako's fine. Thank you. I thought you might be overwhelmed by them. Don't worry, we'll be gentle. Both of us grimace in unison. Those nervous grin stays plastered on her face as the girl moves in to meet her. Kind of amazing that even just a month ago she'd never been able to cope with a situation like this. But when I first met her, the two of us completely alone, she sprinted from the library. So, got everything you need? All packed. I just have to go by my room to get up on the way, and Hanako and I need to change. I guess we better get going then, Hanako. His head flicks up, in a flash, face rather unmistakably appreciating the chance to extricate herself from the small group gathered around her. Coming. The taxi ride to the airport is surprisingly pleasant, despite the three of us being rather squished together to fit in the small back seat. On the other hand, maybe despite isn't the right word. Pays the fare to the driver as we file out, Hanako's eyes flittering left and right. Thankfully, there aren't too many people out around, most of them being inside the main building rather than milling around outside. It isn't too hard to spot Akira and Hideaki leaning against a fence while talking to pass the time. A large black travel bag, complete with wheels and travel wheels, leans against the fence along them. Hideaki is the first to notice us, pointing us out to Akira, who gives an over-enthusiastic wave. Hey! Well, it's travel bag for her as we meet the two, earning a nod of appreciation. I've got all my stuff here. Got yours? Plane ticket as well? Don't worry, I have everything. You? Yep, all ready to go. Had some problems along the way, I might add. The snide remark as his head roughly dragged around by a very firmly clamped-on hand. I kinda forgot it was in my trousers pocket. Trousers that I put in the wash. Oh no. Don't worry. You know you can print out tickets if you order online nowadays? It's pretty cool. His pain expression says this wasn't a solution found quickly. It could have been worse, I guess. Better start off then. Check-in should be ready by now. Yeah, you're right. Wistfulness in both their voices, to say nothing of the people left behind. Their family again after all these years would be big for them. Lilly. Lilly in a gentle hug to say goodbye. One which is warmly reciprocated. Lilly and I share a brief hug afterward, each of us saying our goodbyes. Yes, Eki break off from a small hug and a word or two between them. It would look quite nice if not for the almost comical height difference between the two. Takes hold of her sister's arm once all that needs to be said in farewells is said, the two walking past the huge glass doors. Goodbye, Hisao, Hanako. See ya. Don't do anything stupid, shorty. So they disappear from sight in the throng of people moving about inside. Then we're alone. It's that. See Hideki already beginning to walk off. See ya. In respect of Akira. In the end, it's just Hanako and me left standing outside. Shoulder, she absentmindedly gazes towards the front doors of the building, as if she might catch a glimpse of either of the two before they disappear. Don't worry, the time will pass fast. For a moment, eventually nods. With the scorching heat of the summer sun beaming down on us, we make our way to the nearby bus stop. It's strange, really. Just when I'd begun to see differently, she leaves on what almost feels like a pilgrimage to the past. In a way, though, that's just what I've been doing since coming to Yamaku. As much as I may reflect on everything that's happened to me, I really am hardly unique. Everyone has their own circumstances and separate paths to get where they are now. Yet I still can't really work out how I should proceed. My life may have practically been reset, and I still can't find anything that especially fills the hole I still myself. Maybe Lily's leaving will be a good thing for me. Without her to lean on, I'll need to do more for myself. I'll have to be there for Hanako as well. Feels strange to have so much changing so quickly after my months in that hospital that seemed to exist so separately from reality, but that's all the more reason for me to keep focused. I can't let any opportunity slip out of my fingers in an attempt to rebuild my life. Act 3, Present. I rest my chin on my hand as I absently looked out the window, yet another of Muto's lectures drowning on, as if it were endless. The summer sky is most alluring in its bright cerulean splendor. Only the odd passing cloud breaks up the deep blue expanse. This feeling of longing is possibly the outdoor side of me yearning to escape. Nakai, could you answer this? Side of me is lost to the past now, though. Case, I think I would use the "ane" suffix? Correct, moving on. The suffix for... As my attention towards Muto slips once again, spot Misha giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up. I nod at her to settle her down. It's been a handful of days since Lilly left for Scotland, days which have passed relatively peacefully. Life largely continued as usual, in contrast to what I've expected. No thoughts of her have danced on the edge of my mind since she left. Present events managed to subdue them, at least for the time being. So I find myself idly chatting with Hanako as usual when lunchtime finally rolls by. Are the later ones in this series good as well? Not really. Probably best off just sticking to the original. These later books didn't live up to other maybe God Emperor. Thanks, I was oh, June. Although God Emperor, they was isn't really sure if and also no, it's Dune. It's Dune. Then you have Dune Messiah, and then the third one's pretty good. The fourth one is it exists. It's there. It has some interesting bits to it, but mostly it's just kind of meh. As Hanako steps aside, I see Shizune's up to her in her typically businesslike manner, flanked by her ever-present bright-haired shadow. I can't read any of their intent from their faces. Shizune's poker face and Misha's seemingly boundless cheerfulness are a devilish combination. Morning, Shizune. Misha? Hi. Agreeing with a nod to Shizune in order to get the point across. She promptly and curtly returns the gesture to both of us. Long well since I've talked to either of them. For a while I thought they might be avoiding me, but I eventually came to the conclusion that Shizune really isn't the type to do so. Morning. Shi-chan says that Muto wants to see you sometime. Said this statement, my face contorts as if I'd just eaten spoiled food, giving Misha no end of amusement. Anyone think you were in trouble, Hi-chan? Beware of it. But you have the least to worry about out of anyone in the class. Unexpected vote of confidence. Even Hanako nods hesitantly to affirm the point. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Something I want to ask you, though. But what might that be, Hi-chan? Feeling this won't go over well, but here goes. Is there any reason why you and Lilly don't get along? It seems like even a little civility would help you both in your duties. Shizune's cold stare after Misha happily signs that word stops me in my tracks. Hindsight, I really could have worded that better. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm sure I see Hanako move back just a little. Shizune notices this and lets her temper dissipate as she forcefully runs her hand through her hair to let off steam. Perfectly on cue, Misha begins interpreting this second Shizune's arms begin to move. I'd say that such matters aren't relevant to you, but since you seem to have befriended Lilly. She paused to adjust her glasses, evidently attempting to articulate her point in the best possible manner. Seemed the same for her. I cannot call my own views on the matter unbiased. Suffice to say, we were closer before than we are now. It's a quick gesture to Misha to stop her from interpreting, then has a quick meeting with her before proceeding. The fact that the two can communicate so easily yet so secretly right in front of us is slightly disconcerting. Seems to share my curiosity. Proceedings looking on with thinly masked interest as they finish their opaque conversation. Misha looks slightly deflated. I guess her opinion on the matter wasn't followed. Shi-chan says you should ask Lilly about it, as she doesn't want to be the one that gets you involved. I guess I'll just have to ask her when she gets back. At least I got some information out of Shizune. Two having been on close terms means that they weren't always at each other's throats, or at least not quite to this extent. I understand. Thanks anyway. Farewell, the two break away and walk out the door, no doubt headed straight for the student council room. Could have gone worse, I suppose. Said a long breath, relieved at the confrontation's resolution. I can't say I blame her. See you later, then. I'll meet you in the tea rooms. See ya. That, she waves and joins the trickle of students leaving the classroom. Nakai, could I speak with you for a moment? It's typical matter. He apparently decides that I need to remind her to see him already. Things. Time reaches us. The classroom is close to empty. Yes, sir? Measure my face before giving an awkward, rather obviously acted chuckle. Feel guilty. You're not in any trouble. Just want to ask you something I've asked a few of the other students so far. At least for a moment, I thought my maximum of keeping my head down and pen up had failed me. So, what do you want to talk about? What do you think of your progress in this class so far? Good? Bad? I detest that kind of question. For a moment of time, I tried to think of a response that is neither pathetically humble nor cocky. I'd say I'm doing okay. The work doesn't seem too hard, and I'm doing better on the test than I thought I would. That's a good answer, a correct one, too. Like if a sigh of mental sigh of relief as satisfaction. Say I don't gain a little pride from his comment would be a blatant lie. The maelstrom of thoughts clouding my mind after learning that I'd be transferring to Yamaku. My school grades seemed utterly unimportant. Being entirely clueless as to what skill level would be assumed of me once I actually got here, I was hugely relieved when I found out that I understood well enough the schoolwork we'd be doing. I know your circumstance might have thrown a wrench in the works, but have you given any thought to your future? I have to take some. Very happy to chew. Okay. Sorry. I had some supplement gummies I had to eat. They're for fiber. Yummy. I just have to time them right, though. Because that's the tricky part about fiber supplements. Well, if you take any sort of, like, meds. You have to time them out. And leave, like, several hours gap between. Anyway. I know your circumstances might have thrown a wrench in the works, but have you given any thought to your future? My future? What do you like to do as a profession? You have any thoughts of where you'd like to be in 10 or 20 years' time? I covered this ground in your previous school, but I don't have any record of it, if you have. Serve High School is the time when students would need to think about such things. To be honest, I haven't really thought about it much compared to my immediate situation. Thinking, Licho speaks up. Hey, it's okay if you haven't decided on anything specific yet. Surprised if a lot of your classmates were still undecided. After all, maybe pursue one of your talents? It's rather obviously trying to squeeze an answer out of me, and something about his previous wording makes me suspicious. He doesn't seem to be intent on asking everyone like this. He must have some kind of selection criteria. I'd guess our grades in this class. Well, something in science might be the path of least resistance. It's not that pleased at the thought of a prize student following his subject as a career path. Good. Having a general idea is the first step. I advise you to think on it, though. I will. Things are kind of settling down, which will help. Here, I've noticed that Zawa's attendance and grades have improved since we friends. I'd like to thank you for that. I'm surprised you noticed we knew each other. He gives a chuckle at Sockbird as he smiles. This guy really has no idea how to properly act around students. Every facial movement seems like an act of careful but misdirected choreography. You could say that having a general idea of knowing who's whom is part of a teacher's job. Catching himself before he goes on a tangent, he loudly coughs into his hand. Sure, you have things to do, though, so I'll stop there. Please do think about where you're headed from here, as you don't have long to go before you finish high school. I will, thanks. The brief talk ended. I take my leave. He goes back to fussing with the teaching material on his desk. This is one of the times I'm envious of Lilly, almost maddeningly so. To have one's future so clear and so assured, yet working towards it from such a young age. It's an idea so utterly irreconcilable with my own thoughts, mired in the present day, just as they've always been. Walking through the lobby to the cafeteria, I silently resume my daily routine, having been completely thrown off. It seemed like a normal day. I arrived in class before most, due to waking early and having become quite adept at chucking down my pills without choking as I get ready for the day. Students trickle in. One never materialized. Hanako. Outside, I scanning the expanse of the cafeteria in search of a suitable place to take a seat. It's a task made more difficult by the group of students moving about and busily talking. Yeah. It's my back a couple times, severely winding me. Can't care less about the culprit as I focus my thoughts on my chest in a near automatic reaction. So my breath and I start going through the steps I rehearse in my mind every other day. Breathe steadily, in and out. Relief. I can slowly feel my chest becoming less tense. Time I look back up, my face is covered in sweat from the experience. Are you okay? Damn it, don't do that, you idiot. Expression of unease written on his face. Sad. I probably shouldn't have barked at him, considering he had no way to know. Sorry, I just had some chest problems. Sharp knocks aren't good. See him so upset. The fact that I can't do anything about it irritates me. Let's get lunch. Okay. Good to have company for once. Serving line. One good thing is that Kenji and I can make small talk nowadays, as opposed to my only interaction with him being anti-feminist lectures. Seems like it'd be hard to find an empty table. Few people I wouldn't mind sitting with. Nobody's like you, though. Feel a shiver run through my spine. Clarify that now. They don't listen. Their minds are closed off. It's the media, man. Damn brainwashing mainstream feminist fascist media. He takes a breath and I savor the second of silence. Control everything but you and me. Likes a little while we grab our food and drink. So what have you got for me, huh? Been hanging around Sato and the other chick for ages now. Several of my class and probably some of the others too. Eavesdropping isn't a good habit. You never do it? Not even when you're bored, really? Well, fine, point taken. Stop. All the stuff to have ladled in a couple of small bowls and placed under our trays. The concoction that lands in the bowl looks pretty questionable, but at least it smells reasonably good. It's a recklessly free table. I try to think of something that would actually interest him at all. I hope I can come up with an acceptable topic. So that question you asked me a couple weeks back, Where Lilly's non-Japanese half comes from, that is. Man, it's Russia, right? Totally Russia. Scotland. He's visibly stopped in his tracks. Scotland? It's my reaction too. She can speak English fluently and everything. Damn it! Do you realize what this means? How terrifying this news is to me? Gosh. Humor him. I have no idea what it means. Enlighten me. I lost 1,000 yen, man. 1,000 yen. It's the worst day ever. Kidding me. Made a bet about our nationality? One of the dudes in my class was bugging about it. Some of my wisdom, and he gassy to say my logic was wrong. So what do you think? Germany or something? Doesn't matter. What matters is my 1,000 yen. Stay ruined thanks to her. What a bitch. Says wolfs down several Visagi's so price. He only takes a few mouthfuls before he pokes his chopsticks at me, stabbing the air repeatedly in revelation. Why would... Didn't your mother ever tell you not to speak with your mouth full? For choking down the rest of his food left in his mouth and taking a gulp of juice, it's rather unsightly. In front of me, decided to take the task of eating the cafeteria food over and done with as fast as possible. The sooner I do so, the sooner the experience will be over. So I was saying, what to live with that place anyway? I mean, what is there to see? Grassy plains? Lots and lots of grassy plains. Actually quite a lot of hills and stuff. And kilts. Or this viewer's worldview. I can film. Face being dragged down by their combined weight. Not that he'd notice or care. It's not that bad. Why do you care about her so much anyway? She's just your class representative after all. I chuckle. For this anyone but Kenji, I'd feel uneasy at how he sounds. I finally found the chink in the Feminist Legion's armor. It took a while, but I'm confident that this is going to be how we can bring down the whole system. I'm about to blow your mind. Are you ready? It's rambling for a moment as I finish my rice and start on the unattacking soup. One taste is enough to confirm that it's cold. Ready as I'll ever be. Confirm that Lilly is in the Mafia. What? Give me a second, I'll describe the scene. Just gotta do otherwise. Lily's there, walking down the street after school. You're not stalking her, are you? No, damn it, I do have some sense of self-preservation. Not dignity or morals or social standards. Saying the car pulls up next to her, and guess who steps out? A man in a pin suit, waves her in, and two leave just like that. I tell you, man, she's under protection. Under protection. A man in... Oh, I see where this is going now. Takes effort not to sigh in exasperation. Let me guess. This man was about average height, had a slightly slender build, had blonde hair, looked foreign, and smelled a lot. Quite stunned, I take advantage of the moment of quiet to quickly gulp a mouthful of cold soup. So then I thought, so I've chosen well. Oh, that looked tunnel. I can't tell whether that's intentional or not. That fact makes me frown. But you know, she really connected to people like them. Smart. Do with this information. We could turn this into our greatest out against the student council. Conspiracy theory might use suddenly becomes of much more importance. Only half listening to his posifications, my mind drifts to the matter of Lilly and her antipathy for Shizune. The past between them is suddenly becoming more coherent, but I'm not even sure if I should be learning of her past this way. Indeed, even if I do work out what went on, it really doesn't seem like my business to go and interfere. The Lilly around is making my thoughts wander. I'm noticeably more bored and sullen without her company. The same goes for Hanako. All we do during lunch anymore is eat and play chess. Come to think of it, I need to go check on Hanako after school. Considering her much improved attendance, I'm guessing she's come down with something. Nakai? Classroom, turning a heel to meet Muto. He's only on a couple of worksheets we'd worked on during the day with his long, lanky arm. Give me these to Ikazawa. I normally ask one of the girls to do it, but I assume you'll be checking on her. Consider the possibility of being more than an innocent prediction. I quickly discard the idea, though, as it's hard to think of him acting in such a Machiavellian way. It's not his nature. Sure, no problem. Alright, several ideas of why Hanako's been absent flit around my head. It's obvious that them is just a simple cold. That said, she might not be sick at all. It's been almost a week since Lily left, and despite her at least appearing to be normal, I've suspected she's somewhat more insecure about it than she's letting on. Actually, come to Hanako's dormitory room. Simple brown doors separating us. Our room's position next to Lily's is extremely convenient, and probably a large contributor to her in the first place. Grimacing slightly at the prospect of her being sick, I wrap my knuckles on the door. Silence. I listen intently for any sound of shuffling outside, but I can't hear a thing. Look at the door again slightly harder. Still no answer. How strange. Find me. A freckled and somewhat scrawny underclassman I don't recognize comes out and is briefly taken off guard by my presence. Hi. This may be a rather fortuitous meaning. Do you know if Hanako's come out of her room today or not? She doesn't seem to be answering. How is Ikazawa? Answering the door is totally normal. That tall foreign girl's the only person she'll ever talk to after all. Getting off down the hallway, having more important matters to attend to than Hanako or me. Her dismissive attitude annoys me. Hanako must have a reputation as a hermit, a reputation that doesn't seem outright undeserved, at least in the time before we'd met. One last attempt at getting Hanako to answer as I knock on the door one final time. Hanako, it's just me. Muto said to give you some stuff. It's unsuccessful as the last. Just before I slip the sheets into her door, though, I can hear the handle rattling. It's halfway. I do my best to look for Hanako as quickly as possible. Somewhat more difficult by her oversized gown hiding so much of her body. Sick, or at least not immediately, so to be honest, I'd have preferred that to her expression right now. What do you want since you weren't in class today? Seats she was suddenly taken back. The way she moves is weird, devoid of thought. Some kind of mechanical automaton rather than living being. You okay? If you're feeling sick or anything, I could get the nurse. Feels almost pitiful to put on such a routine get-well-soon act. I can't think of anything to do for her, though. Clicked herself a little at the notion, but only a little. Fine. Okay. We make it. Sick. Only thing about what's happened to her, my gut tells me that's not physical sickness that's befallen her, but her going around. As much as it may pain me to think, I'd prefer to keep her status as a strangely ignored member of the class over talk behind her back. I'd have her that she turns and walks down the hallway without a second thought. How rude. Just getting Hanako to answer as I knock on the door one final time. It's just me. Joe said to give you some stuff. As well as the, okay. Okay. Seems click. Got this, and then. Look. Okay, yeah. I mean, see these. Awkward silence follows, even by her farewell and the closing door. Entire experience feels surreal. Put off. I wander back to my room and hope that she'll be better by tomorrow, despite not knowing exactly what's wrong with her. In front of Hanako's door after another unexplained absence from class. Considering this is the second day in a row she's been like this, I'm starting to worry about her. Decided to try one last way to get her to respond. Hanako, if you don't say anything, I'll go get the nurse for you. Go away. It's hard to tell whether her tones went to depression, anger, or both. What's I do to help her if she doesn't even want help? Fair enough. I just can't leave her like this, though, just sitting in the room for days on end. To think about how to proceed. Rationality is what's needed here, as an overaction may just make matters worse. I I run drawer after drawer of my desk looking for where I put that damn piece of paper. Before she left, Lily told me the number to call her on while in Scotland, and I wrote it down. Not that I need it, though. The damn thing is... here. Probably should have just directly to my cell phone, come to think of it. So I entered the numbers and anxiously pressed the call button. The fact that the phone rings at all shows that I got the prefix for a call to Scotland right, at least. I've never made an international call before, so that's some comfort. Phone picks up a feminine voice I don't recognize on the other end. It's probably Lily's mother. Prepared for certain words she's saying. To my limited vocabulary, her heavy accent. I should have anticipated, since, according to Lily, her mother is a native Scot. Soldier on in the hope that she might know some Japanese, considering it's her daughter's native language. You sound like Kai speaking. The exact sound of realization we heard as she recognizes the language. Feeling of relief is immense. Being one of Lily's friends from schools, correct? Means I have to concentrate to work out what she's saying. That's right. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Satao. So polite. Dear, it's for you. Her mother seems nice, if a little over-enthusiastic, given the mundane situation. That Lily takes her time getting to the phone. Distance, I can just make out her mother scolding her playfully for just getting up. Lily speaking. Sound awful. So, between a dying animal and a yawn. The one thing I remember to check before calling was the time zone. It's been pretty late in the morning over there, so she really has no excuse. Not feeling well? Tired. What time is it there? Late afternoon. School finished for the day not long ago. You're really not a morning person, are you? I don't need you making fun of it as well. Trying not to laugh at her pain grown, poor girl. Bar the mornings. It's been enjoyable. We're not meeting for so long, just having a meal together with my parents is nice. Though the pool and the sheer size of the house might have something to do with that as well. They're not in Japan. The way it sounds, our family must be pretty wealthy to live so luxuriously. With you and Hanako, something brought up so quickly to try and sort out exactly how to describe the situation without causing her undue worry. But she picks up on that without a word being said. Hanako's not well, is she? How did you know? Because today is her birthday. I'd hoped she might have gotten at least a little better after coming to know you, but... How is she right now? She missed school yesterday and seemed sort of out of sorts when I checked on her. Today she missed school again and just told me to go away. I've really got no idea what to make of it. Has this happened in the past? Is it related to her scarring in some way? Unfortunately so. Roughly the same thing happened last year when her birthday came up. As far as I can tell, it's because her parents died in an accident that caused her scarring, and Hanako blames herself for their deaths. What she says does seem to make sense. If she's blaming herself on her birthday, she may well be ruining that she was ever born. The fact that Lily's so in the dark about it, though, almost to that extent that I am, is a surprise. So that's why she lives in the student dormitories as well. Has she told you any more about the accident? As close as we've come, she's barely told me anything about what happened. What I know about is largely conjecture. Depressed, almost defeated, knowing the trauma Hanako must have gone through. I really can't fault Lily for not knowing. Nevertheless, she seems to consider it a personal failing. Blame yourself, Lily, with everything that's gone through. I know. Thank you, Isao. I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you. It's fine. I'll just give it some thought. Thanks, and have a good time in Scotland. It's nothing. Thank you for taking care of Hanako. Okay, bye. Goodbye. With that, the line goes silent. Seemingly only increased number of questions I can't answer. The most immediate is what Lily was going to say. Oh no. I mean, she must have thought I was calling to talk to her, but I only asked for help with Hanako. More shameful than that thought is the fact that such an appraisal would be largely correct. Well, first things first. For now, I need to at least sort out what Hanako and she's actually eating okay. In badly hitting glances at the plate of food I carry to the female dormitories. It's hardly a meal to be proud of, only being an instant microwave meal from the convenience store, but it should at least fill her up. Eventually, I arrive outside of her room to ward off a couple of girls who jokingly tried to pilfer the food I've taken so long to procure. Forgo knocking was proven to be an utterly useless measure, somewhat difficult to... Hands full. Hanako, it's Isao. I know you're listening. I got some food for you. Silence as I expected. I'll leave it beside your door. Please eat it at least, okay? I've said my piece. Now it's up to her. Back to my room to eat my dinner. Turned out it was dormitory. Good hours passed. Thankfully, there isn't anything to be seen beside her door. Back at least I'd happier that she's eating. If she intends to get through this by herself, then being able to help, even if it's just in such a small way, is at least something. After school, turning page after page, barely registering the words written on each out of sheer boredom. My cheek resting in my hand, I can't help notice the slight rough feeling against my palm. It won't be long before I'll need to get a razor. Bent up on reading, I simply let my head drop onto the book in front of me. Things have quieted down considerably since Hanako began attending school again. When she returned to class, nothing was said nor done that her usual routine. It's been the same way since. Neither of us desired to bring up her accident, so there simply wasn't any point in pursuing it. Thus a few days went by, the daily grind continuing just as it had before. It's only natural that my mind would wander to other places, and more importantly, other people. The lily-shaped hole in the daily life of Hanako and me has been pretty noticeable for a while now. I'd be pleased to see that this has allowed me to refine just what my thoughts on her exactly are, but alas, I've no such luck. It doesn't help that many attempts these would have led to the troublesome topic of Iwanako. Every time my thoughts drift in that direction, I reflexively try to think about something else. Why did this have to happen now? Turn up and look at the source of the tentative voice coming from behind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb anyone. It's not it. Orange in the room, quickly realizing how silly my apology must have sounded. Time of thinking and lazing here, everyone's well and truly left. Library closing? If you don't want to go, I could keep it open a little bit longer. It's no trouble at all. Don't worry, I should get going. Anyway, thanks. Begin to move off. I feel Yuko's eyes drilling into my back. Is there something wrong? Crest, are you okay? Nervously twist her fingers as she says this, unsure whether she's over her boundaries or not. I can't tell if she's more worried about my mood or being bothered by me. And then I just shrug it off and assure her that I'm fine. My reflective mood gets the better of me. Despite being staff, she really doesn't feel as like an authority figure as the others. It's just, I guess the best term for it would be relationship problems. Not too good at those kind of thing. Relationship ended a bit abruptly. But if you want to talk about it, I mean, I could listen, I think. Now I feel kind of bad for bringing it up. She's not that old though, so at least she has a good chance of finding another partner. It isn't like we're in a bad situation. No, we've spent many days together as friends, something going out to do stuff, that kind of thing. But I'm starting to want to do more for her, learn more about her, and be with her more. I'm not sure whether it's actually love or not, though, and our friendship, as it stands, is enjoyable. You shouldn't let that stop you. Sorry. Say this, I think it's nice you have a good friendship. School's going to eventually end. Do you think you'll be fine with not knowing if it could have gone further after you've graduated? I guess that's the crux of the problem. I really have no idea how to answer that question. Up there, what your true feelings are is something you have to decide for yourself. But I think if you do love her, you should definitely say something. Hard. Decide that even though my relationship didn't work out, it's still better that way than never knowing if it might have or not. Expected Yuko to sound so wise. It only makes sense that, with more life experience than I, she'd have a better idea about this. I suppose not much was actually answered. Talking to her has helped get off my chest, and I have no doubt that I should confess if I really do like Lilly. I give a slightly frustrated sigh. If only reading so much actually helped when it comes to a situation like this. She gives a girlish giggle, which only reinforces my view of her as being different from the usual staff here. In the end, it all comes down to what'll happen after school finishes once again. It happened before I came to Yamaku. It feels like being asked to keep up with this field of runners despite having started from a dozen yards behind them. It's just one more motive to move on from the past. The last thing I need right now is getting too caught up and getting homesick while I'm at it. I find myself calling Lilly. My phone bill is going to be horrific considering this is international, but it's worth it. I don't only want to smooth into the last time I called, I genuinely want to talk to her again. The phone finally picks up. I easily recognize the voice on the other end. So, may I speak? Forget how the rest is supposed to go. It's not encouraging to forget such a small amount of words. It's been that long trying to memorize them. Speak with Lilly, please. Are you teaching yourself English? It's a little... I don't think I'm too good at languages in general. Nanshin was good. Get Lilly for you. Just wait a moment. Wait as she goes off in search of Lilly, the other end going silent. Eventually, a much more awake-sounding Lilly this time answers the time over there being past noon by now. Okay, we had to do an ad break coming in. So I'll go do that before we get into the phone conversation. It might get juicy. I don't want to interrupt while if it gets juicy. we're back. Eventually, I'm much more awake sending Lily than the last time answers. The time over there being student by now. Sal, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Hi. For taking so long, I was outside in the garden. Gardening? I found I'm no good at it, so I just smell the flowers. I think my fingers appreciate it more. I take it Hanako's recovered a bit? Yeah. I just made sure she was eating and eventually she righted herself. Thanks for the help the other day. Much help. The main thing is that she's better, though. For there. Sounds like you've been living nothing short of a mansion. Call it a mansion. It's rather large, it's obvious she wouldn't meant to say, though modesty stops her. A little envious, but it is her holiday. Staying though. There's a beach near here too, which Akira's especially fond of. She's a swimmer. She has constantly dragged me to have swimming competitions, which she wins every time. Strike me as very athletic at all, so not being adept at swimming seems logical enough. The fastest I've seen her move is her understandably relaxed pace during her walks to and from the suburbs. The hill from the school makes the image of her swimming hard to imagine. The beaches there must be nice. They'd be less crowded than the ones around here, at least. Indeed. Kira says the area around here looks beautiful because it's so far outside the city. But it doesn't bother her at all. It's still easy to forget that see when she's not around, despite the fact we've been friends. Said, accents sometimes make communication a bit hard. It's a constant reminder that this isn't home. The fact that she doesn't consider her parents' resistance to be her home makes good sense. Makes me realize that I can't really answer whether the same goes for me. Graduation from Yaku is distant enough to be difficult to view objectively, and I spent so much time in this small room I've come to accept the dormitory as my new home surprisingly quickly. I guess that would be hard to deal with. Is your knowledge of English holding up? Thankfully, I may be fluent, but being in a position where I have to use it often helps in curbing my Japanese accent, so it's been useful practice. I hear you're teaching yourself English. More like memorizing a few lines and failing at even that much. Not cut out for learning another language. My admission of defeat draws an amused giggle. I believe there are things one chooses to do in life, and also things that are chosen for one to do in life. You can take comfort in the fact you're better than me in science and math, at least. All that's helped it in is making me Muto's star student. I wouldn't worry about that. They're useful skills for many jobs, right? That's what he tells me. His face vividly lit up when I said I'd probably go into a career involving either. Cheryl warm laugh at the events that befall each other on the opposite ends of the world. It's nice and reminds me of our simple small talk that I've been missing since she left. So each of us wait for the other to begin speaking. Switch ahead with my feelings. Can feel my throat tightening slightly. Well, yeah, I miss you. Thoen tells me she's given the words their due weight. But as it goes on, I can't help feeling more and more apprehensive. Thankfully, the silence ends, almost as quickly as it had begun. I miss you too, Hisao. Goodbye. Bye, Lily. It's more. The phone is hung up, simply and without any further ado. That light, tentative, almost shy voice, her warm and soft tone. Simply lying to myself if I were to say I don't recognize this feeling for what it is. Thoughts of Lily dancing on my mind, I start anticipating her return. Today has been a most excellent day. Of course, the way that I'm either thinking of the most excellent day indeed, yes, or most excellent, dude. Most excellent. Furrows mustache. Yes, the two options of saying most excellent. Victorian gentleman or early 90s Keanu Reeves. I sit listening to another of Muto's long-winded lectures, my mind wandering far from the scribbles on the dirty blackboard. Since I called Lilly, my mind's been drawn in two directions, both roughly leading to the same conclusion. Starting to feel oddly detached from my past life. It's only been a month and a half since I arrived here, yet the school's become a second home. I've gained new friends and contacts, managed to get to grips with the school's lifestyle and culture, become accustomed to the quirks of my classmates. To become used to it, lure disabilities are the norm rather than the rare exception still catches me off guard sometimes when I think on it. The same school that's populated by burn victims, amputees, the blind, the deaf, and all manner of disabilities in between. If someone had described the school to me before I'd come, I'd have shrugged it off as an overactive imagination. Even when I first arrived, I felt like the Dutch coming to the strange new land for the first time. It's amazing how quickly one becomes used to the environment they're forced to live in, really. And now I've found someone that's gotten me entirely smitten. What a strange life. That's a reference to. It might be a bit obvious, but obviously it's a reference to the Dutch arriving in Japan back in when trade was opening up with the West in the 16th century. Because basically, the Dutch and Portuguese. Eventually, it was only the Dutch were actually eventually allowed to, but unfortunately, the Portuguese got shown the door eventually, and then it was only the Dutch that were able to maintain trade relationship with Japan's during the isolation of the Edo period, up until its opening up by in the mid 1800s by a gunboat diplomacy. When the American Navy showed up and said, "We're here to trade. You will trade and like it." Anyway. Mine can't wander any further, though. I find a page of lined paper slipped under my face. The garish, bright pink ink has no doubt been penned by Misha. It's aboard, Hichan. School's nearly over. 3-day holiday. Get Sunday and Monday off. Can't complain about having less school, I suppose. Pen and scribble on the page before completely passing it back to her. Flicking my eyes to the front of the class every now and then, Muto continues scrawling away arcane equations and formulas on the board. See if something planned? Takes the paper back and hunches over it comically, even for her, with her tongue poking out the sides of her mouth. Does she misinterpret my expression as depressed, and is she trying to cheer me up? Cats will work with Chichan, of course. You're still not brooding over that, surely. But Hichan could have helped us poor lonely girls. I'd lend you a hand for the day if I weren't going to be busy. Oh, naughty Hichan. Just going to meet Lilly with Hanako. I don't know what you've got going through your head. So Lily's back? Yeah, she's coming on the evening flight with her sister. She'll be back in school next week. Megan begins to write. I look up to see an unwelcome sight. Frankly, slightly attention, Muto confidently strides through the gap between the desks from the front of class, his intent gaze focused directly on her. Stops writing as his tall figure casts on possibly long shadow over the page. He silently takes the paper from her and begins to read. Sweating bullets. I quickly glance around the class, noting their complete silence. Of course, it would just be the one thing that actually gets their attention during the lesson. A few seconds examining the page, he rolls the paper into a small tube, lightly bops Misha over the head with it. Half an hour until you can hop off to student council. I think you can hold off until then. Misha's face cracks as the entire class erupts into laughter. He might well be awkward, but he knows how to handle her excellently. Probably feel sorry for her if I weren't as busy stifling my own laughter. So, is that one it? No, I think that's some foreign airline. So the third aircraft that they're not on come to land. The past hour I've been whiling away the time with small snippets of pointless chatter. Inakura's flight has been delayed, and at this rate it'll probably be dark before their plane arrives. That one it? No, the company colors are wrong. Sides flare left and right, filling the trickle of people in and out. Glass doors ahead of us. Fortunately, nobody pays her much heed. Her attention apparently directed toward greater things. Maybe that one, is it? No, I think that's... Hold on a minute. I think that one might be it after all. For the billboard changes her flight as to disembarking. Yaman sneaks up on me, not allowing enough time to stifle it. My sleep patterns have once again been all over the place, likely due to a mix of worrying about Hanako and the side effects of my medications. Hisao over there. To Hanako, then following her gaze to the airport door. Lilly, you're here. Really? Each other and reading, quickly shuffling over the side to avoid blocking the passage of others. Lilly! I hug Lilly, a wide smile on her face, being all that's needed to see her happiness at Lily's return. Lilly simply smiles in return, her soft voice. It's wonderful to meet you again, Hanako. To give a hug. Well deserved after all that's happened while she was gone. I turned to Akira. Yo. You're pretty late. Yeah, there was a really bad storm at the airport. We got drenched just going from the car to the door. I guess you'll appreciate the weather here more then. I'll come back to you too, Lilly. As I speak, for a long time neither of us says a word. What I thought her outcome would be like. The atmosphere feels awkward, almost stifling. Both of us trying to guess each other's feelings, not quite sure what should be said. Damn, this is exactly what I feared when I thought of trying to move things forward between us. Runs her hand through fair hair and really twirls one of her bangs in her fingers, trying to think of how best to react. Actually, Philly gives a small sigh and breaks the silence. Thank you, Isao. It's nice to be back. Are you okay? You look tired. Not wriggling herself all that well, she quickly waves her hand in front of her face to concern. Hanako may have on her. Okay, just a bit of jet lag. Weak. You don't have any? The big grin puffing out her modest chest. Absolutely fine. That's not fair. You shouldn't take too long to get rid of it. That's right, Hisao. Yeah? Don't we have a holiday from school soon? I'd have forgotten if Misha hadn't reminded me this morning. Got a 3-day weekend starting from tomorrow. Bumps her elbow into Lily's side, grinning. Told you wouldn't miss it. You have something planned? Neither you nor Hanako are busy. Got no plans, so something be appreciated. Hanako? Nothing. Thinking we could go to my family's summer house for a bit of quiet over the break. Used it recently. Oh, so we'd have to dust things off while we're there. Where is it? Up north in Hokkaido. The place is practically deserted, so it would be a nice quiet break for you guys. Not coming? Nah, I got a little holiday of my own set up with my boyfriend. Eyes at her, suspicious of our intentions. Sounds like we're just cleaning up the summer house for you. That's perhaps a valid conclusion. Akira, her face somewhat evasive. Looks like we were right. That's just a convenient bonus. Really, me and the guy left it in pretty good condition last we were there, I promise. Mm-hmm. Now then, I'm out of here. Ready, Akira? She turns and walks away, her hand held high. See you in a few days, guys. Beside her hasty retreat. Sound like it'd be a nice place to go. Uzek nodded, taking her carry bag in one hand and placing her other on Hanako's shoulder to make our way to the taxi area. After the fracas of the past few days, spending a weekend in the country alone with her and Hanako sounds like a dream. The more I think about it, the more sure I am. This will be the right time and place to confess my feelings to her. Ooh. Oh my gosh. The morning chill wraps itself around my shivering body. I huff into my cupped hands to desperately try and stave off the cold as we mill about on the station platform. Lilly's clothing looks rather ill-suited for the temperature around us. I can only hope it's indicative of what she expects the weather to be like at our destination. Damn it, Lily, why do we have to get here so early? Fortunately, the train schedule is against us. The next train to Hokkaido is at 2 in the afternoon. Great, just great. Wipe some sleep out of my eyes, and Lily promptly takes advantage of the opening. Cheer up. So, once we get there, it'll be much warmer. Why not just take the bullet train? Normal train's gonna take hours to get us there. We might as well take the Shinkansen line as far north as it goes and just switch at the end. There's a certain charm to older trains, wouldn't you agree? I'd agree if I weren't freezing in the morning cold because we decided to take one. I'm sorry, Hisao. Sorry, what for? I was the one who suggested taking a normal train. Way to make me feel guilty, all I can do is sigh and recover my face with my hand. It's fine, I'm just grumbling. My, Hanako, you didn't need shoulder the blame yourself, even without your suggestion. I'd still have opted for the same thing. Thankful for the quick interception from Lily, I'd take a quick gander around the station. The train platform was all but deserted. The morning dew settling on the empty benches. I guess no one else was masochistic enough to brave the very early morning. They'd more than noticed the huge bags both Lily and Hanako brought with them. Just what did you have to pack in those things anyway? The bags? Tilts her head in thought. A change of clothing, raincoat, underwear, sleepwear, a number of books. I think that's most of it. You make it sound as if I'm unprepared. You brought less? Underwear and a pack of cards, that's it. And my pills, but never mind that. No pajamas? Damn, I knew I forgot something. So ruffle my hair in frustration, Lily sighs. There should be clothes you could use there. Akira occasionally goes there, after all, and I think some of our parents' clothing is still in storage. I don't think there'll be any problem with you borrowing a set of pajamas if need be. Thanks, still I don't mind you sleeping in my normal clothing. For 2 days? Good point. Not really, though 2 days would be borderline. It's more than that looking even a little like a slob would be unacceptable while in the presence of 2 girls. So we leisurely talk on the platform. Announcement sounds with the loudspeakers, loudly heralding our arrival. Past Lily and Hanako, though, the train's still well out of sight. A quick check on my watch is enough to see that it's the one we'll be taking. The 5:30 train was ours, right? Correct. Either of you want me to take your bags? Mine's not exactly heavy. That's very gentlemanly of you, Hisao. And accept too reluctantly now. Pick up Lily's large bag. Except to see Hanako packing up hers. Fine with that? Nodd's the only answer. The feeling that by the trip's end, I'll be able to count every sentence she said on one hand. Let's get passing by the window and the occasional rattle of the train moving the carriage around. I tried to focus my attention on the aging playing cards held in my hands. I'll raise you 5. Her face and leans over to Lily conspiratorially, the two exchanging a few whispered words. Considering how often this has happened so far, I'm coming to doubt Hanako's grasp of how to play poker. It seemed to disturb Lily reading through her hands, flitting for each page with only occasional directions to account for the train's bumping and not rocking. My collection of chess pieces that were used as chips is steadily growing anyway, so it doesn't really bother me. Looking around us, our carriage is almost as empty as the station platform. We wait for the train itself. Only a handful of people can be seen, looking mostly like tourists and couples on holiday. While the two continue their less than clandestine strategizing, a small boy looks over the seat and stares at me, hoping he begin to stare at Hanako, I simply give him a wave and smile. Thankfully, he retreats back to his seat after finding me far too boring to waste his attention on. See you and raise you another 5. Damn, you got me. I fold. I've been bluffing and she's caught me. Hanging my head, I push over a large portion of my winnings. Acceptably delighted, and even if Lilly keeps her attention focused on our reading material, I can see the smirk on our face. They're both extremely pleased. For a moment, I try to work out not what Lily's reading, but the cover is too faded to read beyond the fact that Roman letters are on it. A pity I can't read the braille above the printed title. What are you reading, Lily? The title looks like it's in English. That's right. It's And Then There Were None, an old British story. I could read it to you if you'd like. She extends the offer with a grin, obviously in jest. I think I'll pass, thanks. Seemingly endless trip, finally reached the promised land of the Satao summer house. Even after the train trip, the walk up seemed to take forever. Despite my grumblings, though, I'd have never guessed the sight that would be in store for us once we traveled that long, deserted road. It looks more like a farmhouse than the everyday house I'd imagined, small in size and surrounded by trees and bushes. An empty expanse of wheat fields and farming land can be seen as we walk up, the fencing only consisting of rickety old wooden planks. Drives home how far from the major cities and a site that feels antithetical to the environment I grew up in. The only thing that doesn't surprise me is its western styling. It's amazing out here. It's wonderful. It's nice to hear. Akira may have said that she'd kept the house in reasonable condition. I was worried that we might have different standards of reasonable. Looks like there isn't another soul for miles. I thought Akira would be the type to keep to the city. Furrows her brows in thought, seeming recalling almost forgotten knowledge. Hey, there's a small town not too far ahead. Other than that, though, this is largely just old farmland. Akira and I stayed on our parents' house, which is in the city for a while, but after they left, we decided to move into a smaller, more easily maintainable house. To find a place like this in Japan nowadays, it's kind of anachronistic. Well, this town does have quite a bit of history. I looked down the street one last time before getting back to the task at hand. Shall we go? And then I'm parched. Was a long walk to get here. Enthusiastic nod, the three of us lugging our baggage into the house. As we sighed, Hanako and start looking around, taking in every detail of we'll be staying for the next few days. All the artifacts of another's life stopped mid-motion or around the house, such as the television guide lying beside the counter it was on, and pans in adjoining kitchen still sitting on the stove. It's a strange feeling, as if we were stepping into Akira's life for a brief moment before leaving in a couple days as we'd come. Of course, the more mundane real is that she just hasn't cleaned up after herself that well. Where should we put our bags? Show Hanako our bedroom. You can put yours here if you like. You mean I don't have the same bedroom as you two? It's in a full blush as Lilly takes her cheek in her hand. Oh my, how bold. Dude, hold on. If I'm to leave my bags here, where will I be sleeping? Well, seeing as we like a guest bedroom, the convertible futon, huh? Sorry, Hisao. I sigh, limiting my on the bottom rung of sleeping location priorities. I guess there's no other choice. He said she'll go to their bedroom, so I take a small tour of my surrounding after I drop my bag on the floor. The kitchen, just like the living room, is fairly modest. The rustic nature of the furnishings drives home just how far we are from civilization. To the living room, I decide to try out the television until they get back. The touch of the remote, it immediately flickers to life, apparently set to a news channel. It's flopping down from exhaustion rather than sitting. I lay back and watch, and watch, and watch. Hisao? Lillian have returned minus their bags. Kaido night sky visible as looks like I've drifted off to sleep. Looking to the wall-mounted clock, it's already 10. Uh-oh. Oh no. Cicadas. All around me are familiar faces. Da, 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 da. All to the ground. You might be because of bugs. I don't mind the actual bug part. It's more of they visual novel and then hearing cicadas. Um, is reminds me of things.
なんでもないのですよ。ニパーニパーニパーニパーニパーリカファイト王なのです。ニパー
So we need to watch out for. They're so loud. I don't know. If it weren't for the fact that they make me think of, cute anime characters murdering each other, I found them somewhat soothing. But I don't know. I tend to like most animal noises, and they don't like. And most tend to not prevent me from going to sleep. From the Hokkaido night sky visible outside the windows, it looks like I drifted off to sleep. The moment the clock, it's already 10. Television, then. It really does feel nice and homey here. Glad you like it. Out like a light when he came back after unpacking our things. We didn't have the heart to wake you sooner. Well, it must sound funny when I sleep. I just swiftly decide not to inquire. Waiting for you in the kitchen. Steep yawn, only just remembering to cover her mouth at the last second. For a long line of Handlanders, we can't stand the heat or humidity. Them bastards it means both and want to. I I mean, I can't really do. I'm really bad at adapting with heat. So, but so I don't like the weather that accompanies them normally, but I'm not put off by the sound and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't want to touch one, but as long as one didn't happen to land on me or something, I'd be fine. But I don't. I've never had that happen, or even close to that happening. So they always seem to give folks wide berths. So as opposed to June bugs. The sounds of sucky weather. My, are you tired? I sleep last night. It was a long walk up here, and it's getting late. In this case, I suppose we should retire for the night. Good night, Tisao. Good night. Night. Turn and walk back to their bedroom. Guys, wonder if they'll be able to get back to sleep after being woken up. So eat something and watch some more TV quietly before going to bed. Is he still sleeping? I think so. I'm not. I am, however, incredibly tired. In the morning, I know that. I stayed up to watch television. I could hear it from our bedroom. And because I couldn't get to sleep. Should we wake him? Don't do that, Hanako, please. No, we should leave him. I doubt he'd want to be woken up early if he didn't get much sleep during the night. Thank you, Lily. He sounds so peaceful. It would be a shame to wake him when he's like this. Keep a straight face, Isao. It's nice she cares so much, though. Um, could you go to the fridge and fish out what's needed to make lunch? Just the vegetables and rice? Should be enough. We'll only need something simple, as we can eat in town later. His footsteps on the carpeted floor can be heard moving away from the living room. They do. I feel Lily's hand gently rest on my chest. Tiny effort not to react. Something about her makes me think she knows I'm awake. A long silence passes. The only thought in my mind is of that gentle outstretched hand laying upon my chest. After a discernible time, Lily withdraws her hand. Good morning, Hisao. In feet all too easily, I prop myself up and rub my eyes. How do you know? Your breathing was off. Well, that makes sense. She couldn't have needed that long to work it out. Knowing her hearing, she likely knew before laying her hand on me. If you want to sleep more, you should really go to bed earlier. Television going long into the night. I'm sorry about that. My medications have been interfering with my sleep for a while now. Even if I'm tired, I have trouble actually sleeping. Bring it up, Hisao. Yeah, we're in. I guess we should address it. Come on, you worry about me much more than I do at times. It just means I have to sleep a bit longer, that's all. But still, I'd say that I look fine, but I guess that wouldn't have a lot of meaning for you. Consternation before trailing off with a amused chuckle, giving up a point. Do you say so? Please do take care of yourself, Hisao. Okay, now that one. Still. Okay, yeah, do this. Protests, but reluctantly acquiesces and disappears in the kitchen. Running along the smooth white walls as she slowly walks. I sit and watch television and attempt to wake myself up a little more. But it's futile. I don't have anything better to do, so I follow Lily's lead. In the corner, I see Hanako and Lily back stern, quietly cutting food on the granite-colored counter. Gross as I watch Lily guiding the knife down carefully with the finger on the cabbage she's cutting. Each slice delivered slowly but with precision. Slow, considering that she can't see what she's doing. It's a small wonder she can cook it all, let alone for both her and Hanako. Hanako, Lily, want any help? Is that Hisao? Surprised before turning around, her yelp immediately drawing Hanako and me to her side. What's, A small trickle of her scarlet falls downward from her pale fingertip, the knife having cut just deep enough to draw blood. Footsteps. She must not have noticed me coming. To compensate for having to use touch to guide everything she does during cooking, she must need to pay extra attention. Lily! Hey, it's just a small wound. Wait until it stops bleeding. First aid should be in the bathroom, right? So, be okay you're Hanako? She's paying to herself as Hanako gives a quick, almost automatic nod. Can keep making lunch. It's as I bottle of antiseptic and box of band-aids on the side of the sink. It's held out for me to treat. The lid of the bottle comes off with a of resistance, and the small ball of cotton I soak in the liquid stains a pale green. Hold still, so probably heard of it. Small nod as I take steady it. All the tenderness I can muster. I gently bring the dampened wand to the small red line. Barely touched it. Sorry. Settle my own nerves. Her pain tolerance is startling low. I would tell you to man up, but I can't really do that. Small giggle. I take advantage of her momentary distraction and gently press the cotton against her finger a few times. Thankfully, it's enough to do the job. We both settle somewhat as I bring the band-aid over the tip of her finger, covering the wound while making sure not get stuck to her fingernail. Finished. You can move now. Fine. She gently claps it in the other. Thank you. It's the least I can do after causing you to hurt yourself after all. Apology. Simply running her hand in what seems to be embarrassment. I really don't mind. Makes sense, given what happened is pretty clearly my fault. Grimacing at her, despite the fact that her dainties still holds. She must not like being reminded of the limitations her lack of sight imposes on her. It's something I can't possibly fault her for. fallen prey to the same kind of feelings before, despite my condition not being nearly as ubiquitous in my life. Neither of us any the happier. We head back to the various smells of cooking food coming from the kitchen. Lay out the plates of food, slowly the well-cooked rice and curry dishes, while Hanako lays out the cutlery. Knife one side, fork on the other, Western, perfectly fitting for someone like Lilly. Take our seats, carefully taking heed of the dark red tablecloth hanging below our knees. Lilly emerges from the kitchen. In our hands are 3 glasses and a bottle of wine. As I recall our previous run with that devilish elixir, I hide my face in my palm. Alcohol, seriously? Swazish reached the table, a playful grin perched on her face. Kira specifically gave to take a bottle from her collection. Not only does she give alcohols to minor, she even lets them pilfer their own. The perfect model of a responsible adult, Akira is not. The point, though, is this hardly serving of alcohol? I'm starting to think Lily's the type to easily become hooked on things. It's not really the problem. I don't have any qualms with it, but didn't you have a bad experience with it last time? This time was likely due to drinking too much, so a single glass shouldn't prove a problem. Think of it as a learning experience. I can't recall many learning experiences that made me feel rotten before putting into sleep, but I'll take your word for it. Her finger inside to feel the liquid level tip, and against the bottom as the liquid rise up. Right of her finger almost seems to glow as the sunlight hits it, the delicate outline blurred and refracted by the glass. Fingers are definitely longer than mine. Kind I think more suited to a pediatrician than a teacher. She'd likely have done well if she'd learned how to play. We quickly dig into our meals, forks and knives clattering against plates. None of us are particularly eager to speak while eating. Lily altogether too reserved for such a thing. Hanako probably too shy to start conversation, and I too busy savoring the food. Such a pedestrian activity, eating together at the table, seems so utterly normal, yet it makes me realize how long it's been since I've done something like this. Just the 3 of us sitting around a table, eating as if we were a malformed family. This trip, as far from everything as we are, was worth it. It takes quite a long time, but eventually we all finish our surprisingly filling meal. The wine thankfully has little effect given we've only had a glass or 2 each. I go to sleep, rubbing my stomach contently. Stuffed. It's her mouth with a napkin. Twice, only twice, with evenly timed intervals in between. It's hard to tell sometimes whether how she acts a well-trained routine or a well-rehearsed act. I think I must be as well. Did you like it, Hanako? It's nice. Well fed, should we be off? Where? Ah, you weren't privy to the discussion between Hanako and me earlier. The impression is he's having a subtle dig at me sleeping in. Be going into the town nearby. I guess I should have expected 2 girls to take a holiday as an excuse to go shopping, no matter where on the planet they may be. I'm interested to see more around the north, though, so this can only be a good thing. It's good. How long's the walk in, then? Suppose it'll be around a mile to a mile and a half. Nearby, huh? Great. It's great. The path surrounded by trees and undergrowth, I watched Lily and Hanako walking ahead. Slight breeze all but whisks away the sound of Lily's cane gently tapping on the ground. I noticed that Lily's since removed the band-aid now that the bleeding of her finger has stopped. A deep lung-filled breath of the fresh country air makes me wish all the harder that the air around home had been quite so clean. I can't even have been a half a mile, but I'm already working up a sweat. It's a pleasantly cool day, though, so I shouldn't be too hard on myself for it. Lily, how well do you know this town anyway? Since I've spent quite a few of my vacations here until I entered Yamaku, say I know fairly well. To drive there once a weekend then. Wish Akira was here to drive us now. Take a moment to rub my hands a couple of times, staving off the oddly cold feeling in them. Do you like it up here? Say it was nice during winter, but as you work out, summers get a little too hot for comfort. It's nice and quiet at least. This real house is quite far south. I left Japan, my parents gave it to Akira and me. Only Akira lives there now after my moving into Yamaku. Well, quiet certainly describes this place. Though lonely is how I'd put it. Other than the prophesied small town, there was another soul for miles around coming for a home nestled deep within the big city. It's certainly different. To think that if I'd not come to Yamaku, staying out in the country like this would be too much of a change to get used to. Though, after getting accustomed to the school's isolation, though, the idea of living in a place such as this has become almost inviting. To be somewhere away from the hustle and bustle of the metropolitan centers. So, have you been to Hokkaido before? I used to live down south, and we never had any field trips or holidays up this far. It's a new experience for you then. Yes, surprised at how nice it feels here. What about you, Hanako? Her head from side to side. First time too. Looking. Begin to feel pins and needles in my legs. It's a little disturbing given there's no reason for it to be happening. Uh-oh. Can you hold on? I just need to... Something wrong? I just got pins and needles in. My vocal cords suddenly became taut as my chest instantaneously. I quickly pulled my upper arm over it, trying to quell the shadow pain spreading throughout my entire body. Misao! His face is only my concern, not knowing the side which Hanako is recoiling from. I'm fine, just tired. Walking in, just minor heart flutters, so it'll pass like the others. For my body violently revolts against me, my legs suddenly beginning to give way underneath me, all tension in my knees seeming to evaporate. Before I can react, they uselessly give way under my weight, leaving me only just in time to brace myself and fall onto all fours. Damn. Face is taut with pain, only adding that much more to her worrying. Go tell me what's going on. Go tell me. Said it. Panics. No clues as exactly how bad a condition I'm in. And they're petrified. I lower my face and take a deep breath. Come to realization that makes me so irritated with my stupid self. All the excitement of my new surroundings, I'd entirely neglected to take my medications last night or even this morning. Breath begins to die down as suddenly as it arrived. Thank God. Aware of the sweat now pouring up my face and the two scared girls around me. So, fine. I'm fine. Screw up my brow in an effort to lever myself up. His arms quickly to catch me if I fall as I stumble a bit before gaining my balance. Worry written on their faces. I feel awful, utterly awful. Should go back. Protesting, I look away in frustration. Fine. Bereft of energy, I down staring at the ceiling as I review the events of the morning and attempt to organize my thoughts. We went to walk to town. My heart nearly gave way. We came back. I took my pills. I slept. Time is a snapshot, but the timeline is clear enough. I heard the girls' faces. I struggled to stand as an unpleasant one, stinging my feelings harshly. It's enough. I can imagine the tile edges and small dimples of the ceiling in the hospital. The fact alone is enough to make me sit up and try to pull myself together. My disheveled hair, glancing around the room, Lilly and Hanako are nowhere to be seen, and the television's turned off. The clock of it says it's pretty late in the afternoon. The noticeably written sky outside the windows confirms it's further. I turn and pick myself off the futon, swaying slightly as I put my arms out for balance. I suppose I'd better go look for the girls to see if they're all right. As I look outside the window, I faintly see something in the distance. I can just make out the shape of a person's figure, her long blonde hair swaying in the faint breeze, make her almost seem to melt into the bright yellow of the wheat field. Without a second thought, I leave the room to follow that lone apparition. The brightness of the setting sun assaults my freshly woken eyes, forcing me to avert them until they adjust. The long yellow strands of wheat brush against my legs as I wade through them, the densely grown field making it hard to advance. Regardless, my eyes stay fixed, and true to that solitary figure, Within minutes, I reach her, meters behind her turn back. Lilly? He simply nods. Where's Hanako? She's in bed. She went to sleep after I calmed her down. She says it matter-of-factly and with as few words as possible, as if saying any more was strictly forbidden. There's something different about her. Only confident figure seems oddly fragile, her body offering no resistance to the breeze blowing her skirt. Feet sway from side to side while a deafening pause passes, the only sound being their rustling. Stand in the field alone, I know what I have to ask. What's wrong, Lilly? Acting like you usually do. Remember when I talked of my family, Hisao? Family thought, sifting through my scattered memories. The event seems so to hand when I search for it, rising to the surface as soon as it was recalled. To Hanako's birthday party? Nod. It's nice back then, you and I celebrating with Hanako, sharing presents, talking, having fun together. Almost as if we were a family, one small misshapen family. I thought that could go on forever, three of us happy together. Slight sickness to just barely visible through the moving air. Even if my family was so far away, as long as we were together, was all I needed. I don't want to lose you, Hisao. I didn't even realize how afraid I was of losing someone else until today, I'm sorry, Lilly, I know my body is weak, but even then I make the most stupid mistakes. Apologize. Please don't apologize. To face me, her pale cheeks stained with tears. Guided step after another, she's towards me, arm held out in search of just a faint brush against mine. Race nor pound as I step towards Lilly, gently taking and steadying her in my arms as she quickly clutches to me, sobbing. Face trembling against my shoulder, the next words from her mouth are the last I expected. I love you, Hisao. I love you, I love you. I beg of you, never go away, I love you so, please. So that's why she's been acting like this. Voice when I called her, her thoughtless concern at the slightest pain I feel. In Japan without her family, only Akira, Hanako, and me around. She was afraid of losing yet another person so close to her. She was genuinely worried for me. Strange feeling, a mix of surprise and sorrow. Yet also the deepest gratitude I think I've ever felt. The only reaction I can muster, like conflicting emotions, is a calm sigh. Idiot. Hisao? Odd. Feel her body become still. The only movement is be felt is the calm afternoon breeze. I said it before, didn't I? It's only natural to feel concerned about those around you. Still here, and always be here, because I want to see you more each day, to share in your happiness, to support you in your sadness. Because, most of all, I'll still here because I want to see your smile, your true smile. This is actually a really pretty CG. Yeah. Some wind rustles the long strands of wheat. A second silence passes. Smile when you want to smile. Cry when you want to cry. I love you, Lilly. So you don't have to hold back anymore. With that, her arms clutch my back as tightly as she can, her face buried inside mine. Her tears fall back my back and cheek, strangely as the last of her resistance melts away. Sao! With my eyes on her shoulders, holding her shaking frame tightly. It's okay, Lilly, I'll never go away. I promise. Us holding each other tightly as we take a seat inside. She leans her head onto my shoulder as I put my arm around her waist. Neither of us has any want to break the silence. Shut, it's hard to work with her, she's fallen asleep. Not that I mind. The warmth of her body leaning against me, the softness of her hand delicately held in mine. For a long, long time we sit leaning against one another, sharing our warmth and feelings as night eventually begins to settle in. Lilly's gentle, soft voice into the silence. Thank you, Hisao. Thank you? Turning my feelings. Did you think I wouldn't? There was the possibility. I take a deep breath and thought, that much was only my fault. It's funny, actually. I was thinking of telling you about my feelings sometime soon. I guess in that way you saved me the effort. She raised her head a little and gave a tiny amused giggle. Smart how earnest it is, so girlish in its likeness. She collects herself soon afterward, her hair resting against my shoulder. feeling a bit better? She gives a small nod. You're thoughtful, Hisao. And that's why I like you. I'm sorry I'm like this. As much as I didn't want to make you concerned for me, I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Don't apologize for it, please don't. Lilly? Have I ever apologized for my blindness even once? You can't help the way you were born, Hisao. There's no point in apologizing for who you are. She says this with surprising conviction. In the end, it was perhaps this mentality which spurred her to befriend me in such a short time, in addition to her motherly instincts. She did seem to become trusting very quickly, but I'd never questioned why. Now it seems obvious that she did so to help me as I went through one of the lowest points of my life. I moved to respond, but cut myself off as I feel her fingers gently through my hair. I feel their soft and delicate touch moving downwards to trace the contours of my face, her palm finally settling on my cheek. You are a beautiful person, Hisao. Please don't ever apologize for that. For a moment, I'm utterly speechless. I slowly bend my head down and placing a tender kiss on her light, I know this word. Voluminous hair. We're a couple of right old fools, aren't we? We are. Calm, she speaks again. Hisao? Yeah? I wouldn't mind if you... Tensing her mind. So my mouth opens, but I try might. I can't formulate a response to her proposition. Lilly. Before I can say another word, she slips her hand from under mine and tenderly folds my face once more. Please. Give a peaceful your hand against my cheek as I nod a single time. Okay. She leans towards me. Her lips touch mine as she guides herself with her hand. Soft nod a second later, faintly smiling. I love you, Hisao. Yes, again, this time with both of us meeting the other. What does that mean? What does two cuttlefish mean? What does the two cuttlefish mean? What did that mean? Okay, ahem. Hold on. Let me go. What does two cuttlefish mean? Okay. According to AI overview, two cuttlefish usually signify a mating pair or rivals, males competing. Mm-hmm. Ahem. Is it at this point, I should mention this is the Steam version of this game, of this visual novel. So, I guess it's good he took his heart medication. Anyway, ahem. When the sound, I open my eyes with a measure of reluctance, and to left. The rain outside sweeps against the window loudly. Spray after wind-blown spray lashes against the glass, as if trying its hard to make the summer's previous heat. Sit up in the futon, holding back of my neck to try and subdue the pain from my awkward sleeping position. By all accounts, I should be lamenting the turn in the weather, given that this is our last day here. The events of yesterday refused to stop flooding in my mind, though. Feeling of old Lily's chronic minds, the rush of lust and hormones that flowed through us as we spent the night together. Okay, yep, and it seems almost futile to try and rationalize everything that happened. Tempted to distract myself, I groaned and leaned over to retrieve my outstanding. Pulling out one ball after another, I take the daily regimen's worth of pills from their containers and swallow them without further ado. Took a surprising short amount of time to get used to swallowing pills without water. That said, I suppose the same thing goes for getting used to living in a school for disabled students. Remembering Yamaku, I become all the more grateful for having the chance to get away, even if it's just for the shortest of times. I appreciate the chance to spend time alone with Lily and Hanako away from the bustle of school life, even considering the latest complications. I never thought I'd say it, but the idea of living away from the city in a nice, tranquil, inviting one, it's a thought that barely a year ago would have seemed simply ludicrous. A flash of pink, no doubt Hanako's gowns, peeks from around the corner. Realizing I must look a sight since I've only just woken up, I slap the remaining pills into my mouth and run the hand through my hair. Good morning, Hisao. Which means Hanako would have just been the other room. Oh. Oh. Sleep okay on it? Oh gosh. Poor girl. I did. Oh gosh. I hope Hanako's a heavy sleeper. That's all I'm saying. Flutter, completely forgetting them in the middle of swallowing a particularly large pill, coughing and sputtering. I violently gag on it. Hisao. Just force it down. I managed to recover. I'm fine. Sorry, I forgot I was swallowing. Mean to. No. For Hanako to stop. I gagged. It's my fault. Morning, Hanako. Before bowing in reply. No staggering behind Hanako's figure of Lily, also dressed in her pajamas, sleep in her hair beggarl. She's a sight to behold. Hi, Lily. Morning, Hisao. Someone hangs in the air as neither of us know what to do. Last night, we have more than enough reason to be finding the situation awkward. Just how are we to react to it? Or something like that. The best course of action would be to talk to Lily alone to set things in order. I'll start making breakfast. Catches off my train of thought. Hanako, could you set the table? Her head disappearing in a cupboard as she quickly goes about her assigned. Oh gosh. I'm gonna just pause the. I rub a little more sleep out of my eyes before I wander to the fridge and take out some milk and Lily grabs variously bright colored boxes from some of the lower to my side. A rather bland looking meal. I whisper something more quietly than usual. Knowing Lily's hearing, she won't have any trouble catching what I say. Are you okay, Lily, after last night? This delicate nod, her expression weak. Her tiredness usually plays a part. She seems genuine unsure what's happened between us and how to move ahead. I can't say I blame her considering my feelings are the same. Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight yesterday. Consider you are Hanako and I went as far as stuff up, their hands and voice both tightening. for a gentle bump to try and lighten the situation. You don't have to apologize. I said I liked you as well, after all. But Walter, it's more obvious there's no alternative. See her tall frame. She offers no resistance at all. Back just from the edge of her emotions. I had her reassuring embrace, lasting only a matter of seconds. I noticed Hanako wordlessly watching. Hovers inchiously with the table. Her action halted midway by the side. It's like, oh no, they're at it again. The clattering of utensils against plates is the only sound to be heard as we politely eat. Whereas before, only two of us, so the entire situation has changed. Weeks of blissful friendship, following our shared meals and chatter with all meaning, the relationship of Lilly and me. No, that all of us has irreversibly changed. I can't take this. Lilly nods, laying her spoon on the table in front of her. Neither of so is let alone how Hanako abuse. The protag and Lilly can get married, and then they can adopt Hanako. There we go. Well, that work? Might be abrupt, but I've confessed to Hisao. Well, her looks confused, precisely the erection I thought she would have. Nods, her moon still in her mouth as she does. Do you accept? I did. Several times. Whoa! Ahem. Ahem. I think the brightest expression look. Happy, I'm really happy. Sorry for not telling you about it before. Things have been from side to side, apparently forgetting it, rest that couldn't possibly notice. Fingers looking a little more nervous than she did before. To be honest, I began to think you might like each other a while ago. I don't really know what to think about it, but I mean that if my friends are happy, then I'm happy. Friend, when we met Hisao, finding love through him is even better, right? Life at our acceptance of our relationship falls for me like a wave. The same happens to Lilly, judging by her expression. Thank you, Hanako. We appreciate you being understanding. His voice still sounds slightly apologetic, or at least unsure. This doesn't escape Hanako, who still appears lost in thought for a few minutes before turning to me. So, do you mind if Lilly and I go outside for a bit? No, feel free. Hanako? From her seat, Lilly's hand and almost dragging her from the table in excitement. Lilly's typical slow and steady pace, Hanako's haste makes her footing awkward, and she almost loses her balance a couple of times. It's a pretty amusing sight, leaving me wordless as I watch them disappear out the door. It's only now I realize the rain stopped, being replaced by skies seemingly all the more vivid and bright to make up for the morning's drab, gray expanse. For Hanako, this must be a pretty big revelation. Lily and I are really the only people she associates with, almost if we were parents in her own stead. I suppose that might be best to describe the relationship we share. Father, mother, and daughter, all playing around in our little make-believe family as if it could last forever. A strange dynamic, and one that certainly lasts for long, but maybe, just for this one small moment, it's okay. Stand from the table and go to join Lily and Hanako in the fields outside. I nod to myself in affirmation. This one small moment of happiness, no matter how brief, will last with me, with all of us forever. Aww. We gotta do an ad break. Then we'll be back. And we have words on stream again, so yay. Okay, we back. Submerged deep in the hot water, I let out a sign and sipped my lips. The feeling of seemingly every muscle in my body relaxing is euphoric. You know how long it's been since I had a genuine hot bath, but right now I can hardly be bothered to remember. Except the fact that once I have a real bath, more credit than it's due, a chance to just calm down, allow myself to unwind, and have some time to myself is a welcome one. I wandered about outside, exploring the extent of the surprisingly large tract of land surrounding the house. Then we spent the majority of the afternoon resting, watching television, reading, and playing cards. It may not have been the most exciting finale to the trip, but such tranquil peacefulness is something to savor. Even after we return to this school tomorrow, I think I'll remember this little house in Hokkaido for a long time. It's a pity we only have a couple more hours to spend before we're going to get the train back. All I can do is yawn contentedly while I watch the steam slowly rising from the clear, placid surface, my eyes eventually locking onto the ceiling. Exams are imminent. I barely studied at all for them. Top of that, I don't even know what I'll do after graduation. Passing exams is all well and good, but to what end? Also now, all times I'm getting into a relationship. What am I doing? Like that. It's done is done, and maybe this could be viewed as just another aspect of my life that I'm working on. Enjoy being with Lilly, and there's more to life than school and a career after all. As I attempt to rationalize all that's happened, there are a series of raps on the door. I pick myself up and sit upright, trying to figure out the source. 3, no more, no less. Light, yet assertive in their tapping. Time regularly enough to tune up metronome. I'd be extremely surprised if it wasn't Lilly. I come in? Yeah, it's Lilly. Well, I'm still in the bath. I'll be out in a second. I know. The voice coming from the other side of the door freezes me. Second thought. I rest on the side of the bath and let my arms dangle over the side. I my best to play it off. I can't help my wonder. Sure, come in. I opened the door, slowly walking in the room and closing it behind her. Oddly calm, countering my racing heart. Hey, Lilly. Okay, how is shrimp a euphemism? How is grilled shrimp a euphemism game? Explain. Actually, no, don't explain. We're good. We're good. Continuing on. Kate dashed to the station and finding her seats in the occupied dessert, abruptly crashed. Look at the time, close to midnight. Surprised that if you take this particular train. I was fast asleep on Lily's shoulder, and I can barely only muster the energy to stay awake. The excitement we had a little while ago probably didn't help. I'd probably be pretty depressed about going back to school if my brain was actually working. As it is, though, the sight of the nighttime scenery scrolling by is surprisingly beautiful. My loud yawn is nearly wholly drowned out by the clacking of the train tracks and the old carriages rattling. Tired. And whose fault is that, Hisao? She really does toe the line between insulting and amusing sometimes. I managed to wring out a weary smile. Window, my reflection just visible in the clear pane. Truth be told, she's perfectly correct. If it weren't for that little interlude a few hours ago, both of us would have a lot more energy. We both had to take another bath, very nearly making us late for the train's departure. Yeah, it was mine. Still, getting into a bath with a guy is a dangerous thing to do. Evidently. Sorry, I guess I kinda took into the situation back there. Well, I didn't exactly hate it. Soft. Back to her, my eyes narrow as I see her slightly reddened cheeks and small grip, her mind obviously elsewhere. Say it. I knew the possibility of it happening was there. I knew it, you're just as dirty-minded as I am. Tossed in her free hand, making her disapproval crystal clear. It's a rather crude way of putting it. Oh, and what would you suggest? I merely have a healthy adolescent sex drive. So in other words, dirty mind. At the moment, Hanako mumbles quietly as she furrows her brow in Liz's lap. Let's look. Lily's right. Her Hanako's right. Lily's look at just remotes away. She gently smiles and strokes her hand on Hanako's long, dark hair. All I can do is watch and smile. Or to ask me when I fell in love with her, I wouldn't be able to answer. The best I'd be able to come up with it just happened at some point, but I didn't realize it. Or to ask me why I love her, though, then I could answer much more easily. You really love Hanako, don't you? Deep nod, smiling warmly. To return to school, seems like we were all away. Don't worry, Hanako's been gaining confidence thanks to you as long as I've known you two. It's a self-deprecating sigh. I think I merely provide her with company and support. Since she came to know you, she's opened up much more even to me. She's understanding her influence on Hanako, especially given that before to know each other, Hanako had no friends to speak of. Since I'd had him in previous school, filled what I'd expected of them for the most part simply being there for idle chatter, but in Hanako and Lily there feels to be more to their relationship. Part of me envies, but another can't ignore the fact that the school year actually in after graduation, I really have no idea what Hanako will do. This trip has shown me just how much we've all come to depend on one another. Indeed, we're all going to make decisions, and that's the reason why, despite our return to school, also heralding return to the normalcy of everyday life, I can't help feeling a little restless. On the bright side, it won't the summer holidays to arrive after our exams are finished. We could come back here during the summer holidays if you want. She thinks of the notion, her face becoming somewhat distant. I can only guess she's reflecting on all that's happened here. It would be good, I think. I nod approving, smiling at her. Together with Lily, this idea seems like the perfect way to spend our holiday. Act 4, Future. After the excitement for a trip to Hokkaido, it seems strange to be right back to the usual daily routine so soon. Indeed, it feels like a normal day, the same as any other. That's what I'd like to think, anyway. The truth, the atmosphere of the entire class, no, the entire school has changed. While an undercurrent of subdued trepidation had previously pervaded the class, now that the exams were in sight, it's boiled over into frantic studying rarely seen otherwise. One day until exams start, it's horrific, really. Instead of studying and wasted our time up north, we were such model students too. As in the bubbly effort, Misha seems oddly deflated. She sits at her desk, nervously chewing on a pen while Mato lectures from the front of the class. Closer inspection, I do believe she's eating it. Said the sorry spectral, I turn my attention elsewhere. Go sits frantically scribbling in her notebook. Her face mirrors away from the page, seemingly trying to record every word that leaves Mato's mouth. Shizune as well. Shizune, cool as a cucumber. She sits diligently, taking notes with her attention wholly focused on the front of the class. Truth be told, it's what I should be doing as well, if not for the fact that I feel like I have a pretty good handle on what's been covered already. I wonder how Lily's doing. Well, she does have a good head on her. She has plenty on her plate, unlike me. Her class representative duties, taking care of Hanako, her other social contracts, her extra English studies. That girl really does take on a lot. I stifled an inappropriate joke for myself then. I'm proud of myself. The lunchtime bell brings a sigh of relief from the entire class. Mito being no exception, I get the feeling she prefers the more laid-back atmosphere of his normal classes to the frantic pace of exam preparation we've subjected to right now. Kyu-chan, help me. Managed to half-mast, I know he's talking about his eyes. Game after I just managed to... And I just held back a joke, too. Dag nabbit. Okay, calm down, calm down. Making clear my intent... I lowered my eyelids to half-mast, making clear my intention of doing quite the opposite. Help me, help me. Not going well? Shi-chan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. Am I going to die, Shi-chan? Will you let me die for... You let me die from all this work? How maudlin. Given that she's neither the brightest student in the class nor the most diligent, it isn't a great surprise that she's finding it hard to cope with the workload. Sorry, Misha, but I've got my own work to do. I thought you and Shizuna would be studying together over the long weekend anyway. Studying's too boring to waste on a holiday, Ichan. Shopping together was much more fun, wasn't it, Chi-chan? And now I realize Shizune's been looking over to us, that Misha's arms have been moving like this all this time. I must be really zoned out to not have noticed. What is it with the girls and shopping anyway? Even Lilly and Hanako dragged me at them a couple times. But you went anyway. It's rare to see a guy like that likes going shopping. My role would probably be described as Well, my role would probably be best described as pack mule. I can't say I share your enthusiasm about the experience. To the exams. You've studied after you got from your days off, didn't you, Shizune? Alright, Shi-chan. We're sensible to studying the days before. Misha makes a sound vaguely similar to a dying cow. She realizes her folly and ceremoniously flops onto her desk, betrayed even by her best. A dying cow. Okay. Like... I have to say, so like the writing in this game is quite good. And like with some of the illusions or stuff like that, it's... Judging from Suzune's quiet, frustrated look at Misha, she probably told her to study as she did. Don't worry, you can still gain some grades if you start studying now. Maybe. Misha does not seem overly amused. Same as the bubbly balloon of everlasting cheerfulness has been cruelly popped. Signing goes unnoticed by moping Misha, bringing her a quick poke in the shoulder. It takes barely a moment for Misha to get back into form. Oh, so what did you do over the weekend, Hichan? Just took a trip up north with Lilly and Hanako. It's pretty nice. I see both of them narrowing their eyes at me, their minds surely in the gutter. The fact that their suspicions are founded makes the situation all the more awkward. We just studied and went sightseeing. There's nothing more to it. Such a flagrant lie, I realized it may not been the best step, considering Shizune's connections and her total lack of restraint when it comes to questioning someone she suspects of telling untruths. I really have no idea how she's going to take it, but should I know eventually anyway. It isn't really as if it's her business who might date in any case. And yes, Lilly and I are going out now. The start to a good lie, staying up. Misha receives news with an enthusiastic smile. Shizune, a look of mild surprise, somewhat masked by her cool demeanor. Whoever you date is your business. I hope you two get along together. Gives a look that says this is the most quarter I could possibly receive on the matter. It's all I wanted, really. Two good lies, saying nothing. Yeah, the way he did that was kind of, like, suspicious. Say. This, though, Shizune means something else, then stops herself and shakes her head at Misha to prevent her from translating. I might think this strange enough, but the awkward, casual wave Shizune gives me of Misha in tow adds to my confusion. Shizune is hardly the kind of person to pull a punch or communicate without forethought. I shrug my shoulders at the duo's odd behavior and looks towards Hanako's desk. But seeing that her chair is empty, she was definitely here before. Alright, so I guess she just didn't feel like waiting. I'll go grab some food alone then. On my way to the engineer's room, become a second home to 3 students in particular. I mournfully look at the plastic wrapped salad roll and juice box in my hand. The cafeteria's food is unappetizing. Maybe I'll consider this my penance for my recent indiscretions. Opening the door, I notice one less quiet figure than I expected. It's strange. Despite having known Lilly for months, I can't help thinking back to the first time I opened this door and saw her silently sitting in the sunlight. Just as she did then, she slowly opens her eyes, unmoving as they are, and calmly addresses me. "Good morning, Hisao." It's afternoon, I think. Has Hanako been around? She skittered out of class without me even noticing. Lily pulls her cheek thoughtfully as I take a seat. My bag taking its place against the closest leg of the table, and my unsatisfying meals sitting out in front of me. She did appear for a time. She said she had to study for the upcoming exams and left for the library. We find ourselves not entirely believing her words. Well, at least her intentions are in the right place. She is sweet, but she didn't go this far to let us have our space. I might talk to her about it sometime. Probably for the best. For a while we quietly our meals, Leanne nibbling on her sandwiches and sipping her tea as it tastes like a garden enriched in dry dough. The atmosphere is slightly strained, neither of us knowing what to say to each other now that our small talk has dried up. Eventually, we both finish our food with no conversation, forthcoming for quite some time. Eventually, though, Lily's soft voice breaks the silence. A lot happened back there, didn't it? Again, silence. We both with our minds on the same topic, though. I think I have my feelings on that sorted out. I know everything happened kind of hurry, but I don't regret anything that happened to Hokkaido. Not one thing. Hisao? Tense. Take her hands in mine. Have to feel her, have to settle my own nerves. I stand by my words back there, Lily. I love you and I won't leave you. Only wish for you to think the same. She silently reflects for a long time, which feels like an eternity. Comes to an end. She takes one of her mind, placing it over them. She leans her body forwards and stands out of her chair. After a moment's hesitation, her face slightly pensive, and lips meet mine for a brief moment. And feels as if my mind briefly feels as if it briefly stopped at that moment, barely registering Lily sitting back in her chair and smiling back at me with ever so slightly reddened cheeks. Hearing that makes me very happy, Hisao. I'd be glad to stay with you. It'd be good to slow things down a bit compared to before, but we still have some school after all in our exams. It's a mischievous giggle which proves to be contagious. It might be a good idea indeed. You'll farewell in your exams? One day until they arrive, as you say. I probably should have stayed more, but I think I've got it good enough to manage. Said. I had to bat off Misha and Shizune. Is your class as worried about the exams as mine? Exasperated sigh, all but confirming it. I'm thankful for the atmosphere becoming a bit lighter. I think so. I've already been asked 2 of my classmates, and there'll be no doubt be more. Think of it as your first training in being a teacher, maybe? It's probably a good way to think of it. That note, how are you faring in your English studies? It was far from your strongest subject, and the few sentences you memorized to speak to my mother aren't likely to help. Damn, right on the mark. If you don't mind, would you pass in that regard, please? It'd be my pleasure to help you, Hisao, but in exchange... Is it me? Our coquettish nature attentively coming to the fore. No problem. You're probably better off with some help in your studies, though. To smile at me, one of girlish victory that nearly makes me blush. I get the feeling she's aware of how to use her face to twist my judgment, so I should probably be more on guard. Here and now, though, a study group seems like an expedient way for both of us to shore up our lacking skills. The school bell rings out, reminding us that time isn't going to stand still. So we're ready. It sure is easy to lose track of time here. It's far from the other... This room's so far from other clubs and activities, not much sound can reach us. That's probably most of the reason why. Place far from all the others, alone with just one person who she loves. That's Lilly stands and collects her bag and cane. My thoughts are cast back to the time we spent in Hokkaido. Before I go, Akira and I are having a homecoming party in my room tomorrow. Will you be able to come? And back again. Schedule is free, so I should be able to make my study time to make it. Good to hear, Hisao. It's worth. I'm glad you're back from Scotland. Once exams are over, we should have some more time to ourselves. Holidays start soon after, too. Start the holidays with an Abada then, just as we promised at the school festival. Puts her hand to her cheek and laughs slightly nervously, recalling the events as I silently think myself to remember. It seems odd to see her react in such a way. It's not like I never saw her embarrassed before. I'd better be going. Farewell, Hisao. Bye. Whether it's out of habit or just a stubborn desire for one small fragment of normality, I hold up my in farewell just as I always do. At least I'm consciously aware that I'm doing it now. Beginning to see a bigger picture than I ever before, not only with Lilly, but also my life ahead. The chains of my past are finally breaking. I'm gonna break these chains! Sound. Walking up the now slightly more familiar corridor of the girls' dormitories, I can hear the faint sound of laughter coming from up ahead. To identify the source as Lily's room, though the deep timbre of the female voice unmistakably belongs not to her but to her sister. My knuckles at the door with the usual light taps, my hand barely retreating as the door swings open. Hey, Hisao. Hey. Hello, Lilly. Hanako looks tenderly, her hands buried in her oversized pink nightgown. From her side, Lilly turns sideways toward the direction of my voice and smiles. It'd be a fragrant lie to say I dislike the sight of her in those pajamas. I catch Akira giving me a sidelong look with a knowing grin, to which I reply with a sharp glare. She takes the hint, shrugs, and walks back to the low table in the center of the room. As I go to join her, Lilly gives a nod of greeting and starts pouring me a cup of tea. It's nice to see you again, Hanako. Been getting around recently. Lilly wears a look of concentration as light brown liquid carefully measured by her finger as always flows from the teapot into the cup. It seems Hanako is helping one of the people in your the newspaper club. Naomi, I think. Or Naomi, I think. Oh my gosh. Hanako gives an affirmative nod. Spending about 2 months in class, I still have trouble remembering the names of those students I rarely talk with. Oh my gosh. Takes me a few mental contortions to connect the name with the face. I remember the girl that sits beside Hanako at the back of the class. Naomi Inoue. A fairly average-looking girl except for her bleached blonde hair. Given her upbeat and straightforward personality, Naomi may have seen an opening to poke Hanako for a club when she inquired about joining one. Either way, as I see Hanako broadening her horizons, first met her, the idea of her joining a club with anyone but Lilly would have seemed utterly laughable. That explained how busy you've been. Enjoying it? It's really interesting. As always, Hanako is far from being talkative. Some things never change, and it seems that Hanako's personality is one of them. She'll likely always be one to shy away from being overly social. Warned by the sound of crockery against the table as Lilly places my drink in front of me, I thank her and take a long sip. Hanako and Lilly are attending to their own, and Akira is quaffing a mug of strong-smelling black coffee. You're a lucky bastard, Hisao. Huh? Grimacing at her teasing smile, still visible around the edges of the mug pressed to her lips. Seeing my sister in her pajamas, there's a lot out there who'd like to be where you are. I've seen a lot more than that of her, not that I admit it. Akira. Hey, I'm just teasing. As much as he can whisper with a sly grin written on her face. And Hanako too, you perv. It was her idea. I to her face to the ground and her hands fidgeting in the lap of her nightgown. If it's Hisao, I don't mind. This could be bad. I know Hanako is altogether too innocent to bother reading much into such a thing, but the expression Akira directs at me is positively stormy. Akira, please. I could sense Akira's sudden change in aura just as well as I, even without seeing it for myself. Akira slowly looks away from me, like an attack dog leased by its owner in the nick of time. I breathe a sigh of relief. I can't think of a more appropriate time to try and change topics than around now. If you don't mind me asking, Akira, what do you do for a living? I've never seen you outside of that suit. Thinking about what to do with yourself after school's over, eh? I'm a lawyer. For the most part, I work in the legal department of the Japanese branch of our family's company. The most boring possible answer, I suppose. Law is a pretty dry topic to most people. Kinda. Oi, you're not supposed to agree. Lilly gives an amused giggle while holding her teacup and saucer, Hanako quickly joining with her. This friendly atmosphere between everyone is something I'd missed while Lilly and Akira were on their trip. While the dealings I had with Hanako didn't help, I think just not having Lilly around changed the mood. It's nice to be back. I missed you, Hisao, and you too, Hanako. Goes for the both of us. Guessing your classmates were very happy to see you back. In a manner of speaking, yes. Kira's amused snort shows she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. I imagine she'd have to be given how long they've been together. Did you have fun in Scotland? I don't wonder why she's asking. It's been a while since they came back, but then I remember everything that happened. I've simply not had time to look back at with the exams and our Hokkaido trip. This goes distant for a moment. The fact that Akira's first reaction is to look over to her sister doesn't escape me. Nonetheless, she quickly recollects herself. Just nice. We hadn't met our family in such a long time, so it was a wonderful reunion. Yes, that's right. Their house being beachside was the best part, though. Of tone, I get the feeling Akira doesn't like their family as much as Lilly does. You only like that because you finally had time to play around. Just because I'm the better swimmer. I don't take after the athletic side of the family, that's all. Well, you can take heart in the fact that you've got the height genes at least. And the bust genes. That's not really the right kind of thing to say around others. Though Lilly pretends to scold Akira, she does so with an unmistakably slightly cheeky grin on her face. I doubt Akira really minds that, judging from her nonchalant expression. Well, I don't either. Hanako's looking down and blushing furiously beside me. Sisters' antics aside, their parents really do lead a bourgeois lifestyle. Seems utterly divorced from the life that Lilly and Akira have lived until now. I suppose practicality must have made the decision for him. To have come from such a wealthy and well-connected lineage only adds to the almost noble air Lilly seems to have, though. It's a small wonder none of it seems to have rubbed off onto Akira. They're really as like as siblings could be. Their only similarity seems to be their shared confidence, which can be both endearing and a headache at times. Most of the night continues much the same, with Hanako eventually leaving the Sato sisters and to me to ourselves as she heads back to the dorm room for a rest. For a while, only the barely audible sound from Lily's teacup and saucer can occasionally be heard as she slowly drinks. The silence is strained as Lilly and I wait for the elephant in the room to be addressed. So, Lilly duly puts her down, giving her sister her undivided attention. With Lilly on this one side of the low table and Akira on the other, this almost feels like a judge passing down a verdict. I hear you two are going out now. Sideways at Lilly to confirm her as the source of Akira's knowledge. She gives a gentle nod to Akira, which I mirror in affirmation. Deciding that this is the proper time and place to do so, Akira being the closest figure to a parent Lily's had for much of her life, I bow deeply with my hands on the floor beside me and my head nearly the same. I'll take good care of your sister, Akira, I promise you. See, he's a lovely young gentleman. She must have heard my voice coming from a lower position than usual. Slowly bringing myself back up, my eyes tentatively looking to Akira from under my brow. The truth, I very much doubt my suited judge will raise any objections. She's very definitely the type to make her disapproval with others well known, something that lends a measured respect her in my eyes. The old-fashioned kind, huh? The kind of person I guess you'd go for. I don't have a problem with it, and I wish you two the best. But I didn't like it. I couldn't really do anything anyway. Appreciation to her as Lily gives a small sigh of relief, likely more out of duty than any actual belief Akira might have had any problems with us being together. I do wonder, though, how's the rest of the family taking it? The part residing at Yamaku, have you told her? Mrs. Akira grins downright evilly. Those closest know how to twist the knife best, after all. Putting up with it may be the best term for the situation, don't you agree, Hisao? Sounds about right. At least she's being reasonable about it. The girl can be a handful at best of times. A few messages back and forth, and just after the trip, she was already busting my chops for seeing my boyfriend when we came back. After leaving Hideki so long, she really does care for the little guy. Cast my back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling it about a relationship, and decide not to press to bring it up. It's no doubt simply born of their mutual antipathy, and Akira's comments only back that up. Well, that's settled. I get to work early tomorrow, so I'd better be off. She rises from the table with a grunt. No need to push herself up. Just I notice Akira's eyes lingering on Lily for a couple of seconds before turning away as she begins to take her leave. Looks at the door. She stops and looks up thoughtfully before turning to us one last time. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Use protection every time. Ahem.
Make it stop! Oh, make it stop!
I gag partly on the tip of my mouth. Contrary to my own, Lily's composure holds perfectly as she seems entirely unfazed. I'm coming impressed. We are, don't worry. Atta girl, see you. She turns away and strides away, a hand eye as she disappears in the darkened hallway, closing the door behind her. The most reaction I can muster is flopping forwards onto the table, completely drained of energy and truly exhausted by her ability to hold her own against that suited devil is something I admire. She really is incredibly blunt. I don't think it'll ever be able to keep up with your sister's energy. Lily's soft hand coming to rest on my own. I roll my head to side to see her gently smiling. For a long time, we simply sit beside each other silently. Given her unquestionably unusual height, she's pretty much exactly as tall as I am. Probably a couple of centimeters higher, if anything. Like this, she appears even taller. The feeling of her pale, soft hand against mine is a pleasant one, as is the sight of the thin silken pajamas she wears, showing her curves and collarbone. You do get on well, though, even if you say that. I guess. You know, you two are a lot more alike than I first thought when I met you. It's a good thing I quickly stopped you from going after her, isn't it? Though she jokes about it, my assessment of my inability to keep with Akira, whether physically or mentally, was quite in earnest. Lily's slow-paced and ladylike, almost motherly nature is perhaps the single thing that helped me most in my first weeks at Yamaku. Come to think of it. Wait. Is that for protection? Akira's on my side. His cheeks puff out as he puffs at me. Unlike you, I remember. The package is in the cupboard next to the sink. So I'm the only one of us that... So I'm not the only one that takes a pill. In hindsight, I feel rather thoughtless for not remembering it all and leaving it to Lilly. Cupboard, she mentions. I notice again the neat piles of books around us that were the other times I visited. For the most part, they're lined up against the wall to give a little more around the table. Oh, why don't you get a bookshelf for your books? It's odd to see books just piled around, especially given that the room looks so neat and orderly otherwise. They're easier to find this way. I know exactly which pile each book is in. Wouldn't you still know after putting each set on a different shelf? That may be, but she's not immune to bouts of laziness after all. So many of them. It's kind of a shame we can't share our book sets despite both of us reading so much. A short giggle. Think of it. Why do you order your books through Yuko? I imagine there'd be plenty of sites that you could order books in Braille from, especially in English. English Braille. There are a lot of text-to-speech programs, too. She turns her head slightly away from me, which strikes me as somewhat surprising. I'm just not all that good with computers. I'm alright with typewriters and braillers, but that's about it. Her tone makes me chuckle. She's a prideful person, so admitting something like that must be difficult. So Lily's the low-tech kind of person. Given her old-fashioned personality, it's not really a stunning surprise. I wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people aren't really that good with them, so it's not that unusual. That unusual. Now she's even more depressed. It feels like I'm twisting the knife, then healing her wounds. Squirming, I shuffle my way close, attentively putting one hand around her waist to hug her. Still not used to seeing this kind of physical affection, but Lilly seems to like it. Also, she turns to me, kissing the roar for her. She draws me in, brushing my upper lip with hers before pressing against both. This way, every one of my senses is filled with her. The barely perceptible scent of her hair, her taste as her tongue fleetly touches mine, the tenderness of her lips, the image of her filling my mind, the total silence apart from her faint breath. But even this is more a kiss of simple affection than anything. It's still a new and pleasant sensation. Blushing, she pulls back. It's obvious she feels the same as I do. If we're entirely alone, it still feels a little embarrassing to open up to each other this much. I think day by day, I think that would be best for the best. Small steps, right? Just small steps. We have plenty of time to be together, even after the school year is over. As long as we move together, I think everything will work out okay. Neither of us is going anywhere soon, after all. For now, I'm just thankful for the small moment in time we can spend together. I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. It's not like I never entered the small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. It's because the nurse office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. The knowledge that such a fact is kept entirely confidential between the nurse and me hardly lessens the feeling. Ringing the bell to signal the end of lunch break will sound soon. I give a sigh and open the door. The burden will stay with me just as well longer. Well, now, if it isn't Nakai, good to see you. Or bad, I guess, considering I'm a nurse. Small laugh amuses his little joke. I find his humor lacking and somewhat off, but the fact that he can make light of such a situation is perhaps comforting, or at least distracting. His brief episode of entertainment over, and claps his hand together and gets down to business. I take a seat as he gestures for me to do so. I wish the classrooms had seats this comfortable. Feel my mind wandering as I quickly scan the room, distracted by the small changes since last time. What brings you here? So often, so I assume your health's been good so far. Mostly. I see. So I trail off. I feel slightly guilty about it. These moments where I can't actually call myself normal. I'm so reluctant to see the nurse. Admission that I'm different for anyone else. Well, while I was in a trip during the long weekend, I had a few problems with my heart. Seriously nods, urging me to go on. Yeah. I was walking a fairly long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. At the knees and felt I was almost having a small heart attack. Passed in about half a minute. After, though, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. Not good at all. That was how many days ago exactly? Do anything unusual aside from exerting yourself? The episode, were you taking your medication? Registered a serious professional mode, rattling off questions, making notes, and calling stuff on his computer. To him about forgetting to take my pills that morning and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now except answer honestly and bite the bullet. Seriousness evolves into a frown, and talk evolves into an instant checkup. Just opening my shirt and get motion to take a seat in front of the nurse. The first problem you've had since coming Yamaka? I've had short change in my chest before, a couple times, but they were more discomfort than anything like this. Chair. Briefly resuming a white coat pro as he mulls over the mysterious case of the heart flutter. From side to eye, always thinking, his non-existent mustache wiggling, eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it, that's always on the plus side. Blink at this one, then notice the rest wearing his got you face. It's reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious, so I keep silent and take my lumps. I'll have a talk with your doctor, but right now I assume it's simply due to physical exertion. You keeping up with regular light exercise like I directed you to? I make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. It's usually enough to work up a bit of sweat, but then again, I'm not really as fit as I used to be. That should be enough then. Thing to keep in mind is do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I've been a lot more focused on my studies. Take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. Hey, welcome in, Austin. It's good to know you're... Well, sudden lifestyle changes can be hard on the best of times, so I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you have everything in order. Almost everything, that is. Keep it close on you for a while, just for observation's sake. I'm sure things aren't going downhill, you understand? What I hear. Since coming to Yamaku, all I've wanted to do is live as normal life as possible. Observation was one of the words I came to hate most during my hospital stay. For so long I felt as if I could just walk straight out the hospital doors if not for that observation the doctors wanted so dearly. Sure, should I come in more often? His computer seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed bow. Spins back towards me after that. Summer holidays are a bit of a pain considering the timing. I'll check with your doctor to try and get a better handle on this situation and see how he wants to proceed, but I think you should just take things slowly and carefully for now. What you're describing doesn't immediately sound like a recurring event. It won't hurt to slow down a bit for a while just to make sure. What should I do for today? Shoulder at the clock hanging over the door. I've never have noticed if I didn't pull the gaze. School will be over, so you may as well just leave early. Sly wink, making sure I understand he's doing me a favor. Well, nurse's orders, thanks. That's what I'm here for, after all. I know you might want to hear this, but you can't ignore your condition. Ask me if you have any further problems or if you just anything you want to ask. My. Typing here, I suppose I'll just read before waiting for Lilly, but considering I have much else to do now. Even as I leave, his words echo in my mind. My condition isn't something as limiting as many of the others here in Yamaku, and I don't want to burden Lilly with thinking about it. If I just live my life normally and avoid any short socks, I should... Short, sharp shocks. I should be okay. I won't let my condition rule me. Comes into view as the bells leading the end of the school day rang out. She says farewell to a number of her classmates headed in the other direction, before beginning her weekly trip to the convenience store. Afternoon, Lilly. Warm smile and relaxed demeanor she assumes upon knowing my parents are unexpectedly welcome. Hello, Isao. Good afternoon to you, too. She eventually needs to tilt her face forward and close her eyes, meet her with a measure of slight trepidation before we move off hand in hand. So close in height is useful at times, there being no need for either of us to turn our head upwards or downwards in order to meet the others. Take but time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us, the tapping of Lily's cane, her free hand, the only sound to be heard. Silence, blissful silence, is all that greets us while we walk in the setting sun's light. I think I'm coming to really like this town. A huge green hilly expanse of the trees everywhere, somewhat rustic little buildings. Appreciate the tranquility of it as well. Think so. I come from a metropolitan city near Tokyo. The quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while it became really nice though. I think I prefer it to the hustle and bustle of my hometown city now. Preferred the quiet of such a rural... Oh, when I first arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet here before I came. So the surroundings are very pretty too. May say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how she describes sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a little put off. So her expression become one in anticipation for some question or another. She always had a good sense for when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I might as well speak up. I was kind of wondering how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something I've been thinking about. She thinks carefully for a time. Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on the other side of a room? I can only speak for myself. The fact that I can't see is the only way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can't do something that I'm capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes. There are many, many people who suffer much more than I because of the way the world is. That does make sense, but still, it just feels kind of bad to describe something that you can't experience to you. It's very quizzically, as if I'd said something that makes very little sense at all, but I can experience it. You just said yourself that you like this area because of the way the surroundings are. I like this area for the very same reason. Thanks to the fact that this is a small rustic town surrounded by trees, it gives some peace and quiet away from the din at school and the bustle, not to mention the smells of the city. I suppose it would be much more like the home she shared with Akira as well. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible. I'm not surprised that she's got a much better handle on her particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how her coming from a localization somewhat similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her become more acclimatized in a shorter time. Being born blind affected her stance by her omission. I should stop being so annoyed with myself over it, but I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lilly far too much given the circumstances most have had to deal with in Yamaku. That makes a lot of sense. Pretty good at explaining things as always. Think of it, where is Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. Seems she's busy studying, the exams are far from over, and she said she wants to do better this year than the last. While I admire her work ethic, she's really been trying to give us a lot of room alone recently. She's the type of person, I think, that... the kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I don't know. I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding yourself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident. After all, not me. I take my hand from hers and gently place it on her head. Important thing is that you're here for her. I can't even imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends, so we've just got to have faith in her. Hello, Ostroraptor. Welcome on in. We are finishing up the visual novel Katawa Shoujo. Which I should mention this is actually for free on Steam. So. I think she'll become a good person. That much is thanks to you being there for her when she needed it, just as you were there for me. It makes me feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Well, I try. Are you doing anything on the weekend by any chance? Nothing comes to mind. Why? And how about a date on Sunday? It'd be something to do besides exam preparation. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and yawns. That would be lovely. Where would you like to go? Changes to one of disapproval. You can't do that, Hisao. That's cheating. Do what? A gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. Oh. Smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we could go. I'll leave it to you then. I promise to decide on the next date, though. Plans for the weekend made, the rest of the walk on the hill continues in silence. The prospect of that lasting for any length of time, however, is shattered as I catch sight of the familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Yo. Thank you, come again. Change in temperature as I step outside from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. It feels like summer is starting to wind down. Besides, the same feeling seems to affect Lilly as well. The one like me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. If I had to describe her, I'd have to say she reminds me of a China doll. Kira walks up behind her and gives a couple of hard pats on her shoulder, much to Lily's consternation. For a moment, she looks as envious of my status as an only child as I am of their close relationship. They talk between themselves for a few moments as I sort out my bags. Their voice is too low for me to catch, but eventually they break off and we begin to walk back to school. Feels good to be out of that damned office. The kids don't know how good you have it here. Kids. You two. Kids grow up so fast nowadays. You're not old enough to say that. I don't know, being around Hideki makes me feel damned old. He's so precocious, he reminds me of you when you were younger. He's a nice boy. It would be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Kira gives a amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She really doesn't seem to regard it as anything to make a serious fuss about, treating it more like a childhood spat. She looks over at me, apparently only remembering that I'm here, and gives me a small grin as she goes towards her back pocket. What is it? Just a sec, let me dig it out. After quite some difficulty, she manages to retrieve her black leather wallet from her back pocket, quietly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. Flee all but unaware of what's happening, Akira unfolds the scrap and hands it to me. An old photo of what looks to be a younger Lilly, and Shizune operating a noodle stall with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite pinpoint why. What is it, Akira? I think you know. Mulls over this for a few months before realization dawns on her. Akira, you really need it. It's fine. Isn't it? Besides, it's the only photo I have of you since you entered Yamaku when you were not at each other's throats. Photo in my hand. Strange to see Lilly and Shizune working together so diligently without any sign of animosity. If the photos of them during Yamaku's festival, that means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. Or it's the time when they were both in student council together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. I knew you'd recognize her. It's Misha before she went and dyed her hair pink. That's Misha? No way. Strange to see Misha without her so distinctive hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favorably to Misha's idea of fashion. I suppose that fact just accentuates how odd the situation looks. To think they were so friendly in the past. I wish she could do something to mend their friendship. You're being very quiet, Isao. It just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Moves to say something, but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lilly and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. And also, unfortunately, I have to do an ad break. Although, that's probably good, because I've been drinking a good amount of tea and water, so things happen. So, if we go back, we won't have words on stream. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now back to looking at this photograph, which every time I do, it makes me laugh. What, it's been a week since I've used that joke. Or, well, like, probably been 2 weeks since I've used that joke. I think I can... I need to figure out this graph. I need to come up with... I'll need to come up with some more photograph jokes. Because there's more songs about photographs out there. Anyway. The photo back to Akira, whose eyes as she folds it up and sits back into her wallet. A little memory quietly hidden away to be pulled out again sometime later. Yeah, they do. There's actually seem in response to the situation between Lilly and Shizune, but she looks oddly glum. Yeah, oh my gosh. But she looks oddly glum compared to what I'd expect. Lily's expression has clouded as well. What's wrong? She'll still be going to Scotland fairly soon. You're leaving for Scotland again? What? Kira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. It'd be as if she'd never done so. In a couple weeks, I'll be leaving for Inverse to work at the company's headquarters. It's a pretty great jump in corporate position. It's not a chance that's ever going to come again. So Akira's going to leave Japan on what seems to be a permanent basis. Assumption that we could... While our days fun in our isolated little world comes coming to an end, it's unsettling. Surprised that she hasn't told me such a thing, despite usually being so forthcoming. She continues to walk with her face fixed pointedly ahead. I can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind, which is just comforting. Now, usually it's usually easy for me to do both. The time when we met at the Shanghai, just before could be called our face date. At the time, all I could do was comfort without knowing the cause, and now it feels no different. So we finally reached the school dormitories. Once again, there's a somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the only one who feels it. See you tomorrow then, Lilly. Bye, Akira. Good night, Isao. See ya. What? To the female dormitories. Opening the doors to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them just moments before their figures disappear behind the heavy wooden door. That was a strange moment when he said she was leaving. But that wasn't the first time when my thoughts regarding my new life had been called into question. It's perhaps the first time to do so profoundly. I still don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less of Lily's. The night still reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something, my bags pulling down on my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. If nothing else, I have a date with her set up for the weekend. I just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things as they are. Still ongoing after all, and the trimester's end, and the summer holiday beginning soon. There'll be plenty of time to keep me busy for a while. As I give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lilly will decide to set as the location of our weekend rendezvous. It's about the last thing I had in mind when Lilly said she'd decide where to have our date. Man or woman is dressed in anything but their finest, the formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls, the city lights below flickering glow, combined with the ambient hum of quiet speech and the high-pitched chattering of cutlery and wineglass. The mood is very formal, relaxed enough for me not to feel too uptight, despite this being our first real date. Seated, our waiter leaves to attend to others with a quick bow after an appreciative nod from Lilly. Depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easily so far, despite the unfamiliar environment. A little brush here and there, and she's generally quite deft at orienting herself as needed. Let's look at Lily's. I can tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. She told, my eyes are lingering on her each time. They sweep across the room. The red chunks she's wearing accentuates her figure very well, and shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up, and the scent of perfume is just noticeable. My black suit may be a rental. I managed to select an appropriate one. It feels surprisingly comfortable considering I've so rarely worn one, and fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. I guess this is a new experience for both of us then. Somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place like this, such as this before, no. A hell of a first date, that's for sure. Pretty hard for me to top this. Small giggle even now, our nervousness is dissipating. She keeps holding the center of the table until it touches the menu, which she takes in both hands and brings to her face. Isao? The page laminated below her eyes, see another sheepish look. I doubt asking the waiter for a menu in Braille would be protective. I can read it out for you, no problem. Fine, and give it a quick read, my small grin faltering. Perhaps there is... What's wrong? There are quite a few items here, and I'm not completely sure how to pronounce a couple of them. One fine cuisine after another is listed. Most may be in Japanese, but a few are in English and French. I guess it's to be expected, but I have no idea what's in some of these. One of these I read and wait on. You can cook that? Small amusement comes from behind the paper sheet. Well, I could read them all, but it'll take a few hours. Is there anything with some kind of fish in it? Let's see. No, aren't those poisonous? No, they eat that stuff? No. Oh, here we go. A tuna salad seems to be a good bet. From the picture, it looks pretty filling as well. This would be a reasonably safe option. Let's order two then. Pretty sure a couple of these dishes are for poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. Smile, but there's a distinct lack of lacquer. Black humor mustn't be our cup of tea. Though to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. Same is true of the sights, I assume. I've never been anywhere quite like this, a fancy Japanese tea house on occasion or two, but never anything this lavish nor European in styling. Said, a portly waiter in distressingly tight vest appears at her table to take orders. Provincial tuna salad is please do. I hope I didn't miss in the pronunciation that too badly. Even if I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please, Isao? Oh, same. I didn't realize I feel that what I said by absolutely mimicking Sanister. I regret it pretty quickly. Alcohol. Only a bit. An odd propensity to get hooked on things, I swear. Surprising that they didn't ask for identification. Then again, I guess we do both look mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll add that this isn't what I'd call the type of place to ask such things, though. A good point. We both relax a little in our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. As we do, this waiter approaches our table with 2 empty glasses and a bottle, the contents of which are quickly and professionally poured into this former. Nods politely as he's Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. The liquid inside glistens as it moves around in the glass, and I have to admit it makes me a little less regretful for ordering the same. I guess it must be effort to judge how the liquid inside is acting based on its center of balance. Maybe it's like her origami, taking every little chance to practice her dexterity. I guess I'm not surprised it's like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. The upbringings where Yamaku, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniforms, living in the same dormitories. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She's come here before, apparently. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. And you chastise me for cheating. That's not cheating, it's simply making use of personal contacts. If you say so. Still, I get the feeling that you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. She paused a moment, a wistful look in her face. Of course, awfully smiling, the compliment seems to brighten her mood. You can thank my former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be gravely disappointed. She has mentioned her previous schooling before, but now I'm kind of curious. She seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking, what was that like? It was a prestigious all-girls and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families send their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right, it was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well enough and make a number of friends. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspects suffocating, and ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. She gave a small self-deprecating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it, though. Not many can have the chance to go to such a school. Do you resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family is highly patriarchal. My father, business always on his mind, was entirely lost as what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was of higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. To say such things so easily, what an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think her blindness played any part at all, though maybe I'm being too harsh on our family. You're too kind-hearted, you know that? Most people would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Oblivious to my raised eyebrows, she takes a sip from her glass. The wine slips down effortlessly, her fondness for it evidently helping her deal with the flavor of alcohol. I can't say the same goes for me. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine, let's see. It was a fairly normal public school, I suppose, maybe a bit busier than the norm. I did quite well in class and played in the soccer club. Since I'm an only child and my parents worked a lot, I wasted most of my free time and money at the arcade with my free friends. No matter how much I played, though, I never did manage to beat Mai at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried, and I'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought again. For us, aimlessly enjoying our childhood, those are some pretty silly times. I catch myself as I realize I'm starting to zone out, the days of my old school disappearing to the night sky and bright city lights outside the window. Lily's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. It sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. I'm not really sure how much of it is nostalgia, but there are some nice memories. That's in the past, though. I can't go back there now. But through my accident, I found a new life I'd never have imagined leading. The peace and calm of Yamaku, a new direction for my future in science, the friendship of Shizune, Misha, and Hanako, and most of all, you. Aww. Deep, genuine smile as she moves her hands toward me, her fingers just lightly stretching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. Moran reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence as we notice the waiter arriving with our meals. Lily does an F job of covering her recognition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to his silence. She's really seemed to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. While I noticed long ago, I still can't quite gauge whether it's a want to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. The dish served up the salad name and the portions pleasantly large, of sliced eggs and tomato. It looks very enticing indeed. Lily takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later than we normally have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. My cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with my fork is matched by Lily's silent and measured prodding and chewing. Occasional tap on the sides of a piece of food to work out its edges is the only giveaway to our lack of sight. I'm done with my meal in little time, Lily taking the last few bites as I sit observing her. You finished, Hisao? Yeah, it was pretty nice. Which is very true. I never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling, but then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. My appraisal and evidently agreeing, Lily gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part 4 and exotic looking and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. You're assuming nobody did. Simple statement takes me off guard. I shouldn't be surprised given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh. How easily you say such a thing. Surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No, it isn't. You're a bad liar, Hisao. You should take that into account. Then again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. I clear my throat in a mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. To tell the truth, though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I could maintain a social circle like you do. She contemplates this for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako, and you get on marvelously well with others, even those whom you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. But on that note, what of your confessions, Hisao? Like someone you must have had at least one admirer. Speak, I can feel my slaves dour at times like this. Appreciate the fact that you can't see my expressions. Just one, her name was Iwanako. It was when she confessed to me that I had my heart attack. There in the woods during winter. Finds herself speechless, not expecting for the topic to move into such an area. My condition has always been something of a concern for her, something that I strive to minimize despite my body's best efforts to the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while when I was in the hospital. For weeks she came and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. But eventually, she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week, then finally one day, she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? Words. And before mentioning the futility of the gesture. The memory of that single letter Iwanako sent comes back to my mind. I never saw her, but after I sent to him, she wrote me one letter. Impression, I piqued her interest, feeling that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her. She's never been very good at masking her reactions. Inside, I really didn't say what was going on in my class, how she was faring, and almost as an afterthought, it was probably best for both of us that we don't see each other again. I ended up reassessing a lot of things I thought I'd managed to work out. For the most part, that letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving, and just how much I'd become isolated from it. I guess it also reminded me of what I'd lost. For a face like realization, she's worked out that it was this letter which contributed to my angst during that lunch on the rooftop. It's rare to see Lilly quite so lost for words. Her entire persona is a little deflated, rough interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end, that isn't her replacement for nor relationship experience. Better that she sent it than not. How's that? It can be difficult to work out how to best communicate with those who you haven't met in a long time. All the more so considering your separate situations. It was easiest. She built up the courage to talk to you one last time. For her sake, from how it sounds, for yours as well. Maybe I don't hate her for it. Not that I really ever did, but I don't know. Probably a more non-committal answer than I should give, isn't without cause. I've never looked at the situation from Iwanako's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lilly speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you, having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you for no fault of your own. The worst of it passed while I was in hospital. All that surrounds you is 4 white walls and a small television. Your mind takes on a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. I just try not to dwell on what's happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down, and it's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. It's pleasing to hear, Hisao. Face, slightly, her expression pensive. I guess I went too far and embarrassed her. I suppose you went something a bit like that what I did when you entered Yamaku anyways, right? I imagine the vast majority of our school students did after all. You said yourself that you made your friends in old school. I can imagine many followed you. Deep small drops, her expression unexpectedly darkening. Even her hands retreat to her lap. After a long while, she speaks. Hisao, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to? I promise. Backed by my serious tone, then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I'd my other school. But there was one person whom I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. He? Considering she came from an all-girl school, it can't have been a schoolmate then. I rejected the confessions I received until then for him. Every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me, able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you? Read from side to side. I couldn't. Even then I knew it was impossible. It's for both of us. This does seem to explain her ardent focus on our future in English, teaching English, but I can't help thinking of her confession to me. She lost without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again but with me? I don't really know how to make of it. I've heard of such relations before. Taboos born of such things as puberty and youth. The fact that she had the good judgment not to act on it, though, was heartening. It's strange, but please don't think of me. Why would I think of any less of you for that? To be honest, I think he must have been a very nice person if you liked him so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. When she looked somewhat lost, most unexpectedly though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. Sound takes me off. It's not a giggle nor a strange chuckle, but honest and genuine laughter. Smiling, and not just her display of relief and happiness, her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. Was it? I felt her palm touching my face, her touch as gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Hisao. I really do love you. Face like this, with her palm gently caressing my face. I think tonight has been a wonderful night. I guess we've both had pretty weird pasts, eh? Most interesting, our present is rather odd as well. I smile and hang my head. This woman can easily run rings around me. Of that, I'm quite sure. And with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits the odd category, too. It's a tad overbearing. That's one word for it, yes. I catch the eye of a scurrying waiter, a short, scrawny, and older than 20. He kind of reminds me of Kenji, the one like him the waiter isn't dressed for winter during midsummer. Not for to remove our plates, Lilly asks for the bill, politely and softly. Expert coordination maneuvers around the table as our plates in hand to retrieve our bill. In no time, he appears through the door, smartly handing our bill to Lilly. And to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. As I read the small computer-did leaflet, the cost is considerably more than I expected. Hisao? Oh, the amount which Lilly merely nods and reaches for a purse. Wait, he disappears once again. That was a disproportionately large amount of money. It seems to make Lilly slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves me more than enough for my education. The same goes for my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I do dislike throwing money about. This one time I think I can make an exception just for you. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. I take the bridge of my nose and my fingers. I can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. She gives a small giggle. Looking forward to it, Hisao. The waiter appears beside us as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her, evidently picking up on her lack of sight. He places the card in her hand with an extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercises a measure of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stamp from my feet in order to bring an end to our night out. Shall we be off then, milady? Milady. Yeah. Feet and sit full right bed as if an electric shock had just run through my entire body. The night air feels cold against the bare skin, my breathing short and rugged nearly to the point of hyperventilation. I hurt my hand in an attempt to soothe my body's panic state. It takes me as my hand is shaking violently even as I press against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully working. Gathering myself, I suddenly start taking measure of the state I'm in. Feels like I've run a marathon, every muscle feeling tensed and sweat practically pouring off me. I direct my attention to the beating in my chest. measuring out the rhythm in my head. Surely enough, my unreliable heart is functioning properly for once. What the hell was that? Bad nightmare? Medicinal side effects? Panic attacks, and this one does seem to have the hallmarks of one. Bothered about it right now. Feel utterly exhausted yet completely awake after this experience. The pale light of I look over to the other side of my bed. Pale light of the silent figure's face almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. The meter persists even while she's asleep. Measured breathing and gentle face make it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Patient, I delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft to the touch, as it always has been, yet warm even in the cold night. This, silently preaching others' presence, I feel like we're closest. Stop at her wrist and bring my hand back down to the bed beside me. I'm not entirely sure, but as we became ever closer to each other, I feel as if something grew between us. I'm not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we'd fallen in love. Everything is moving so fast I don't mind it at all. It feels unlike Lilly to be pushing things this much. There aren't any students milling about in the hallways at this hour of morning. Lest I be interrogated while I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast to my room while dressed in an obviously hastily donned uniform. To say things like this never happen, of course. A single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to adolescent hormones. Come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. I'm not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. Takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow, but eventually I manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Stepping aside, I see Lilly just sitting up from the bed and tautly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she awakes. She really isn't a morning person. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Shakes her head, the morning light illuminating her makes for a very pleasant sight. It's okay, I need to get up anyway. What time is it? Laid up on my desk and turn the clock around to check the time. Still early. Don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. Side of the bed begins to sniff the air. As she does so, I move her plate away and put it on the desk beside me. I got some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first, though. Still for a moment, her chin pointed thatward. I gladly acquiesce and press my lip to her, savoring the soft feeling before breaking off. Sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. I try to wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. Standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. I grab the bottles from my desk and start taking my daily regimen of pills. So I wonder what these things are even good for, given all the troubles I've had since the initial accident. I can't even say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever. Doctor's orders that I have to take them, and rationality suggests that I'd be served well to trust his judgment over mine. It doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease. Quick one, apparently, being fine for Lilly given the circumstances. She looks definitely more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Word. I gently take her hand in mine and guide it to my desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room as she does, it'll have to do. Sal, what did you prepare for breakfast? Just rice and some vegetables, something fast. It's a bit the revelation. It's quite a breakfast. This is normal for you? Now she's just being nice. I have little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. My belief, anyway. What others I've talked to have said, I might be in the minority. Sitting on my bed and begin eating together with Lilly, her chopsticks slightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables just as I notice her do during our date. Quite nice, Isao. I had no idea you could cook this well. She's much more genuine, I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. After a bit of practice, it's very easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. Get bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working. So I taught myself how to make a few meals. I'm still trying to get the knack of it, though. You'll make a good wife someday, Hisao. I take a grain of rice and place it in my thumb, terribly taking aim and giving it a good flick. Jumps as if it hits her cheek right on target. Can't help chuckling at her expense as she lowers her brow and tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problem sleeping last night? You seemed restless. Back then, at least partly so. It's my heart or the nightmare caused by the side effects of my medication. The last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Lily, I felt my body was a drag on everything. Everything I did. My body is my burden alone, so as long as I'm with her, I act as normally as possible. Not particularly. So, that's good then. She seems to have taken me at my word. And think of it, there's something else I want to ask. How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Of course I do. Oh. Sheepish for that slip of the tongue. Earnest it may be, Lily looks unperturbed though. But you don't taste, feel, or smell things. Answer. I find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I'm all over it, the more I realize that her hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way before. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams. Yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking since Akira thought it very strange that I did when I brought her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. Makes sense. Rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. So time at school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we do. Quick peek out the door assumes nobody's looking directly at the entrance for the boys' dormitories, so we walk out with the path clear. The weather's good today. As Lily and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun's beaming down on us. A few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building, either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. Lincoln or Kane tapping the ground, in earnest our trip to the school building, enjoying the chatting throng of students around us. This will be the last day of exams, no? How's it going? How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. Stuff has been happening a short amount of time, and I'm not doing that well on the humanities subjects. You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do science for me. Come to think of it, didn't say before you weren't that very good at science and maths? She looks very sheepish, my remark no doubt hitting home. Sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Aside from that, have you ever thought of what might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. Case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. It's good to hear, Hisao. Gardens, I still receive an unsolicited pat on the back. The green dress surrounded me, evidently not paying any heed to Lily at my side. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while. And just been busy with the exams and stuff. Exams expands a true renaissance man need no study to excel in such things. Kenji does strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a poor attendance record and poor work ethic, so I have little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lily, I've had practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit like how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. Yeah, odd to see Lily speaking so formally. She's come to address me casually over the months, though I have seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I see her calm and polite manner as a bad thing. It's one of the reasons I like being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who is beside me, and probably hasn't noticed holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Hey Lily, good luck on your exams too. I'll see you after school then, man. Ichino's voice makes me think those words are meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure, see ya. But he curtly moves past his eye. He's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice for a cane. Redirect and say the situation. Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a handhold. Unfortunately, such handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Whoa! Round and separate heap, with me left feeling rather helpless. Damn, are you two okay? Press back, seeming unfazed by the accident. Problem, this is nothing my body can take much worse abuse. His face down on the grass, he doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything. I move closer to offer my help. Are you alright, Lily? Satao? And tentatively touching her as to let she's doing. Some odious things sometimes, but I do think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. Imagine he feels pretty bad about this. Surprise in mind, though, Lilly pounds at the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it! Says, totally caught by surprise her outputs. Just shocked. She never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Now, ringing the people around her, Lilly slowly climbs to her feet. Her face, as she does, makes me retreat a little. I catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during a class with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no way that this is just this petty incident. It's for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to make of this. I'll talk to you later. See you. Scratches the back of his head, trying to figure out what to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth. To Lilly. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to get into a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. But walk, we eventually reach the top of the floor stairs and the junction where we part. Which leaves. While I do like the comfortable and warm silence usually, this is anything but. I don't want to leave things like this. You seem quieter than usual. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically as to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I fairly nearly say so, but decide against it. There's no point trying to draw it out for her if she doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like this. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. I'll look at my classroom. Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Hisao, yeah? I'm sorry. Walks off down the hallway to her own classroom, her hands skating along the metal railings. I stand still and watch her until she turns into her classroom and out of sight before going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. Usual Marley. Muto is fiddling with folders and papers on his desk as he prepares for the day while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. While my feelings about Lilly haven't dissipated, far from it, her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life journey to attend to. Thinking about it, I realized that I do genuinely want to pursue science in some form as a career rather than simply being the path of least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have any idea of where in the field I wanted to go, just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lilly mentioned earlier is my thoughts, something I'd only idly pondered about before. I'd not considered following this specific path. Toad's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach. It's the same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that's quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Morning, Nikai, can I help you? Do you mind if I ask you something? He's down in his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hand and sitting up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. Just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? Questions for a few minutes before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. I can only speak for myself. I'd say that I teach because... Sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you'd probably played with sticks and pebbles in water such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. It's not just when they're young for some, though it does take on another form. My point is, though, that when one thing is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel that same sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment I feel. If I can do that, even for just one person, I think I can be happy as a teacher. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even though he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of himself that he values. What Lilly told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others. She always did say I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does it answer your question? It does, thank you. So I had another question, actually. That might be. Do you have any college brochures or guides? It's about time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he is wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever really seen him act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto, the teacher, but rather Muto, the person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. It's me around a half-dozen brochures and booklets of various colors and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yeah. It'll be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. Strange. That single thought has crossed my mind a countless number of times since my life here began. Feels the need way to discard a troubling question, as if simply labeling something with those 3 words will make it go away. It's not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it, and my mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me since. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the most basic understanding of local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelously apt analogy for what's happened to me. But such situations also supposed to make you feel very capable in that language very fast, as you're forced to learn it in order to survive. Put it another way, the situation becomes sink or swim. I wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out, even though they're finally coming to an end. But I've remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction for my future now. But I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. It really is amazing how fast one becomes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. It certainly isn't for lack of socialization or friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first-name terms. I know a few others around the school, whether they're missing an arm or a leg. The students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself in with an ease I'd not expected to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflecting image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange, I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer rings out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. Long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do. Swallowing away the time in Lily's room sipping tea with her and Hanako, it feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? You know, too, it sounds like it would be quite interesting. His face turns down the attention placed upon her, though her smile belays the fact that she genuinely likes being the center of interest for the two of us. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice since I can sit and concentrate. I say Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing. It's heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to be expected her to become a socialite like Lilly. How are you finding Naomi? I heard she can be quite troublesome at times. It's coming to her mouth, mothering ode over Hanako. Letting go of her is something that she's had to learn. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. Okay, OBS is back. I don't know why it did that. LBS, why did you do that? That's rude. Disconnecting like that. At least it wasn't long enough to cause Twitch to go, we need to run an ad right now. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. It's wonderful to hear, Hanako. Glad you found a source of such enjoyment. I spoke too soon. Twitch wants to run an ad. Dagnabbit. Okay, we'll run an ad, although it was incoming soon anyway, so it's fine. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be able to get to Death Stranding 2 tonight. Unfortunately. But we're enjoying this story. I mean, I'm liking it, so it's fine. It's okay. I'll probably try to sneak in some playing Death Stranding 2 tomorrow, though. Probably be at unusual times, though. But it's fine. Okay. Slash very late when I see it play. Or early. It depends on if stuff happens tomorrow. Okay, anyway, I'll run an ad and then we're right back. Okay, we're back. It's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I found a source of such enjoyment. It's warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. It's because I've only come to pay more attention to everything going around me, which things seemingly faster and faster. It feels like I'll miss something if I'm not observant as possible. Exams, my new love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college and university. My heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritating random times. My brain's been in overdrive recently. It makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lilly came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and our tea parties with Hanako. Despite her like of being surrounded by others, they gave her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. The exams are over, huh? There was an earnest chuckle from both of the girls. It seems like everyone's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So what are you doing for summer holidays, Hanako? Only... Count the days in my head. Today's Monday and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go after all. Traveling just around a bit. Places I want to see and enough money to pay for the bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper said they might come along too. Kate, she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. Kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. Indeed, it seems she's becoming intent on striking out on her own. Is there anything in particular you're thinking of doing? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I'll try to go a few places, though. Lilly nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plans. While I cast my eyes to Lilly, I refrained from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now, but I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. It comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Be sure to call sometime when you're out and about. I gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod, a happy smile on her face. It's strange to see how people seem to become when they have a goal to work towards. Yuko seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. Why do I still feel this uncertainty? And why Lilly, too? Relationships really can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes. What time is it? Oh. Remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. I really should know, given how many times I've been in her room. So I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it. The reason for asking becomes clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. Going, good night, Lilly. Isao. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. She walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Silence. More and more between Lilly and me recently, so I finally find something to talk about. Talked to Muto on Friday, and finally checks out some guides on college and how to apply for it. News. College, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future. I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. Take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. It's because like the news, I suppose. Let to become a teacher, as he'd be delighted if I'd take... She's delighted I'd taken the same kind of path. Career of teaching. The path suits you most excellently. Isao. Small nod. This time, even if I know she can't see me doing so, I know she feels it. Joe would have taken the news well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lilly? Be a teacher, but... I wonder whether I should ask her the question in my mind. Besides, but the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts. Surely you don't think I'd be offended by something blindness. Betraying by her grinning face, amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic. Some things never change. I guess. But whether not blind would be a hindrance with your ambitions to become a teacher and all. Surprised before giving the question some thought. So thanks, she's never actually pondered the issue before. So, could you close your eyes for a moment? Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. She has in mind, and my question only increases as I peek out from one eye. She uses wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her head, swears me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on the piece of cloth. Click to her attention as I feel the black chip make eye touch my face, wrapping my head in her eyes. What exactly is this word? Test. You seem to be wondering. I'll let you see things as I do for a time. You know, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and really silly to anyone watching, but but a bit of silly fun never hurt anyone. It's right in front of me to warn me of any upsets. Okay, now what? Now touch me. If you say so, now then. Towards the sound of Lily's voice. Speed could barely be called a shuffle. Experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over things such as her table or haphazard piles of books. It's brushed against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. Finding myself thankful that this room is so neat and tidy. Even the pile of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, out of harm's way. While pressing against my outstretched hands make me furrow my brow in frustration. Lily, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Inside the room, far from where I was before. To my own ears, if she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, is this just a game to her? Of course it is, compared to a life where even the concept of sight is an abstract. A few minutes in a blindfold or nothing. Made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room and further. I see how independent she is, even when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. This game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. Before I move to the source of her voice, deftly sidestepping the table in the center of her room thanks to remembering its position. Got you now. She giggled. One just long enough to work out that she's passing beside me. Face the new direction. The table wasn't there before. Table, raising my blindfold as I rubbed my aching head. An irritated kick to the table that's sitting in front of me where I felt utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. Isao? Sighed, obviously unsure of what's befallen me. Sorry, I kind of fell over. You hurt? My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moved in order to trip me over. She goes as she walks over and takes a seat beside her, her hand resting on my own. It's the end of that, then. I think so. Also, I get the point, though it didn't involve such a headache. Looks blank. Point? Surrounded flat look. That was just for fun? Just thought it might be easy about the subject. Seemed so to tiptoe around it after all. Teaching, sight isn't that important. Plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers. More than enough resources for me to learn the subject. It's as simple as that, really. Shoulders and give a sort of amusement. Stan, I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? Hesitation. She says her chin and closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. What? She brought out a melon and they ate fruit. That's all. That's all that happened. And he's saying more, I want more, because he wants more. I believe that was honeydew. No, wait. What's that? Cantaloupe. Yeah, that was cantaloupe. Ahem. What more? Sighing as I rock back and forth frantically, both of us entirely taken with ourselves. Take reasons to sitting myself. Just normal. Ah. This pain is too much. Ah! Signaling haste, cling back at my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. For my eyes, I lay on my back. To get this off, I have to get this off. It's blank. Slows my eyes from breathing, slows from the brink of hyperventilation. It's just of like a moment where everything just the rhythm I beats with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal, it's back to normal. Sorry as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. Before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. Myself up as I hear Lily getting off the bed and coming towards me. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Relief. Expression collapsing. Her face afterward is the very last I'd ever want to see from her. It's face I detested when my parents in the hospital all those months ago. Pities me. Powerless, I feel like throwing up. Sorry. Dread as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her smile looks so fragile, so delicate that makes my heart sink. She feels at the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Isao. Pushed my desires onto you. Apologize. I know it'll be fine, you've seen that much before. Guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. It's heavy. Sitting around like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting me relax. That's why you never took the lead? Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? And the lighter expression level of fact which helps me. It's more that I thought that... thought it would. Fact which helps us ease about... So... comes to my rest of my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open with after each blink. I feel completely drained. So it's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small quiet tune escapes her lips. Too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. Most melancholic tune. It's familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem to... Oh gosh. Concentrate. Feeling the sit of her head resting on my shoulder and her warm body against my tuning. Soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. Quiet moment. After all this fracas, this makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. Slowly becoming heavier and heavier. As before, I wish this moment would last forever. They're sharing a single solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? She's having to go back to Scotland, isn't she? Loud clatter of books falls into the return slot, abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the... meant for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lilly also does. So, twist toward the direction of the noise. I thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here. So, back again? I want to respond. My mind still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming. That's hardly left my ears in the several days it's been since I fell asleep to it. Just returning some books I borrowed. It's downwards, presumably been the books dropped into. Every reader, aren't you? I'm a bit of a routine now, passes the time at least. Free time to pass. Small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I guess that's a new record for her. She was a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. She has to work 2 jobs just to support herself. I could see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Come to think of it, the pay for her job can't be all that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. It must take a lot of time. I'd probably never manage it. Hey, student, do you think you'll be able to go to university? Asking that, I guess that's the expected result of having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess I have the money, I think. Plans which require me going to one, and my grades are good enough. It's more a matter of how I'll pay to do so. So much that I'm having to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. Being this much though, that means you're doing well in school, right? Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one though. Suppose so. I didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. Ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Brighten at the question. Anthropology. To be specific, I'm specializing in the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy. Seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired. It's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. Today, like Yuko, can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. It's good to hear if you just jump the sudden interruption. If I get off note, shrimp on barbecue may have meant hot tail. Okay, that's a good catch. Yeah, that makes sense. Coming from my pocket. Hallway, as I fumble with the cover on my mobile phone, I glance at the screen. It's a mobile number I don't recognize. People with my number on the end. I briefly wonder what's some telemarketer that looked out. He's Nakai speaking. Guess who takes his eyes like the deep brusque voice. Misha, didn't expect you to call me. You actually think that I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number though, so I thought I'd mess with you. You give it me, not hard. Pride of the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in their pace, I know it. Surprised that you would share my number, even given how close they are. So what's up? Free right now? I guess. Why? Work in town? I just wanted to talk to you about some stuff. Is that an invitation to a date? What? Of course not. Only crestfallen. Her previous teasing nature of it instantaneously left. It seems strange for her. So when do you want to meet? Kind of now-ish. Right now, but it only comes with the phone and announces the fact that she is unceremoniously hung up. Stand there, staring at the call-ended message on the screen while playing the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? Down the street, I cross the road and step into the park. Fun to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays in town meant I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, Kira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Except to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. She gives me as I lacks any hint of acknowledgement or greeting. Look, I have come, you know. But you're that kind of person after all. Mark, she disposed of the can, empty by the time I arrived, in a metallic sound. Kira takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. Beer from beside her and opens it before speaking. Large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. Who it's about. Lily, that you've asked about our family. Phone numbers, that's for sure. Probably very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her voice. Rather, our tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I'd never guessed you two were half Scottish. Total amusement. Heard that before, trust me. I ace her eyes, looking distantly, and the occasional elderly talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths in the odd aging car. It's pleasantly quiet. Everything, did she? Parents live in Scotland. She hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. Nice how devoted she is to her parents, for all the good they did us. It's almost derisive. She gives a small laugh as to quickly brush the feelings away. Why do you think they left, Yusao? Why do I think they left? It was because of work. I guess a pretty decently paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. School, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and grace of the upper class. Yeah, since the business and inverse boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as its headquarters. That's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to, though you're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career? Sitting here bitching to you now, what do you think? Yamaku Academy, I've always felt that place was kinda creepy. It was an isolated hideaway for those proper societies that want to see nor hear. Just rude the fact that Lily wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. Lance follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents and Yamaku. Blindness is hardly something that can be simply ignored for a high-class family, attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Eventually, Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to a head. Willing to secure our final venture with this new job posting. Even at the time, I hardly believed it. Simply being an avenue for venting, I gently try to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lily, then? Stayed with her, or she went to live with an ailing grandmother and grandfather? Shizune's family, if they're cousins, then our fathers hate each other. I'd have been more than happy to go screw themselves and live with them anyway, but Lily wouldn't have wanted that. I'd also have an offer for a job by then. Did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape, and try to continue our lives as if they'd never left. So you just lived by yourselves? Well, at school and I had my job, so we weren't exactly languishing. Schooling or study and having to do chores while I worked, though. I can't help feeling I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there and screwed it up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child is ridiculous. Kira lived alone after the parents moved, Lily largely taking care of herself. Guess that explains her apparent independence compared to Minnie and Yamaku. Lived alone much of the time since my parents worked, but that's just something else entirely. Listen to my moaning, Hisao. But you don't mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? You always were curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Hisao. Some people have to learn the hard way. And her face becoming more depressed than distant. I broke with my boyfriend a few days ago. If I leave, we're not going to be able to see each other again. But that's how life is. You can't just set up your life and expect it to turn that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with, even if it means hurting yourself or others. Before looking up at the bright orange sky, I smoked I could take a nice long drag about now and look kinda cool. Spawned, but to help her any way I can, I feel utterly useless. The situation is one I've never been in, and I simply don't experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Looks over and evidently picks on this much to my embarrassment. Now, whining about this to someone I barely know. Hardly, and I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. Jekyll, the act feeling like a personal victory for me. Kid, when I said I approved of you being with my sister, I wasn't joking or just being nice. Grunt, one that seems ill-fitting your age, and throws the empty can into the bin after one last swig. Fortunate, that doesn't really count for much in this world. Said I was leaving for Scotland. I was doing it because a good position went up in our company's headquarters. When our folks told me that when we were on our place, though, they also gave Lilly a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. Way. Facing when asked about our future, that awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, that uncharacteristic outburst of anger, suddenly fit into place. The same family that it's about after Hanako's birthday party, the same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. Stupid for never calling Lilly on what was bugging her. I'd never even considered if something had happened to her trip to her family's home at Inverness. Sense of unease grows in my chest. I only summoned her to join them in Scotland all the way on the other side of the earth. She accepted? Hasn't told me whether she plans to accept. Seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down. I need to talk us out. Context, huh? Feelings of worry and frustration, no doubt written all over my face. Person, so, but she's not infallible. To worry about her being her older sister, and I think that you deserve to know. Stand. Okay, you sound depressed. Just thinking. Think is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. Watch, barely moving her wrist. I gotta go, will you be okay? I'll be fine, don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lilly about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but doesn't feel that genuine or sincere. Dancing around the fact that Lily is on the precipice of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. Burden is the matter of our relationship. Look up. Akira's already walking off with her, and held up. It's been a long while. I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least I now have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? Hey, Lily. Best I can. Plus the deafening sounding of the rain, even though I dislike pulling around, this situation calls for it. Free and attempt to at least my summer hair dry. Or, futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. Seems to be in grayscale. This really is rotten weather for summer. It's the kind of climate I'd want for a date. I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand. For a few times I'd ever done so. Only for it to say that Sunday afternoon would be fine. Her shoulders are now completely drenched. Her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retracted cane. Swarbled down or came as just we were between our destination and Yamaku, so I had to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than tumbling back. Charlie ain't used to running this fast. Lee's using all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Where are we going? She's reduced to shouting to try and be heard over the combined noise of the wind and the rain. The shank... It's drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain. The what? The Shanghai! Or is it... far now. Before I can't alter once again. Looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. Consider the lantern outside, so give off its reliable glow and wait for Lily to catch her breath before going in. He's first. It's out when I hold the door open for her, and a smile and a polite nod being my reward before entering myself. Wipe my feet, only a quick glance is necessary to notice the distinct lack of activity. The Shanghai doesn't seem to get much patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. But the bells ring. Most unexpected person comes to greet us. Come to Shanghai. Chipper today, trying to predict our moods is pretty hard, but it's a nice change for the norm. Hello, Yuko. Yeah. You too. It's a deep bow, somewhat taken back as she herself again and gets a better look at us. You both look, her eyes drift towards the glass at the door behind us. Dear. No, I think that's the most important thing. Cozy, you're lucky to be working inside today. It's quiet, I like days like this. Sorry, is there anything you'd like? French vanilla tea, please. All the same. Coming up. scatters off a determined look on her face, trying very hard not to forget her orders. If anything else, she's at least dedicated to her job. Led to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat and Lily's sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. Well, I just sit idly watching the rain outside. The occasional person runs, stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. She sits as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us, just the type that we'd so often shared together in the past months. For Lily, at least. I can't help replaying the words of her sister in my mind, at times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku, to the way we've been since our dating. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second-guess her emotions and her potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. I doubt whether I'd really ever understood her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so. Seem quiet today, Hisao. Really? You seem so enthusiastic about taking me on a date. I assumed you had something specific you wanted to do. Just wanted to spend some time with you. Is that so? There was one thing. Found its way into Lily's face, knowing full well that she's bested me. Makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It's just, Akira and I were talking. Oh? That tone. You two do seem to get on well, don't you? Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her. Cool. Try to place with the tone of her voice, curling a smirk as I realize it. You're not jealous, are you? I'm not jealous. For such a thing on our first date, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at events this time around. I settle down, though, and distraction with the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it's mostly just everyday stuff. There was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you went to see your family a while back, she said, Akira told you about my family's summons, hasn't she? Try to read Lily's face. Mixture of feelings written on it. She seems annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Slides our drinks on the table, her presence oddly small. She walks back to the counter. After a quick polite nod, I realize the air between me and Lily is thick and our actions are both somewhat pensive. She says I should lead my own life. She still interferes at the worst times. I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you. It's like I can understand her concern over this. Chasing his way knock her largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't feel well with being cornered on personal topics. But I just want some more time. I knew you'd have figured it out eventually, but you were intentionally hiding this from me? How long were you planning to do so? Said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. Sure of my decision before telling you. What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there. So you're going. Have you known? That's when you first went to Scotland about a month ago. Some time. Boys over it. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. Me leaving, to have been actively hiding her own plans from me, and after so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. It feels as if the foundation underneath me is shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lily, just want to think this through completely, trying to take advantage of you, please. I know, it's just really sudden. Once you go, we'll be breaking up. A few times I've met her, she's genuinely lost for words. Surprised, no doubt, the fact that once she became sure of her decision. Rather, she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now that it's in front of her. Relationship, more and more common these days after all. The tone of her voice gives way that she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. It's far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with the relationship without any kind of physical presence. And even I am to an extent. All we could ever do to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seem to get more difficult the more I concentrate. Moments when just talk side by side, the precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira. The casual chatter during the time we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other. All pointless. Just a fleeting moment in our young lives. We're pretending to be adults, aren't we? Long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. This remains low, her dejected expression clouding it. Sorry, Hisao. No more. She's left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going? Leaving with Akira, so it'll be a little less than a week. The beginning of summer holidays? It's a little afterward, yes. Seems slow and steady, apologetic and depressed mood all the more written to her face as she tries to hide in her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her before she leaves. My face reflected in the by now lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. Stare at the surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get it I take, whether it be right now or in the future. Just as before, the effort is wasted. Sipping her cool tea without complaint, her face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks to be deep in thought too, a strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we ice ourselves to mull things over. Even as Lily's cup empties, mine remains untouched. It's the rain dying outside and the few other patrons of Shanghai having left. Permeates the dormitory hallways. Down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Opening the door opposite, mine heralds the arrival of bespectacled Kenji. What's... You look awful, I think. You okay? Act for making any situation better. I don't really want to go into it, it's late. That's cool. I know... Here. Furthering my stern front and awkwardly scratching the back of my... embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. Friends for, right? Right, see ya. Roman close behind me as it quickly waves me off. The door makes faint sounds a final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. Yes, fruitlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. What should I do? Simply rest my head on my... stare out the window to pass the time. Told me her plans. Been to her lunchtime haunts since then, not that there would be much point. Nako's been busy with the newspaper she's newly joined and has begun class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lilly, aside from the fact that a meeting with us would have been awkward in any case, has been run off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holidays approach. Now they're just about here. At the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. I suppose that all I'll end up doing will be visiting my parents for the duration and lazing about my old home. My previous plans are entirely askew. Kieran will be en route to Scotland to live out the rest of their lives there. Besides the idiot, once the summer holiday begins, my life will return the way it was. It simply refuses to happen. On with their lives, Lily's rejoining her family. Akira's moving up in her father's business. We're gaining new friends and hobbies, and even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. For the end of the grades I've got so far in Yamaku, much less after such a rocky beginning, the path to getting into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. He's happy about that, but it doesn't really seem to help. Hichan. Turn my face, the bubbly beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. Starts flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. What's up? Well, we're thinking, just 4 girls that need help all the work we've been just before the holidays begin. Sure, I can help. We already need... What? I think I broke Misha. Our other accomplices stop in our tracks. Help us, Yu-chan? I said I would, didn't I? Better do. Even with the work will take my mind off the situation. My response, but she needs expression cloud and difficult to read. So quickly averting her eyes from her own as it almost looks like a face of pity, no doubt. It must just be my imagination. Student council room. Indeed, I found myself here, helplessly with the class urge to sort out one thing or another with the student council itself. Now, though, it's quite a different place. Folders are strewn across every table in the room, only a solitary little black laptop, sticking out from the mess. Possibly ancient, and I guess it's been valiantly serving its task in archiving information for years and years. So doing. This looks like a lot to do. Determined as she sighs, it's a worrying look. Thing, Hichan. My worries will replace everything you say. It's left on what needs to be done. Digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for. So I'll be the one doing this. Just saw the computers in the library a few days ago. You seem really good with them. Computers I can touch type, I guess, but it still seems like an overestimation of my skills. Just typing up homework. So he was watching me do that? They're allies before they can know their enemies, of course. That's pretty wise. It's not very hard to work out what was said. It doesn't seem worth fighting over. Computer doing some typing hardly seems onerous, as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go. If you take your mind off things. Thanks. Take my mind off what things? Blanks translates this for Shizune. Latter's response is only glance towards the window after briefly signing. His face quietly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused, I guess. It's hard to pin down. I was thinking, you might like to get mind off the exams, of course. Either way, we may as well get in sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you. Hichan. Fifth spreadsheet compiled and saved. Time for the next month's round. We all managed to get a bit more organized. He's been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them in a neat pile. She's been handling the manual writing work. A girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. A rhythm. This really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. A glance at the sheet beside the laptop. List of students' names and matching addresses. Near the table written at, I don't pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing until I reach about midway down the page. Machi, Class 3-3. Her family's home is in Saitama. Isn't it abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door? Sips over the check. It is. Tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companions know what's happening. You're here. Who's it? She is down on the file along with others. I look to check who's at the door. Lilly. Reading, she perks her head up in the trademark manner. Is that Hisao? I'm going to work in my voice from the smallest phrases nowadays. It's me, hey. Well, as neither of us know how intimate we should be around each other, given that she's leaving in just a matter of hours. In fact, thankfully, neither the oblivious Misha nor the hard-working Shizune pick up on to do as well. Fortunately, I arrived as soon as I could. But my class held me with a surprise farewell party, and I had to get changed. Well, clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime. Guessing Lilly managed to wrangle the last period off as well. Shizune is here as well. Of course. Here during all of lunchtime as well. Comment was not needed. Shizune is baiting Lilly into another argument. I can feel it. Sorry, I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. Never to hire more lackeys to do my work in the future, I assure you. The bait escalating things further. One's outsourcing your works to her classmates? It's as they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class. Tyranny works. Did things differently, still get the same results, right? It's a school, not a police state. You will have to remind me when appointed class monarch. You will have to remind me when you are appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. These power. It's not good as if you just hand it over. I guess you really understand that, right? You have to remind me when monarchs were elected in their positions. Puzzle bristles at this. June's 2-hit combos forces her onto the defense. You cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. Hisao volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right? So, Hisao, it's bad. Been in a rock in a hard place. But pain to do this, the truth. At least a chance of stopping this argument here now. It's okay. They didn't harass me to come or anything. Spring grimace, rating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often. You sound like that's a regular occurrence, isn't it? In the end, it doesn't matter so long as everything gets done at a good pace. Get this work over so we can go home. Marking off the sheet in front of her, sighs and finds her way up, their hand following the cabinets along the wall. Some of it simply managed to defuse one of these situations, but the grudging ceasefire, mutual fear and respect, makes this feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. I can't take all the credit though. Lily's leaving surely has affected Shizune to some extent to give her give up so easily. Right, I noticed Lily reaching to grab something from a filing cabinet. It's hard to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. This friendly device on the beside me, well, it's just what it is, sort of, as she takes the old green covering off and sits down. It seems to be an old metallic blue typewriter, but it doesn't realize it's far from ordinary. Used and expected, and those as show no longer printed on them, when the shadows cast by tiny braille dots on them give a hint to the thing's purpose. Typewriter? Well, you're not far off. Called a Perkins Brailler. Basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. Presses braille into the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys. Huh, it's neat. I grin at the curiosity over it. Admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Tossed, the loud clunking of mechanics and Lily's and the tapping of Duff's old and weary keyboard fills the room. Sure, everyone knows what they have to do when Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. That's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but it's stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end. Misha? Misha bounces over the filing cabinet she's peering onto in spite of lack of sight. One, I think it's strange, but then realize it's exactly what I do. What's up? You asked Shizune where the attendance records for Class 3-2 are. I think they've been moved. Okie dokie. She flares off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. The council room and the efficiency with which she works remind me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Fitting in for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loved and at least liked. Getting taken off Shizune sorting through a drawer rather than Misha. She plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank save for the just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lily. Fleers over to check what it is, feeling at the dots of braille and confirming it's what she asked for. Thank you, Misha. Hey. And save for an odd grin, no smile on Shizune's face. Since for Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune, look of surprise, is replaced by a slightly bashful sigh. The room is all but still and silent, though Shizune tries to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. A handful of seconds, but it feels like years of communication were made up for in that one silent exchange. Finished. My eyes the way they're wearing is staring at that small and rather poor screen has taken its toll. Just file these away and I've my workload finished as well. The brailler and put it away while you do that. Thank you, Hisao. Are you and Shizune far from being done? Too, as I replaced the cover over the braille, only to see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. It's time. We file and pack up everything that remains and join them. For everything, you two. Just take off without you, Hichan. You've been a great help. Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. Guess that's the last class representative over with then. That's right. Lily, I think it was fun working with you. It's been good working with you and Shizune. Forthcoming response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. She looks a little surprised before passing on the message. She says, "You better do your work over there better than you did it here." Taking offense, Lily giggles into her hand. If it's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future. Last, maybe Shizune and Lily aren't so different after all. So she'll be checking to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. And that's how it'll be. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. Hisao? There's no need for a cane if I'm here to guide her. Both of you, we set off the door and make our way to the school grounds. I know Shizune's gaze lingering on Lily. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. So then, they're all filled out and handed in. Things as always, aren't you? Smile at the compliment, but feels as if her happiness is just a veneer over the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. Me of how she was like when I first met her. Always smiling, always that little bit aloof, always that little distance away from everybody. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. I'd hoped that our time together would have changed that fact. He slows the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Something that, as I turn up my around her, pulling her tight. I may not be given to such impulsive actions, so I want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to do so. All the students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, only the ruffling of leaves in the breeze making any sound whatsoever. Back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Sates, wanting neither to leave nor stay on my features. She's putting on brave show, but her slight trembling gives her way. Maybe be able to control herself well, but she can her composure together now. One I've come to love, and also the one who, all too short time, will leave the country forever. Sorry, Hisao. You've got your own life to lead, after all. The girls don't run hand in hand, which was by now largely quelled, unless our hands gripped on each other's much more tightly than before. From Lily's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. Though Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking very obviously by surprise. Lily! Hanako? Miss you, Lily. She's on the verge of tears. Rubs Hanako's hair with her hand in response, then pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. On Hanako, Akira had been getting up for the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. His turn from Lily. Hanako to me, a stilted, weak smile hanging face. Akira to turn more gently, look, but the result is probably just the same. Set. So everything's set, managed to hold back from killing Shizune? Ellen draws an amused giggle from her sister. Everything in order, and yes, I managed not to. Picked everything you need? Got the 2 bags right here. Still some stuff left at Akamichi's. I can pick up while we wait there for tomorrow evening's flight, though. The 2 large night traveling bags on the floor for a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end before going together with her. Okay over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. Kira looking after me as well, and you know that she's reliable. But, Ray, I have your phone number after all, so we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I could send you things over the internet as well. Hey, don't just use me just because you won't learn how to use a computer. Ko and Lily both giggle briefly, the mood lightening ever so little. It's for you too, Isao. So I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. No, I'll be looking forward to it. You're kind, but we both know that this is tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusions as to how well we'd managed a long-distance relationship. Nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long sudden walk to the school gate. Lamps around the Yamaku grounds failed to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. The roadside just outside the school grounds came into view, its shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lamps of Yamaku. Akira an effort to elevate the heavy atmosphere. Car, what kind is it? It's a car, you. It's a Lancer Evo, solid and speedy. Common, my knowledge is off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in them. Small sigh. It's been good. Pity I have to part with her tomorrow. It's like the summer house, you guys were the last one to visit before it changes hands. Faulty attempt at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lily following behind us. Alright, Hanako should be Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around as she clings tightly to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. This is it. Indeed. Say their farewells as now nobody really wants to take the first step. But he speaks, the better the chances of them simply not leaving. Really have to go? Sorry, Hanako. Believing you forever, though. I can still call you. Hisao will still be here as well. Clutches all the tighter to Lily's arm. Time without anyone to call family. It must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. It's a long, sad breath. Kira and I can really do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. She pulls her arm from Hanako's grip, holds both of her shoulders gently, a much more decisive way of address that I've only take with her. Please remember, Hanako, remember when we first met? My room for the first time after overhearing my consoling of a friend. Single word for the entire night, even as I poured you tea and talked, silently and simply listened to what I said. Quiet meetings like that before began to open up to me. Again, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I'm your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. Your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Missions personally, interests, tastes. Didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. Showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were, and became sure that our meeting was a very special moment. But words short, her hand to Hanako's head, and brushes her bangs aside, gently pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. back, leaving Hanako all but speechless in her eyes. Lily beams a wide smile. I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako. Certain you will become a strong and confident woman. Friend and someone whom I love very much. Just like Isao, I will never forget you as long as I live. But you have your own life here to lead, just as I do. You have your own friends and hobbies and your own hopes after graduation. Devote yourself to them even after I'm not around anymore. That's why I think you'll be okay, because you are your own self with your own life. Yourself proved that to me. Who lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so. Understand. Just say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lily, for everything. Gotta go. Will you be okay? Silence before the answer comes. I will. Nellie, at least partly in relief. Very happy then. Goodbye. Bye, Lily. As well, Hisao. I'll miss you. Before walking me, stretched in front of her, taking a hold of my shoulder. Gently reached from my face, touching my cheek in her palm. She simply holds my face, her fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. So her hand might be warm when doing such a thing, but the night's air gives skin a cool edge. Stay like this, eyes pointed just below my own as she wears a wistful, almost distant smile. So though I take her cold hand in mine, to do so, but slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. Happy life, Lily, no matter where you might go. Make sure to, trembling in breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. Akira. Okay. Takes his hand and begins to enter the car, parked outside the gates, walks slowly and deliberate as if her movements have been rehearsed in advance. To feel like this now watching somebody leave Yamaku, the feeling of unease I have now reminds me of the first time I walked through those broad iron gates that always looked far too pompous for what they were. All I know is full well their lives are irreversibly changing. Told myself, I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable part of the lives of both Hanako and me. Kira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts, waving back as Lily, take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Hisao. Her face brightened by her enthusiastic farewell. Goodbye. Kira. Goodbye, Lily. The car shuts as we all happy as well, getting in the car and starting up in a short measure. Seen waving through the tinted windows, both of our hands waving high as well. Time I've done such things, I can't work out precisely why I or Hanako waved to her, given that she'd never see us doing so, but it doesn't matter. So now Helen disappears in the dark night, careful on waving and seeing Akira and Lily off. And then they're gone. 6 over as our hand returned to our sides. I don't know what I should do now or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there, silently staring at where the car disappeared from sight. Lily. Response. Quite mournful goodbyes to place a hand on our shoulder. Minutes before looking back down the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. From now on, does it seem all that uncertain? Our own ambitions now, just as Lily said. So it feels like there's a certain missing part in both our lives now, something that can never be replaced. We have to do an ad break. We'll make it quick. Okay. I had to get more water. Gosh. I may be quite hoarse tomorrow. Also, if I ended up actually getting the bad ending, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Yeah, because just about all the characters have a good ending, a neutral ending, and then a bad ending. Nice. There's 5 halves, though. Snap of my mobile phone with closing contents, the ambient chatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holiday, a time that had typically seemed so far away. Now it's near, but also made painfully obvious by the students or lack thereof left in the school. Return home to spend the holiday with relative now. Left almost chatting between themselves, usually about how they intend to do in the coming weeks. Like they all went out, for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holiday. To drop off books they borrowed and have yet to return. Those who will have their parents pick them up dealt past the time until they're whisked away. Almost from my parents, so rudely woken me from sleep on a beanbag at the library. I'm now in the latter category. Phone back in my pocket, this time remembering to set it silent. I go back into my quiet and wholly placid room. Just as when Lilly first entered the library, more instant of suns that bathes the room in its light, while Hanako sits silently reading and Yuko fusses, barely visible behind the counter. Been noticed more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings, but I can't really blame her. Just me that depended on that person after all. Beanbag near where I'd sat before, being deathly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. Puff it gives as the bag takes my weight, makes Hanako's eyes flick towards me for only a second. It's been quiet. I only partly have sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I expected. Perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving rather than just being depressed over it. It makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako? Yeah? Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? Determined nod. It's a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Start. Where are you headed to first? Start by going north, then loop down and go southward. So Hokkaido's going to be first. Fortunate nonetheless, the significance of that place is not lost on either of us. And you know how you're going to handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Everything out. It should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too. You know, if you need anything, you can just call, right? Give you my number before. Any time of day is fine. Smile, which in itself feels like a small personal victory. I know. Thanks, Yasao. Right. Let me offer Hanako any help I can possibly give. I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. So a sharp contrast to my full following of my parents' suggestion to stay with them. It's made me feel less excited than most, though, so maybe this is just a return to the status quo. Heck, I'd always lived so aimlessly that the holidays weren't all that much different than my own everyday life. Out in the city, putting out some friends before making my home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. Think much time for me to be home. On going there straight from school would have just meant I'd end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Miyamaku, though, feels like I'm finally changed as a person. Felt my parents erased any traces of doubt I might have held on that in any case. Before I exercised a fairly normal of independence for a teenager. A lot. My parents were more than pleased to hear my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, all this into other general chores I've come from living with parents around, without parents around. Menial things I decided to pick up with relative ease. Think about it, I've always depended on them, even if they haven't been at home at the time. To say I'd never depended on anyone after moving to Yamaku. Dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me. Fidgeting figure in front of us, some things never change. Close to closing time, so, forgotten that closes earlier during the holidays. get up to dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes and reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. Apologies for taking so much time. Hanako takes her leave of us. Tomorrow, Hisao. My. She walks through the large wooden doors that herald the entrance to the library. She's a quiet person, isn't she? Staff men are sharing personal opinions like this. Knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. It's just how she is. Confidence in herself these days, though. Great. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before. Yo, you know about Lilly's leaving, right? Stuff a few days ago. We were behind like this. In fact, she says it, only remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lilly and me before. To be okay? Question. Never not think about it for now, though given more pressing issues. Something seems kinda off about this whole deal, don't you think? Scratching her face in a curious ways as she does so. You know well enough to make that kind of judgment, so get me more help. It's fine, I'm just sort of thinking out loud. Scratch my head in frustration. So much once I have no control over it, feels like I'm being swamped. So times like that, so concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least that's how I see it. Like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. Well, in a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. Pulled between two jobs as she is, just to hopefully make enough money not to only live, but also for university, be exhausting. Though like coming from her, it feels like it's more meaningful than if it had come from most others. I guess you've got a point there. So once again, Yuko. And before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. The cardboard crane of my fingers is visible in the dim light of the room. Just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains around their edges. So lie in the dark before long-eyedly looking up at the little origami bird. It's happened since Lilly folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little has changed. To everyone else, I'm back to square one. Newfound idea of where I want to go in life, but that's hardly something that affects me now. Changed, I know that much. If anything, she just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this considering her previous situation. Lilly, though, finger away looking at it from another angle. Just met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured, and precise. Maintaining composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. Getting less formal, just a bit, but enough. See her lowering her inhibitions around me, and opening up even just a little. Of her own accord, it felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now, though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps that'd be expected for what it is, effectively the two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange, though, but we're like an old book being found and dusted off. Nice that from being Lilly, that she saw me as she did Hanako, someone who needed help and care. First, I simply thought we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. But then I began to treasure our moments together more and more. Quiet walks to our talking over lunch. The good sides of her personality became ever more obvious and even more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to visit her long-distant family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I liked just being around her, and I thought that she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe that wasn't everything to our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again. And for such a brief time, she lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I thought her sense of independence would be good and admirable trait, in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. Her family, likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, which told hard to make sure she didn't end up being a burden on her sister and those around her. Now Akira's gone to Inverness, just like the family she thought she'd lost. Her told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lily didn't want to be a burden on anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or ask when she needed me. If I've been expected to stay that way forever with the two of us having a nice, long relationship, where I push forward to our future together. Frustration and anger at me pulls up in my chest. Everything happened, never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough. Could keep on going if that were true. It could never have been enough. It's childlike dependence on somebody without any attempt to help their situation. It's that I lost Lily. I lost the one person I loved because I wasn't there for when she needed me. Feeling watch for me. Turn over and set the crane back on my clock, the place where it has lived since the day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she said herself that my burdens need to be my own. The obnoxious red bright from my alarm clock shined through the darkness of the room onto my tired eyes. 10 o'clock, evening curfew will be soon. I wonder, can they be leaving this evening? I don't know exactly where their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, they might not have already left. Yes. Do it! My eyes suddenly wide with the possibility. There's no guarantee they haven't left. Indeed, it's likely they have, but there's a chance they haven't. Small it may be. Just this once, just as I should have before. Reach to my cabinet, throw out some clothes as fast as I can and slide them on a quick switch. Yes! Do it! Second that goes by a second I can't regain. A second that may mean the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Without just the once, being there for her. The clothes slipped on. I hastily grabbed the phone off the desk, luckily with a number for a local taxi company still in my call history. Voice announced the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear of the phone. Air sweeps past me as I open the doorway of Liz. I keep up my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out the school gates. Curfew but it's precariously close. With the regard around, they no doubt have some questions for me. Looks like I've managed to come out just before they arrive, or around the corner. Through the school gardens, they're nighttime, allure lost when I begin to run to the school gate. The courtroom dim as they are, just enough to illuminate to the weight, prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance at them. It seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. They just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings, the same as any other as bar their age. The gates behind me, I pull to the stop just before the taxi, parked just as a car had been. It's gaudy and brightly looks out of place in the quiet country backdrop. Squeeze myself to the door, giving the address for where the two should be hopefully staying. Pulls up after my casual speed. It's well and truly deep in the night. Nor sheer size much larger than I expected. Obviously still fearing the worst, I ask the driver to stay just in case my efforts are for naught. Going system outside the gate produces a short electronic melody and otherwise silent road, for a somewhat deep, rough voice can be heard. Commander, please state your name and why are you bothering us this late? Oh, I told those eyes. Sanakai. Meet Lilly if they're still here. Quite some marriage in my voice, enough to make the other side of the intercom silent. So before I press the button and ask what's going on, the light turns on the outside of the front door. It was coming through, but as large with racing rods at the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and motionless as he saunters up the gate. He's still childlike in his mannerisms despite his demeanor. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. What's he doing here? I think this is the most emotion I've heard from his voice. Not that it would be hard to rate that mark. That she and Lilly would be staying here before they left for their flight. Dr. Lee, just one last time. Are they still here? Face says everything. It's too late. Actually need to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What is it? Forever, but I can't help at this point. Left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived. In fact, if you go straight to the airport, you might be able to sell. Grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideki. Take a seat. Short order on your station. Tear down the street, twisting this way and that to slip between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. Taxis in our cars, passengers, and picking up the way that they have late. We ended up having to stop almost a block away. From the past now, what matters is reaching Lilly. Around the other is falling out the slightest thought. Legs were taking a life of their own, and all my mind could do was concentrate on ahead of me. The long hair of hers, that long yellow hair that was the same color as the wheat that stretched as far as the eye could see. I depend on Lilly just like Hanako did. Even after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she really let herself depend on me. Except for one moment, that one moment where we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. That time, she must have feared losing me just as she did over Liz. That's why, just this once, night air erupts around me, draining every last rune of my body, the extent that feels more like winter than summer night. It's my feet, they're all they feel increasing cold. It's risen to more than a background hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly, urging person I have to catch. Responds to the cold of night, or an arm over to try to settle it down. You, I thought. Out of all times, please not now. Rest my body as far as it could go. My shoulder hitting side and flowing with emotions and memories. Apology to keep moving now. If I stop, sure I'll begin again. All for naught if I'm not in time. Or a few little bits to get him bounced about. Numb, arms are losing all feeling. My chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening ever more. So, time when my life irreversibly changed. Images gonna go. Damn letter flash over my mind. The first love lost thanks to my condition. Can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I just need to see her one last time. There. Use some distance on the road, still by lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lilly! Lilly! Stop, please, Lilly! Your hearing's far beyond normal. Yeah! Grin, my body aptly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. This pain ignites in my body. Eyes are blinked as I curl up and crouch chest. It's really bad fall. Pain I can't. Ah! Sharp knock could do me in. Assertion. And my limits this once. Them. Matter are. And were gradually replaced by a loud ring in my ears. Move my head. My eyes turn upward, see the mute moving of their lips. I just realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, or my feet, shutting down from my extremities. My head is casting its light over me. Proud, her head tilted, but only slightly. But nothing emerged from my mouth. Surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. This is how it ends. I failed. I was so close. This moment, my condition seized my chance of new life and dragged me back. I sprawled out just meters from an airport, the crowd of babbling surrounding me, with Lilly leaving for Scotland just a little distance ahead. Lilly! Energy from the deep, inscrutable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. It was too late. If this ends, I'm going to be pissed off. If we don't wake her into a hospital and she's right there, I'm going to be so mad. What's going on? So my retinas. I see staring at while scattered closest on my. Slowly, the light begins to come in focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. Clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Stored all my senses, the details of the room I'm in. Taste of strong bleach hanging in the air, leading the impression of a place just too clean to be natural. It's pale, peach-colored walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. Painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened, like the walls. It's as boring and offensive as it can be. Curtain. Following it, the open covers itself into it. I feel the catheter dig in comfortably. It's only now, too, that I notice the tubes winding through my cheeks and into my nose. For just looking around the corner of the window. I have several trees. I can see the greenery below, back onto a field, a customary, and the green on the outskirts of the city. Inside, it's noon, of which day, though I'm not sure. Hospital once again. Breath as I try to collect my thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once, emotions running through me. I decide to stare, thinking why I'm here. Mind at, but I can't work smooth recollection of what happened last night, or whatever night it was, come back to me as a series of snapshots more than kids' memory. Bed, looking at the grimy bird. Talking to Hideki outside the Hakamachi residence. And on the street, pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them. Falling. Searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as I lay on the ground. Silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. I had my chance to correct my mistake and I blew it. Forgetting my medication, disregarding to pace myself. Or my body was for giving out soon. It doesn't matter now. So that once again I'm alone. The pastel blue little resistance as I let myself fall back into the bed. The case, along with starchy seas, provide little comfort. So last night's event, the bright light of the room around me is striking, as though it emphasizes how otherworldly places like this are. Arrhythmia, or a foreign alien one, and that you don't want to be in the same room with. Sin, cause the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. The ghost along without anything happening to Sid, and then it did. It shouldn't have taken everything away. My old school was of no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place, but my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting me after a length of time. embittered, distant and subdued. My defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happened to them. Nonetheless, I left the hospital as a very differently changed person. Friends in Hanako, Shizune, and Misha. A sense of home in my dormitory, interested in science and the world around me. I found a direction to my life that I never felt before. Discovered other things. A sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surroundings was not entirely unwelcome. Quiet giving a peace of mind I may not have found elsewhere. It gave the area a feeling of being out of the way, of being kept out of sight. The street would sometimes glance awkwardly, quickly turn their heads and realize they were staring. Even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. There, I was still different. I took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar, though hidden behind clothing, still a permanent mark of my condition. So there was the very real possibility of death. Fall, an absent-minded heart hit on the back. A simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off. Times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. That was fine, I could have lived with all that. Because there was a thing I found, rather refound after entering Yamaku, which was once again smashed away before my eyes. Now that I realized just how delicate my new sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as sullen, confused, and aimless transfer student. Lilly Sato was the one person I could depend upon all others, and reciprocate the love I felt for her, but I failed her, and only realized it all too late. I thought I could just set my life up and forever, but the real world doesn't work like that. It's the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. The surroundings are familiar, but it's as if Yamaku was but a dream, still recovering from my first major heart attack. That's why I'm so tired. It's almost I've lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. As close as until exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. From the bed stirs me out of my sleep. Focus someone out, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. Notice the door, closing with peripheral vision. Most often, just carefully looking over the pages. Insulting is except notices my gaze. There's something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't put my finger on it. Like Mr. Nakai. Name shows his documents and on them. Unfortunately, your parents visited earlier. Sleep. You can notify them you're awake if you'd like. Be good. So like you expect, before really thinking about what I'm saying. Questions I'd be happy to answer them. For to rest, the anesthesia is going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid. It felt so strange the first time I woke up. Massaging any pipes or caused myself any more discomfort than necessary. It's clipboard in response. What exactly happened? Yet another heart attack. Severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. Monitoring, which follows a keyhole surgery and sent a temporary pacemaker. It happened 2 days ago with emergency treatment being carried out very soon afterward. Kept you under close observation while you were asleep. Any lasting problems? For your heart, this was relatively minor. We'll have to go into surgery once more in a few days. To remove the pacemaker. Assuming there are no implications, there should be no lasting implications. The subject shifting to a repetition of facts about arrhythmia and my medications, which I already know for the most part. Faint interest when my mind drifts. But how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting wall behind his shoulder is, and how neat and sterile the surroundings are. The doctor himself. Would you say so? Lord knows I lose myself. Sorry myself sometimes. Self-deprecating joke as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. Shekel sounds different for that nurse at Yamaku, though, come to think of it. The man in front of me feels just a little bit off. Smiles neat and sterile. He delivers it cheerfully with a customary offensive chuckle. It's like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag Pernod's coat, merely interacting with an actor heading off the pre-rehearsed script, which shouldn't have been choreographed beforehand. Be this way, being a doctor. Keep his neat, sterile smile when chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, showing the woman who will surely die from childbirth with every intimidating critic pain. A little bit of distance, that little bit of aloofness. Been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted only by people in his profession. After all, the one I love kept that distance from others herself. As I've been in thought, I had bowed for some time. But I mentioned before the anesthetic would still be affecting you. Some rest until your parents have woken up for you. Good, thank you. Sculptor making way the large door and seeing it behind him with a thud. And I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone. Be traveling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. When he's settling in us. Oh my gosh, if this is the way it ends, I'm gonna be so angry. The one open to look out towards the... It's going to think of the future when the past is curled around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, starchy, smelling grip. You have sleeping the away as if they were all just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. I preferred sterile, clean room. Stare at the ceiling for some time. Television would be mounted in its rack hanging off the ceiling head of the bed. Saw its entire use during the time my parents were here. Left on quickly as it was about as banal as it had been the first time I'd ended up in the hospital. Sitting nurse had offered to turn off the EKG speaker. Simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. A metronome like Lilly at least gives me some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. So while I wake, I realize there's another sound in the room. Oh my gosh, please let it be. Concentrating on my efforts on listening, a task made rather easy with the lack of distractions. A tiny tin melody can be heard. Music sounds almost fragile, as if dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Slightly see the melody. Without dislodging the senses, and I noticed a little box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. The music box we gave her. My opens slightly watch the tiny metal drum slowly rotate inside. The little bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. It's the one I gave. My head start remaining as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long tan skirt, peach off the shoulder sweater, pale porcelain his, blue colored eyes, long yellow hair. Yes, yes, yes! All I can see is Lily looks the room, fingers lightly running off at the wall for orientation, and my mind comes to a shivering halt. Lily? It's right, her body tensing. Was that you? It's quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... One times or another, as if she were holding herself back. Drool over her emotions for naught. She finally rushes over to the place where I lay as the last of her resistance fails. Back when she grabs hold of me, over as tears begin to fall from her cheeks. Since only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. Sitting, rest my hand on her soft shoulder. So her tears blot the pale green sheets, her emotions flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. Closer, easier to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window, her cheek being redder than they should be. I'm okay, you don't need to... Herself quickly, for crying, stripped with both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Nature always been something to contend with, takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hasao. Once let me cry. Says she waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. Hard to try and settle my own emotions, she sleeps on my bed. Sure of relief and depression welling up. She's really here. If I couldn't feel her skin or my hand, I'd believe my own eyes. For nothing, my body attempt to take away everything that was to me once again has been foiled. Oh, I don't feel as happy as I thought I should. This one thing I want to avoid since I love her, since leaving the hospital. So I thought I shouldn't have tried to push myself so hard. After appreciating snort myself together so nobody worded me, I went and did something like this. I guess I'm pretty dumb. Sniffs in a long breath, just to pull herself together and calm down a little. Red cheeks, moist eyes, and lines of her tears still visible. Where's that weak smile she seemed to so often give? Self, later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right? Still, back of her hand, returning more to her old self as the rush of emotions wears off. Why did you run after me, Hasao? Spawned, but noticed her face tightening. Said goodbye, and I'd left Yamaku Academy. Emotions almost bubbling up against. Say that I'm sorry. Sorry? For the times when I wasn't there when you needed me. Till now, I thought you were just being there would be enough. You needed me by my side to make any day feel better. Maybe like this, I want to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone. Always were there, Hasao. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Because Akira's going. Family summons to their home. Why didn't you say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. Stay where everyone you know lives, and where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side. I won't let you lose another person. With my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. Showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I'd lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I haven't always been there for you. More unreliable, sometimes I lied. And I thought I'd to understand you when I didn't even understood myself. Be that as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to be there for you, to share both your burdens and happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I've had problems coming to put my trust in you, to losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack, but that's how I know that being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that. You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. Drops, though as the IV in my arm digs a little, harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Face tenses, I let out small gaps of pain. Wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sign defeat. I tried not to let anyone word of him the entire time since I left the hospital, but I can't even stop the one person I love most from crying over me. Even if I'm finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I try to reach towards something, it's just snatched away. Even now, things only turned out for the better due to luck. I guess that's something else I should apologize for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live very near a full life. Feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand moving over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, her smile gentle and warm as she touches me. I think that is something very natural for you to say, always so sincere and self-conscious. Reserved and mild-mannered, and patient to a fault with Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. Said I missed you once with my family. I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind and helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused about what to do when my family summoned me. And after I thought I made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you are somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never want to lose you, and want you always to be a part of my life no matter what might change. You are a very beautiful person, Isao. Your heart changes none of that, so please don't apologize for yourself anymore. For a long time, silence reigns in the room. Sure what this new feeling inside of me is, but it pales and sinks into insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a little drop of moisture, that I realize this is all I've ever wanted. It's like the first time I give an earnest, wide smile. Lily feels it against her palm. She returns the gesture. Passes before either of us say a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. Well, I can't promise you I'll always be around, or that we'll be together forever. Hand placing on her shoulder, but I think I can at least take you to next year's Tabata festival to make up for making you miss this year's. One surprise, though I can't say I blame her. Remember that? I got a pretty good memory sometimes. And a little, and takes her hand from her cheek, giving a small amused giggle. I smile absentmindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlishness in its lightness. Only she collects herself and stands upright, in a hand resting on my chest. Seeing her for the first time, the sun from the window glowing behind her, just as it did when I first walked into the room she was drinking tea. Very well then. Shall we make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata festival together? She can see me doing so. I nod approvingly. I promise. I promise. Yes, we got the good ending. Oh my gosh. They were... Oh my gosh. Urusa put yes. Very unrealistic, but yes. Oh, and we get the artwork of her. Verge of crying. Yeah, I know, right? I swear, I think we got probably, like, the one with the most, like, it teased us, kept on doing that. It's like, is this gonna be a terrible ending? Is it? Is it? Is it? And I'm like, they're doing this so they can draw out with the reveal. Aren't they? Akira, Lil, and I sit silent. Yay! Akira, Lil, and I sit on the grass embankment high above the local town, the breeze gently blowing through the cloudless cloud sky. We may be just a few minutes' walk from the town on a hill just outside its limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Sits beside me, her eyes closed, the snow breeze throws through her hair. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaka. And even Akira's staying? I had to be the one to find it, of course. Rin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of the hospital, though, Hisao. Nobody's more glad than I am. I can't stand hospitals. So you two are going back to school tomorrow? Yep. Chuckles in amusement for looking at the town below, the trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't up north for the summer holidays or go to Tanabata. Worry, there's always next time. Graduating for the next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. To the same one? Likely. We both have high enough scores to meet the entrance requirements. Sounds so sure. Don't worry, you're better than I am in most subjects. I guess we'll work it out in due time. Wait, just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're there. Sad sight the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. Need to go back to Scotland? Yeah, the folks are already out for my blood as it is. You weren't meant to stay this long? Gives her trademark wide grin. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. You're taking him with you? Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll just do just fine. He's smart. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer, though. She's keeping, yay, she gets her boyfriend. It's right and gives, like, you're cheering up her considerably. I mean, this was why it's the good ending for a reason. This time, though, it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Yeah, on the verge. Yeah, going through the thing, I was like, and going like the teasing or whatever, I was getting riled. Try and come back. This visual novel is making me feel feelings. Come back, don't worry. Business keeps you so busy. The place won't run itself, I'm afraid, and I think it's gonna be just the same over there. I better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Will do. She lifts her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does. Now, if the plane won't wait for me after all. Little wistfulness in the tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister. I'll be okay, Akira. I know. Isn't that bad? You'll be able to see us again soon. Shearing at Akira for once, she really has changed. Goodbye, Akira. My. Art-clad figure looks down at both of us, smiling widely, perhaps more widely than I've ever seen her do before. Says a long, wavering breath to herself before leaving, but eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. That she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. Jazzed with no melody or direction to the very end. A few moments of sitting with Lilly. Sitting silently, Lilly and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. With a broad smile, held up my hand. Shall we be off then? And in hers with a gentle nod and smile as beautiful and warm as ever. Indeed we shall, Hisao. So we set off towards the school, that wonderful smiling self-on memory, that wonderful smile that we both share. Our pasts may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. If I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past was what put me here. That's why, even with all that's happened before, and all that may well befall us, together we'll keep walking forwards towards the future, our future. No, it's written by 4-teners. It has no bullet points. What the hell? What was the other? There was the other, like, another thing that came out of So, like, there's another visual novel that was started as, like, a thing by, like, 4chan. Or had its, like, that's also, like, one of those, like, surprisingly sweet things. I wanna hug the alligator. Yeah, I think that's the one. So it's one of those. It's one of those, if I had a nickel for every time 4chan ended up making like a heartfelt, wholesome visual novel, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if there's been some others. Or, like, inspired by, like, people that are, like, 4chan and they just, like, haven't recognized the thing. Wholesome, okay, yeah, this is true. Heartfelt, yes, okay. Well, wholesome if you, you know, don't include the cuttlefish, melon, and shrimp scenes. And there was one that I don't think we could... Oh. But yeah, once again, this thing is free on Steam. Obviously, I the relationship, but you know they took pride in. Yeah. Because obviously there is, like, I'm sure there is, they don't have it listed on the Steam, I don't think. But, like, if you were to get this otherwhere other than Steam, then it's gonna have, like, all the stuff. And I'm sure there's, like, a patch you can get for the Steam version. I'm quite fine with image of 2 cuttlefish. I'm good. But I really enjoyed this. And like I said, I was getting a lot of feelings. And if they're able to do that at the end, then yeah. It's almost 4 a.m. for me. And I was, and especially at the reveal hour server, I was like, it is so amped. This would be, if I would be much, much louder and more animated if it weren't so late at night, or like I was living, or people were out of town, or I had the house to myself. I would feel some talent, just like escape from some gutters. It's one of those things, like, yeah, there's a lot of bad apples on there. Also, it seems to depend upon, like, the board. And this was, like, came on to early or whatever. So, like, if you were to stay out of, like, Pole, which is just cancer, and it's like, I don't know, there's a whole lot of different, like, boards and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things, like, a lot of, like, the green text that end up showing up, like, tend to be, like, I don't know, it's a thing. So, and it's always, like, this thing that it's, like, you know, most of the people that are, like, probably use that are gonna be one of those, Shadow context to it. Yeah. This was an actual collect. Yeah. It's one of those, like, when the people that are part of 4chan that, like, are actually, like, are capable of, you know, functioning as human beings. Actually, they're just definitely very on the spectrum. And grew up in especially 2000s internet culture. They can be messy bored and not a den of depravity. Yeah. So yeah, once again, I really like this. Okay. You know, it's a testament to the fact that I've held on to, like, the reading portion of this is at currently like 6 hours and 6.5 hours. I would not be doing this if I had not become hooked. So this is one of those. I would very much recommend the Steam version, because then it's just, I mean, there's the other that's out there. You can exercise your, that's between you and whatever god you worship, and potentially your internet service provider if you're not using a VPN. Express VPN plug right there. Free will. Yes, that would be one way to put it. Although I'm basically a determinist, so I reject that. Well, although I would just reject the notion of a libertarian free will, but that's another thing. And honestly, most people would. I'm gonna die. Yes, you go to sleep. I'm glad you hold on. Applaud to you. Please go to sleep. I'm just in my decompress phase after, like, doing a game where I'm, like, collecting my thoughts. So feel free to head out there, like Fisherman. You are a champ. But please go to sleep. I'm already kicking myself. I really should have, like, Silver. Yeah. I should have, like, after, like, came back from the Hokkaido trip, I should have been like, we should probably pause here. Split it into 2-3 hour things. Oh gosh. But yeah, this is phenomenal. So, and this is gonna be like, I want to off stream, like, I want to play, like, at least the path with, like, Reen, because she was initially who I wanted to kind of, like, do, but then I, like, got the thing, so I'll just have to make sure, like, what the triggers for her are on Act 1. I think I kind of know where I think I should have kept doing the run thing with Emmy, and then there probably would have been a branching choice that would make it onto Rin. That's what I'm guessing. Since that's, like, her and Rin are the friend group. So I fell in love with Lilly. Yeah, but she is a great character. I need to experience Rin's just special brand of autism. There's no way putting on. And I can make this thing because I am. I hate to break it to you if y'all haven't already noticed, or y'all haven't heard me say this, but, and it's a big shocker, I know, that the guy who plays a kobold on the internet has the tism. Big shocker, I know. And that would play a visual novel like this, and is a big fan of Hideo Kojima. I remember this. Oh yeah, the crash out of the DFW. Oh yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy the amount of effort that's been in this. You can definitely feel it's a labor of love. You know, I want to go back. I don't need to see the under innings with Lilly. You know, I don't need to have those memories in my brain. I'm good with this ending. I don't need to experience the others. But yeah. I'm very happy. So yeah. I don't plan on going back on this one. Like I said, any stuff I do, I will be like, just off stream. I can let people know what I think about, like, the Rin storyline, and I may take some screenshots or something like that. If there's, like, some very special ones, I'll say that. If I sum, like, one of her things of logic, and I'm just like, but yeah, once again, this is free on Steam. This is a phenomenal, well-written. It has no business being as good as it is for what it is. Would recommend. Even though, if someone asks you, wait, oh, okay, you really like this? And then like, what's the snippet? So you're this guy who goes to this like school for disabled people, and like, you know, it's the visual novels you like pursue, and like the ones you ending with for they all have a disability, except the one girl who has like just, it's more like very disfigured. There is no explaining that without you getting this look of like, what the hell are you talking about? Also, the fuck is wrong with you? Oh. This archive of this going up on YouTube for posterity is gonna be great. Okay. But as of, I hope y'all have enjoyed this. I certainly have. My heart was not prepared for the emotional roller coaster of thing. Apparently Lilly's is like one of the longest. Although I think there's a number, like Emmy's may also be like, if not maybe slightly longer, or at least like the same length. So from what I was just looking on Google during break, I was just saying, oh, so anyway. But yeah, once great. Hope y'all enjoyed it. So, so see y'all next time for some new stuff. Maybe another visual novel. I don't know. Book, something. One of those.